I think all of the matches today are going to be really good.
Oh.
First point going over to Sentinels. The Hills moving over to Towers. Sentinels, I was going to say, is there. But a great job by Legend and Seiko to finish.
No, United
Maybe I
ended up
switched
getting
this
knocked
way.
out by Ascend.
I'm gonna have
This
this
is
one
not
on the
live yet.
left.
No, tourney starts in a few minutes.
Not all fish oil pills are created.
I enjoy it. Yo, anyways, what's going on, chat? How is everybody doing today? This is Envision here.
Turn me up.
What we're doing. Well, excuse me. Sorry about that. I had to sneeze. But what we're doing today, guys, is we're actually going to be watching the eUnited 25 Classic or 25K Grunt Classic Halo tournament. I thought it'd be cool to do something a little bit on YouTube for Halo. And I have allergies today out of nowhere. I guess I'm allergic to YouTube, but here we are, guys. We're gonna get started. We're gonna watch. The tournament is gonna be starting in about 30 seconds, and we'll be bouncing back and forth between different people's streams. LMI. Excuse me, man. Dude, big time, bro. Especially at 10 a.m. in the morning. You know what I mean? How? Like, look at these ads. 4 of 5 ads. That's insane. Should probably cover that, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, hello. Good morning. Welcome to our $25,000 all weekend. A lot of Halo to.
Johnny, what's up, baby? How are you? Yo, what's up, Jerry? Good morning, brother. Why is the audio off?
It's going to be exciting to see if they can pull off a win versus Cloud9 here.
Thank you guys so much for showing up in the chat, watching these games with us. And by the way, you can also watch a lot of the funniest content.
I thought we had like LVT on or something. Cool, so we don't. Right on.
The difference, maybe it's in the comms. Let's jump into
Yeah.
the
What's
listen
up, Michael?
See what they have to say.
Toucan?
Matchup coming up between C9 and Ascend.
Okay, why is the audio off?
C9 in the lower bracket this early on up against the juggernaut that we've seen so far this EU roster. Ascend.
Yo, let's go, Johnny. Hell yeah. How many people are going to be above you now?
Final thoughts is it was good to see Ascend get some quality opportunity here today. It's unfortunate we won't be able to see them all weekend, but looking forward to seeing them. Sentinels, they look like they're dominant forms. Again, that'll be another fun opportunity to see them showcase their skills. Obviously, missing out on some Optic gameplay is never something you want to say, especially in the Halo world. So we'll see some green wall action tomorrow. I can almost guarantee it. They're going to be here. I'm going to predict till late on Sunday. So Optic fans, just know that your team will be here representing in full force for a very long time. Don't get too worried. And it was good to see a little bit of Cloud9 step up.
Johnny, come hire me. I'll drive. I'll go move down there and be one of the managers.
Plenty of them. I'm one of them, honestly. And for those guys to get knocked out on a Friday, it wouldn't be right. So I'm glad that they were able to kind of turn the storm around, or turn the ship around, and perform as well as they did those last 3 games.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this beautiful Saturday afternoon, morning, depending on where you're at here. This is the eUnited Grunt Classic $25,000 day number 2. I will be your host, Jolly. I was supposed to be your host yesterday, but my ISP had a different decision there. But luckily I had these awesome casters to back me up for the day. So going along that, let's just introduce who I'm here with. We got Shyway. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. Ready for another big day of Halo. I know we got Sunday coming up as well. I'll try to conserve some energy, but I can't wait.
You gotta. All right. And then, of course, Clutch, you're right there, smack dab in the middle. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm excited to see some of the top teams play and compete today. As the bracket starts to dwindle, you see the competition start to level up. You see it start to rise. Hopefully we have some close matches, but we're going to have a showcase of the best teams in the world go at it today. So a lot of left to be determined in this bracket, a lot of money on the line, and an opportunity for these guys to really get some momentum going into Orlando.
Yeah, already some upsets, already some teams in the lower bracket that we've seen kind of fall where we weren't really anticipating them to drop down so early on. Tony, I'm just skipping right over you because I know how you're feeling, right? I assume you're excited, as you always are.
Promise I'm going to conserve my energy because this tour has been absolutely phenomenal, and I'm known to get a little loud.
Yes, a little bit loud, but the excitement, that's what we love about you, right, Tony? And other things to be excited about, right? We do have a co-stream going on. Everybody knows her, everybody loves her, Lady Echidna. If you don't already follow her on Twitter, it's @Lady_Echidna. And then if you want to go see her on the Twitch, see how that co-stream is going, it's just twitch.tv/Echidna, so you can go check that out. And not only that, before anybody asks about drops, actually, you know what? I'm pretty certain that people already have asked about drops because that's how common it is in this community, but you got them, okay? You're going to start things off. You get what is it called? You get a kaboom weapon charm is for that 2-hour viewing, and that is either here or on the co-stream.
There we go. Sorry about that.
Kind of flip-flop back and forth.
Assistant store director, bro. Johnny, that's huge, bro. Like one step closer to being a fucking store director.
Speaking of
making
our brains
over
go
6
crazy
figures
today,
a year
I think we should probably
easily.
take a quick look at the schedule, just see what
proud of you,
we
man.
are setting ourselves up for here today, and maybe what you guys might be looking forward to. I know in particular that
Twitter.
semifinals game, that is the banger I have been waiting for all night long.
I think regardless of where you look, both sides of semifinals are bangers. Specifically, FaZe Sentinels, I think, is going to get a lot of the spotlight for now. This is quite the matchup, especially considering some of the members almost kind of shifted around at one point. Like Renegade, at one point, there were some talks about whether or not he would or wouldn't go to Sentinels. He didn't end up joining the team. He ended up on FaZe instead. Some storylines there that I can't wait to see play out. And FaZe, just considering their performance yesterday, 3-0ing C9, they're on a bit of a train right now. Very excited to see if they have the potential to take a team like Sentinels.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll get into, kind of dissecting or breaking down yesterday's games in a little bit. Let's take a quick look at the format, though. Clutch, if you want to go over this for us.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a double elimination. Obviously, we got a lower bracket once the teams from that winner semis fall. They're going to meet the teams that lost in yesterday's performances. There's a best of 7 grand finals. Obviously 4v4 is the name of the game when you get to Halo, so it's a team game. Haloinfinite, one of the biggest team-based games I'd say in the history of Halo, and we've seen some of the best go at it. A lot of money on the line with that.
A lot of money on the line. Yeah, Tony, how do you feel about this prize pool?
I'm feeling good, man. $25,000 in the final road leading to Orlando. This is it. This is it right here, and lots of questions are going to be answered. You talked about that semifinals match between Sentinels and FaZe, even Optic and Native Red. So we have a lot of questions, a lot of answers now coming in, and it's really exciting to be here.
Absolutely. All right, let's get right into how the day is going to start out, okay? I've already teased it a little bit, but we've got Sentinels, we've got FaZe kicking off the start of the day, so I'm just going to start going left to right with you guys, and I want to discuss this first series before we kind of dive into some breakdowns of yesterday's games. So, Shyway, how are you feeling about this one? I know that you already gave a little piece of this one, but who are you really keeping an eye out for, and where do you think they're going to find success?
Hard to know where to begin. I mean, as far as finding success, Sentinels has found plenty of it for a very long time. They've been a pretty dominant team. Of course, they fluctuated a bit. They won the most recent LAN, though, and that definitely gives them some accolades coming into this phase. On the other hand, more recently formed, they had, I want to say, some struggles early on finding the right team, the right chemistry, but now with King Nick on the roster, they're looking better than ever. So there's a big question mark as to their potential, how well they can play in the tournament environment, and then translate that over to LAN as well. This is a test, I would say, of their abilities. They've been looking good in scrims. They can definitely hang toe-to-toe, but I think a tournament is a different story. I'm going to be looking at Renegade. I'm going to be looking at Sparty to be the two big playmakers on the side of FaZe to really kind of shut down some of these boys on Sentinels, whether it's World 2, Frosty, I think you got to kind of target to ensure Sentinels can't, bite quite as hard as they usually do.
Oh, yeah, with how they popped off yesterday, that is absolutely the case. So, Clutch, I'd give you a penny if I was there, but how about you just give me your thoughts in return?
Yeah, I'll give you 2 cents instead.
There you go.
I don't know. I'm torn this one, right? This is going to be decided by just individual players making some god-tier plays, and whoever steps up. I think these two teams are a lot more even than we tend to believe, especially with the recent success that FaZe has been having in scrims. So I'm excited. I think I'm going to go in the other direction from Shyway. I think if anyone steps up and gives this FaZe roster a little bit of life, it's going to be Falcated. He's my favorite player on this team to
Jerry,
watch.
how's the drawing going? That's awesome.
Unit on the map. He really hasn't had the spotlight on any of the teams that he's been on yet in Haloinfinite, and his talent's kind of subsided to the side of conversations because of it. This is Falcated's opportunity to step up and be a superstar. I think he has every bit of ability.
Wes, sorry to interject, but dare I say that Falcated has been quieter recently than usual? Have you noticed that? He popped
I saw
off.
him drop a 27 bomb yesterday. I don't think anything about it's been quiet.
Okay, you know what? Then maybe I'm not paying enough attention, but I tend to see Renegade take the spotlight. I see Spartan, Falcated. We've seen that before, back when Snipedown was on the team. Recently, I've been waiting. I've been waiting again to see the man pop off.
Yeah, the big thing for me is Renegade, he's consistent, in my opinion. He's always doing his thing. Sparty's also one of those consistent players that's just a level of damage. There's a certain equity that you're getting out of him. Falcated, I think he's consistently playing well, but it's gone under the radar for so long that there's not a ton of spotlight for him. This is one of those series where it could be like the Falcated coming out.
Good, I love that.
And what a showcase that
Is your
would be
favorite
if
thing
he's
to
able
draw still
turn
SpongeBob?
it up this weekend, give this FaZe roster the strength they need in order to come away with the win, especially a week before Orlando. The confidence for these guys, very momentum-based players in Renegade and Spartan. You get that ball rolling downhill, the sky's the limit with them, right? We could be seeing them hold up the trophy come Orlando. At the end of this weekend, you can see them hold up the trophy, but they need to find a way to hit that rhythm. I don't think they can do that without Falcated stepping up.
Well, I want to get not in more 2 cents, but from our last but absolutely not least caster there on the far right, Tony. What are your thoughts about this? Who do you concur with?
Well, it's funny because I think in this situation, both Alex and Wes are right. Falcade has always been the most underrated player in the game, and that not comes from my mouth, but even Boo Boo Dubu's mouth as well. Former teammate, now competitor. Renegade yesterday though, he came back. Renegade is back, and he is the main slayer. I'm not gonna lie, people started to question it a little bit when Snipedown was on the team, but he just gels better somehow when King Nick is here. The whole team does. It's a different vibe. It's a different FaZe clan that we're seeing right now, and I've been excited to do that. And I have people come out to me saying that FaZe are gonna win Orlando. I said, okay, no problem. I think you can make a good argument for them. But if you can't beat Sentinels online, how in the heck are you going to beat them on land? So this is the ultimate test right here. If FaZe can beat Sentinels online, then we'll have a conversation. If you can't beat them online, there is no shot you're beating them on land.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there are certain teams that we know for sure that thrive on that stage environment, right? And not to detract from how they play at home, but there are some teams that really just don't play as well. And so I think that the teams that we know who stand out in the LAN environment, like Sentinels, right? We're seeing them pop off here yesterday, hopefully maybe today. And I think that transition that we might get to see, as this is a kind of a prequel to the Orlando Major that's coming up, the feisty members really taking a step forward or making a name for themselves. So I guess, my following question was going to be individual players, but you guys are so good at answering the questions ahead of time that we've really got it broken down here. So that's going to be Tony then. Tony, do you have one individual then, other than Renegade, that we're looking at, other than Vacated?
As far as Falcated, I know that he is a top slayer in the league. We know it as well. I was singing his praise all the way back since Raleigh. My man Vader put me on him real quick. Renegade is now consistent, looking like the main Slayer that he was. So I want to put a spotlight on Spartan. Spartan's going through a new controller. He's been going through a sensitivity crisis literally as of 4 days ago, and he said he's having a really tough time getting comfortable. If you're not playing like the eUnited Slayer that you were, I don't think he's doing enough for the team. Like, we know his IQ's there. We know he put shots on everybody on the map, but what he was brought to this team was to be an absolute Slayer, to be aggressive, to put in the work, in addition to being a leader.
Who's he talking to?
So I want to put a spotlight on Spartan. He has to get comfortable, and it has to happen quick. Orlando is right around the corner.
It really is, and there's a lot on the line, obviously, for Orlando, but there's a lot on the line here, too, right? And let me actually just talk about some of the other integrations that we have here. We do have charity involvement, right? And so RAD is the main one. It's RAD. It's Rise Above the Disorder, and it is focusing on mental health for esports people, for whether you're a player, whether you're a coach, whether you're on the backside, whether you're doing this casually for fun or on the pro aspect of things, right? Rise Against the Disorder has been super cool. It started out as a WoW guild, actually, and has helped over 40,000 people now at this point. And I don't know how old that video is. That might be kind of old, so we might have some more numbers that we're stacking up here. But there's a little donate button, right? In that bottom right-hand side, it's the big purple one, donate. You can give to RAD. All of those donations are going to go straight to Rise Above the Disorder. So please, we were kind of talking about maybe we can get the 117 thing going.
Gotcha. Drawing other cartoons
so if
too.
Does put in that $1.17.
Well, did watching the Pinocchio movie? You're watching the Pinocchio movie right now, Jay?
Helping out mental health. It really does add up quick. 343 was another one we were thinking about. If you want to, kind of double that number a little. Yeah. You know what? We can show our support in other ways, okay? Let's really quickly, before we head into this first game, though, I'm gonna start with Tony this time, all right? Why not? I want your prediction for this upcoming match, and I want you to give me specifics on how many maps we're gonna be seeing.
Well, for my predictions, I had Optic Sentinels into phase, and I changed, man. Things change. I changed. I'm not the same man that I was when I woke up this morning. I told you. So even though my prediction overall is Sentinels finishing second place and FaZe finishing third, Sentinels hate online play. And you know what? I think FaZe are fighting for a little bit more. This win means so much for FaZe and the momentum going into the rest of the season. I'm going to go against the grain. I'm going to say FaZe somehow pull off the upside. I don't know if it's going to be game 5, game 4, or a sweep. I have no idea. But you know what? Give me FaZe.
Alrighty, Clutch. We can see that you got Sentinels there at first. Are you still feeling that way for this?
Yeah, you like it? Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Sentinels, but I love.
Yeah, we go to Disneyland and we do do a lot of
going to happen. I think more than
we would go to Disneyland and ride the Pinocchio ride. It's one of my favorite ones.
I would love for FaZe to win this series. I think that it just adds to the opportunity, the storyline, the momentum that they can build going into Orlando. And the more teams competing at that high level, the more teams that have an opportunity to showcase the best Halo and win the entire tournament. Yeah, give me that all day. So I'm rooting for FaZe, but my head says Sentinels.
All right, the heart goes with FaZe, the head goes with Sentinels. How about you, Shyway? I can see that we're feeling pretty similar in our predictions. Yeah. Are you still stalwart about those?
It's hard not to agree with Wes and Tony. I think you said it beautifully. Tony had mentioned if you can't beat Sentinels online, good luck beating them on land, right? Especially considering Sentinels, they're pretty split. You got World 2, out way far in Canada, dealing with those hurdles before he comes over to land, and he's a different beast. So I'm also siding with FaZe. I want to see them win this, because if they can do this, then I'm all down for anything happening on land when we get there. So I'll say 3-2 FaZe, even if I making a risky prediction. Let's go 3-2 FaZe.
All right, I like that. Yeah, thank you for actually supplying me with with the maps. We're gonna see full maps according to you, and I'd love to kick off the day getting all 5 maps out, right? Getting all 5 games included in this first series. But we are going to take a very short break. When we come back, it is going to be, I'm not sure who to believe. I don't know if I should believe one caster. I don't know if I should believe production. But 2 of these 3 fine gentlemen are going to be walking you guys through that first series. So stay with us. Just give us a couple minutes, and we'll be heading right into game.
Hey everybody, my name is Jason Docton, and I'm the founder of Rise Above the Disorder. This all started
We gotta wait a little bit, chat. I don't want to. Yo, what's up, JR? Look at you, big doll. My boy. Everywhere. Love to see it, man. I appreciate you. You want to do animation on YouTube, you said? So we got 2 minutes right now. We got 2 minutes until what's it called? The tourney starts. Let's go take a look at the bracket.
Get 4-2 to then beat Optic Gaming 4-3 in a grand final bracket reset. Like, that's one of the only ones that I could remember. So these are...
Well, that's going to be a good match. You have Optic Gaming versus the old Kansas City Pioneers team, because they dropped their Halo team. KCP did. So all of KCP was like free agents. They didn't have a team, and the biggest tournament, like Worlds, pretty much is coming up, Orlando, and they didn't have a team. So like four pro players didn't have anywhere to play, and Manny actually went to eUnited, got signed to eUnited, and then they just let him go, signed Snipe down, and then Manny went to Native Red, which is a new Native team, because Native, I know it sounds confusing, but Native already had Native Black. Now they have Native Red, and this Native Red team, this is the first tournament that they're playing together, and man, they're looking pretty scary. They're playing Optic, so I'm interested to see how that game goes. Because Optic, Optic, they're like the best at almost fucking everything. So yep. Yeah, that's gonna be an interesting game, because then you got FaZe versus Centennials, and then wow, there's gonna be some great matches. We still have people in a loser bracket though, I believe. Yeah, so Cloud9's still in the Cloud9's in the loser bracket. Freaking G130 Native Black. So the new team for Native actually is going further than the original team. So what's gonna happen, guys? whoever wins or loses out of this Optic versus Native Red and FaZe versus Centennials will drop down and play Cloud9 and G1, and then whoever wins those matches will go on to crazy. It's gonna be epic. Because you're gonna have whoever ends up winning the loser bracket is gonna shoot up to face whoever is number one at that moment. It's gonna be exciting.
To look at, and you already know when Sentinel sees some strength game types, they start to pick up momentum in series, and that's a very hard snowball to try and stop. Strongholds live fire is going to be game 1. Slayer on recharge game 3. Bizarre CTF is one of those game types that I feel like Sentinels is going to have an advantage in, and that's game 3, a very pivotal game in the series. And when I say Sentinels has that advantage, Tony, it's typically because the Bizarre CTF like meta is such a difficult one for newly formed teams to have success in, because there are so many different gaps that need to be filled, and if you're not on the same page, the objective work is so difficult to get done. So it'll be a very telling story if FaZe are able to get that job done in game 3. That's the one that sticks out to me. What about you? When you see this series layout, anything sticking out to you early?
Right off the bat, I look at Strongholds live fire right off the rip. Not only is it the first game to really drive that momentum going into the series, but you're talking about Strongholds, which is a strong game type for both Sentinels and FaZe. Then you're going into live fire, which is one of the most punishing maps. What do both of these teams excel in? That's not only getting you 2, 3, and sometimes 4 down, but being able to identify the spawns, being able to identify where the pressure needs to be applied, and punishing their opponents. So Strongholds live fire is a great way to start off these series. We're talking about strength for both of these rosters, and I can't wait to get into it. So Wes, why don't we get into it?
Yeah, I haven't done a deep dive on like the analytics of how scrims have been going, what the strengths or how strong of a game type this specific one is, but if I had to think about it for a minute, I'd love to see FaZe get off to a hot start in this series, and in doing so, they'd have to win this game 1. But it's a 2-2 split at the start. It's going to be Nick and Spartan going down on the side of FaZe Clan. Sentinels are starting to pick up their kills, and it's Frosty who's found himself the heat wave and 2 kills to match. This is
gonna be a tough game because Centennials is always one of the top teams, right? So they're always competing as one of the top. And yep.
Was in a scrim, and it was a 250 to 175 win in favor of FaZe. But I don't think Frosty had the sniper rifle like he did before. So what do? Get it out of his hands immediately.
Yeah, massive job. FaZe were actually the team that were able to get that over, so they're able to put it to work. Unfortunately, since that kill onto Frosty, they kind of positioned themselves all towards that big door and house, and
this is exciting right here, chat.
They go 3 down in that situation.
So Centennial's always like the number 1 or 2 team, right? It's either it's normally them versus Optic for like first place game, like tourney wins, etc. FaZe Clan has a lot of freaking great players. Sparty is probably one of the best, or is considered one of the best. So he's on FaZe Clan, and this is slightly a new team because they just picked up, I think they just picked up Nick, right? And now it's now they're pretty good. So this is their oh no way.
Can't quite connect. The nade does.
No way. That sucks.
And that momentary missed melee ends up in a trade, but Sentinels end up 3 down.
Yeah, but it's a 1-on-1. It's Renegade versus Lethal. Lethal's going to be in C, Renegade's in B, but that's a trade that FaZe are willing to make because they're going to spawn in house. They're going to be able to transfer.
Oh, Mega OS.
In the meantime, the second overshield of the game, it's come up. Snakebite gets.
Oh wait, no. Okay, cool. I thought that was
an aggressive play there.
FaZe Clan's blue. Okay. I was like, damn.
Pays for it with his life.
I'm going for FaZe, to be honest.
He's here to pick up a few kills. Not only that, but secure that overshield. And that's a massive play by Lethal to pick up on the damage from Snakebite, but more importantly, to deny that overshield from going into FaZe. And it looks like Sentinels have won the battle for the second overshield. now that everything is ensued.
Even though Sentinels were 3 down, Lethal still ends up with that overshow. This time Snake by making the same play that Sparty did, but he connects on the backsplat. FaZe find himself 3 down, and now
FaZe Clan's is a really good team. But they're like a lot of people say they're hit and miss, right? So they haven't been as consistent in the tournaments. But it's fair to say they're a new team. Centennial has been playing longer on the same squad. So their chemistry is a little bit better, but I'm excited to see what can happen.
It's a trip cap right now. The lead, it's over 60. How long can Sentinels hold this is the big question. As Lethal picks up that S7, he chooses to opt towards tower, and that's exactly where you want to be with this sniper.
Lethal lines of the body shot, connects onto it, forces Nick to back down. Can't quite find the kill, but immediately target prioritization comes in, snapping onto 3 different targets and staying alive. But the nades are starting to come.
Beautiful no scope.
Shots Nick once again, although wasn't able to get the kill. That's still quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, Lethal doing a ton of damage there. It's unfortunate that no one from Sentinels was able to swoop in, pick up some of those kills, and unfortunately he also loses the snipe in hand. So it was once a massive power swing opportunity.
I'm super confused right now.
Squandered. FaZe do such a good job to fight from a disfavorable position, get the snipe out of Sentinel's hands, but not only that, they've been able to transfer A and C in their favor in the meantime. Since then, though, Frosty's made his way into C. He's got the commando. He's got a kill to his name. 12 for the game. And
triple cap for Sentinels.
Once again.
I've been really impressed with Lethal's gameplay as of recently. He's always been a phenomenal player, but people started to question a little bit in the stats. But now we're seeing those game-winning plays. Forget the stats at this point. When he's holding that ball, dropping and putting damage onto multiple players, when he's grabbing each and every one of these overshields, despite his team being 3 down, these are game-winning and game-saving plays that he's making. And Lethal is definitely
a lot more 3 and 10.
As of recent,
they're just getting FaZe is getting outslayed right now.
Find himself the kill, but Sentinel still putting points.
Frosty's 13 and 5. Snakebite's 9 and 6.
Now Sentinels with the commanding lead, in charge of B and C as well, trying to pressure A. You can tell that Sentinels do not want to give any kind of room for FaZe. Let's hop on board with a listen in with Sentinels and see what's causing them to play so well.
Go. Oh, last week, guys. Last week. Oh, no, last one hit.
Nah, I'm going top in.
Yeah, one key door. I'm fighting. Yeah, one key door.
Last guy key door.
Screens.
Yo, they're gonna spawn B. Yeah, I'm holding tower.
Yeah, we didn't kill Falcade, guys. Falcade.
He's on it. Fucking shit on.
Nice, Brad. Good shit.
We're gonna go in it.
Get AT. I'm gonna push
I said fucking shit on. That was Royal 2. Yeah. Royal 2's 9 and 9. Okay, so Nick is. Let's go Sparty. 7 and 2. Step it up, baby. You got this. Watch when Sparty can get into his groove.
Another one there.
I'm here.
There's one inside, man.
Shot Nick on the wing.
Another one there.
Where goes here? Going garage.
They're going garage. Over here, coming up. I'm gonna cap C. I'm gonna cap C.
Watch your nest. I'm gonna push out your tower.
Yeah, next week, Brad.
I can look low.
I should be good. Next week.
Yeah, we play. Oh, guys. Low cuts.
Make sure we play for weapons here, guys.
One shot's key door. I'm gonna push that. Top C as well. There's 3.
Alright, everything's up.
I got you. I'm looking on west.
I'm staring at him, Matt.
Falcon is really
Okay, I'm gonna go B.
Go.
I got heat wave.
High cuts with us.
I'm behind screens. I'm pushing over.
We're posting back.
Yo, they're
cuts.
Go another one up. Over guys. Matt, you have hope.
So to start to find the slays that they were looking for. They had the
advantage. They throw the heat wave off because they knew he was going to die or what?
To steal it away, and now you're seeing the double cap in favor of FaZe, quickly moving in for the triple as well. Maybe FaZe can use these overshield and these resources to get back into the game.
They're going to need to. It's a massive lead still on the side of Sentinels right now, 213 to 100. But Tony, let's talk about the communication we heard there. That is not your standard communication from Sentinels. The energy is there. The effort from all 4 players is so evident when you heard the small talk. Everyone crossing their T's, dotting their I's. And that's exactly what it takes to be champions. That's the kind of communication that you can tell Sentinels are locked in early today.
Not just about calling out locations, it's about calling out what you're doing, the small talk, everything, and also actively listening to your teammates as well is what makes a good communicator. But Renegade makes a great slayer. puts the heat wave to work almost immediately. Now gonna drop down, try to get behind enemy lines, fires off a couple of warning shots onto Snakebite, but he's gonna be hunted down quick. So now Sentinel's getting a bit of advantage.
What can Frosty give us? He's got 18 so far for the game. Gonna be forced to play his life in this situation. Heat wave back in hand. You can tell the prioritization on this heat wave from Sentinels has been excellent. The shots are just as good. Frosty takes down Falcated. That's a big one.
Started off as a 212 to 90 lead in favor of Sentinels, but now we're seeing an incredible comeback by FaZe. It's the same way we hopped into the comms with Sentinels. Let's hear that communication coming out of FaZe and find out how they're going to capitalize on this newfound energy.
I'm here, I'm shooting him. Nest, homie. Yeah, Nest, spawn Nest.
Watch that mode.
Nice. They're gonna get through.
I might be able to
Too much on a plat. He went key door,
key door. Oh, tower, man.
He's on you, Nick.
Watch out back tower, sink it.
He's elbow.
He ran mud, one shot.
Today.
I'm at
One day, Mike.
Breathe, man.
Plat on his Frosty.
Only got on you guys.
He screens now, screens.
He's one shot, I think.
We're on the B, guys. We gotta keep it.
We have to get A.
Yeah, we have to keep it.
One in A.
I can catch C. We're good.
One guy B, last guy missing. I don't know where he went. He's on me. Mike, Shotty. Watch out, red tunnel. I died from top mid.
Where's he going?
A play.
I'm looking, Mike.
In A weak. I'm coming.
I'm here, Mike. Another guy.
A plat Frosty. Nest on me, lethal.
I shot lethal once.
I killed Frosty.
Rota's here as well. I left a nade.
Nice.
We can go B.
Okay, with the killing spree.
I spawned A. What the fuck?
It's ice.
A beautiful
Spawn
three
A,
down
what the
coming
F?
out of FaZe and putting Sentinels to work here. It
Oh,
was looking
triple
grim
cap for
moments, but now
FaZe.
FaZe are right back
Chat,
in it
triple
once
cap
again.
for
They're
FaZe.
holding on to the trip cap. They're still holding. 242 points have been accumulated by Sentinels, but they have been stopped short. Can they make the comeback?
Yeah, it's a
242 to 188.
Trip cap for a little bit there, and
That was
FaZe has
huge.
done a good job to try and manifest a comeback here.
What's
It's on the back of
what type of
Falcated
stuff
really
does
stepping
Looney
it up.
Tune
He had
do,
3
Jared?
kills.
The old Looney
Sentinels
Tunes?
had 100
Nice,
points, man.
nay.
Look at what he's been able to do since. He's starting to really heat up, and that's the difference here so far towards the late game.
200 to
Unfortunately,
242.
because FaZe built this massive hold, this deficit. They have to do so much work in order to come back. It is not
Yeah, they do.
manageable. With it being
OS, they need that OS. Nick's gonna be no, Nick's dead. Nope.
Unfortunately,
Snakebite's got. That's so not good. That's not good.
that overshield, and it is going to be in the hands of Snakebite. A couple of players for FaZe, they go down. This overshield makes it 3 down for FaZe, and with 8 points is all Sentinels need. FaZe have got to come off spawn quickly and do something.
Oh, and they got to get to B ASAP.
To lose that overshield, and of course,
Oh,
Snakebite, the general, is
Renegade
able to steal it
on
right
B
from the
is able to
double
get
tap
that clutch
but
kill.
Snakebite now has to get into the
Oh,
action,
shit.
held off from the pillar side, still able to make it through. Can't quite contest it in time.
Oh,
but he can still get the
no
slays.
way. What a
Renegade
slay
goes
that
down. If
was.
Sentinels can get one more
FaZe
kill,
is-
they
FaZe
can
is
steal
still-
away Bravo. It's not
FaZe
over
is
just
still
yet.
putting. Oh
Snakebite's
shit, they're
under
getting
heavy
C2.
pressure right now. Although he takes down Renegade.
It's not
There's another
good.
player in the stronghold, a player on elbow holding him as well, but he's finessing.
Oh.
Round and round he goes. He finds another
Who's on
kill.
A? Who's on
Snakebite
A?
playing his life just
Renegade
perfect
on
here.
A. Oh my God, no way. Beautiful freaking rotations by Renegade, man.
Sniper rifle in the hands of the main Slayer.
237, 242. Nope, nope.
Can't quite hit the
Who
shot.
is
He's gonna
that?
pay for that
Renegade?
one.
Damn it,
Roll two
Renegade.
puts him down.
Oh, this is not good. They got to get to C ASAP. It's over.
Off a screen, Sparty gets himself a double to try to stabilize a bit, but it's 245 and counting.
It's over.
A triple kill out of Sparty, an overkill out of the dog. But he doesn't make it in time.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Needed just one more second to get in there. The kills
Wow,
come
if he would have gotten, if Sparty would have gotten in the hill right there, that's a win. He goes triple kill. It was like 242 by Centennials down to like 1 something. I can't remember it. What I remember for sure is 188. But man, I don't know where they started digging out of that. And freaking A, they lost 2. Okay, look, 242 to 141. Wow, 100 unanswered points.
They showed you anything in the second half of that game. that they're here
Now
to
they're
play for
getting
the
warmed
rest
up,
of the
man.
series.
Now they're getting warmed up. I'm excited to see
This
this.
is the reason why.
Sparty's gonna lock it in.
Besides the fact I don't have the skill, the awareness.
Look at this!
IQ,
Look at this
any of
triple
that,
kill.
But the reason why is because if I lose like that, an overkill, you're going and you're one split second away from stopping the time, and also they probably would have got that capture and taken the win. And something like that happens where I'm not able to get in, I'm mentally crushed. I don't even know how I wouldn't be checked for the rest of the series, because you do everything right, and at that point, it's just about timing.
Let's take a step back. You did everything right the second half of that game.
Okay.
It's a full game. You're playing an objective, and the big difference there in game one was Sentinels came out swinging. That early lead was massive for them. That allows them to have things like that overkill happen and still have a win condition in the books, right? That's the big thing about some of these objective games is you got to play the entire time well. You can't just heat up in the middle of it and expect to win. But for FaZe, there's a lot of hope for me for them in the rest of the series. I know game one that didn't go their way, Tony, but as a professional player, especially on the side of FaZe, those guys are veterans. The fact that they were able to heat up, starting to hit a stride. If we're playing Strongholds to 300, FaZe probably win that game, right? But unfortunately, they couldn't pull it out because of the deficit that they allowed so heavily in the first half of that game. If you're FaZe, I think you're like, hey, we're strapped in for a long series. Although we started out slow, we have momentum still. Even though Sentinels win that game, I would say FaZe have momentum in the game. They should be confident going into game two, knowing that this series can go the distance. They just need to clutch up, and they cannot afford to start slow and give up those kind of deficits.
Well, game number 2 is going to be Slayer on recharge. And very similar to live fire, you know, it's going to be played through that long rifle, that sniper rifle being the shock rifle, and instead of an overshield, you have that camouflage coming in. If there's one thing that FaZe did towards that end game was they allowed Snakebite to steal away that overshield. And maybe if that overshield goes into the hands of FaZe, maybe we won't even have to make a clutch play like that. Maybe we don't even need the overkill.
Crazy.
Maybe FaZe win it before it even gets there. So at that point, it's about prioritizing the resources. Not only to keep it out of the hands of Sentinels, but you know that Sparty, Renegade, and Falcon can all go off with the shock rifle. Really get those resources, put them to work, and we could be talking about a tied-up series after 2.
Yeah, you definitely want to see more prioritization on those power-ups, power weapons on the side of FaZe. It felt like they didn't have a ton of them, and when they did, they weren't really hitting a ton of shots with those, right? Continuously, we saw Frosty with the Heat Wave. We saw Snakebite with the Heat Wave. We saw Overshields continuously going in the Sentinels' favor, and for the game to be that close, that is a lot of promise to FaZe that they're able to kind of flip that power-up, power weapon story in their favor. Someone that is traditionally known to revolve his gameplay around power-ups and
and you shouldn't open your mouth about the tribal chief Roman Reigns. I don't care about your ambitions. I don't
You
care.
can change the outcome of a game with just one opportunity. So I'm very much looking forward to getting into this second match, seeing what Renegade can do in order to change the tide, to swing FaZe's momentum back in their favor, to get right back in this series, because you cannot go down 2-0 to Sentinels. Reverse sweeping the back world champions is not going to be easy, but if anybody can do it, I think this FaZe roster is littered with talent. You just don't want to dig yourself that much of a hole, and we've already seen that FaZe can dig a hole.
Well, we're dropping into the map of recharge. It's going to be Slayer. So one thing I can promise you is we're going to see a lot of standoffs. Whenever the competition is this tight, the game tends to slow down a bit. So watch out for that mid game when that happens. As Falcon,
all right, here we go.
Nasty melee.
Game number 2. Game number 2.
Falcon going for the double kill, able to take down Frosty before going down. So great plays across the board for FaZe to alleviate some of that pressure, but they haven't gotten map control just yet.
Couple of big kills on the side of Sentinels there, but they're traded out by FaZe. FaZe end up getting the better of the exchange. The 6-5 lead, it's narrow, but if you can take down Frosty, that's a nice kill. But Frosty with the insta, I'm not even sure. I guess he sticks him with an absolute wild stick. No shield. Frosty somehow gets out with his life, changes it to a 2-kill swing now, and gives his team a little bit of map control with that, releases a little bit of the pressure we would have seen.
This is Slayer, huh?
Tough position to try and fight out of the elevator, and you know how bad Spartan wants to push these spawners.
Gonna be really excited to watch the matchup between World 2 and Sparty. You have two of some of the best pure shooters in the game. Obviously, World 2 sits on top, but I don't think Sparty is that far behind them. Sparty can shoot, put down damage on the map, and most importantly, he can stay alive. So watch out for this man on screen right now. Coming over toward the A side quickly. You have Snakebite sitting up high onto glass, able to cross map. Falcon goes down, so now numbers quickly going in favor of Sentinels, having to cut the map in half. Sparty looking to break through with this flank.
Yeah, did they know two of them are here's the big question. Spartan trying to be aggressive. He does get nicked by the nade, but it's not gonna take his life from him. Lethal playing around these these batteries right in front of him. Does Spartan know he's here? He's got an idea, Spartan with the shots, but Lethal's got better. 3 go down for FaZe, and somehow Sentinels keep everyone alive in that situation. 16-10 now. Sentinels build.
What a
significant
fight.
lead, I would say, going into this second camouflage.
Camouflage so important, and we see it find the hands of one. Frosty trying to get the burn, but Renegade gets out of there. The movement too smooth, and so is Renegade. He's a smooth operator with the back smack, but Lethal getting yet another critical kill. One on Sparty before, the second on the camouflage Renegade. Lethal making plays, and Sentinels holding on to the lead.
Yeah, they negate the damage that camo was able to do, but they are able to pick up a 3-1 trade on the side of FaZe Clan right there. They make it a 4-kill game, so this game stays within striking distance. Can't stress enough how important it is that they keep it within striking distance and allow players.
I was gonna say, why did he not take a shot?
Find some angles with the shock rifle. The first shot, it's good. It's traded out. However, Renegade trying to be aggressive on the Snakebite in that pipes area, and
what a nade!
The grenade stands true. Can he hit the second shot here? I'm sorry, this is King Nick, but a double kill killing spree. King Nick anchoring with this shock rifle is exactly what FaZe needed.
Where the hell did he die from?
Oh,
by Lethal.
It was 2-1 to FaZe on this very map, but they never played Slayer, and as of right now, Sentinels are looking good with just holding on to the lead. FaZe have been able to keep it close. Maybe with the shock rifle, they can steal away the lead. You're talking about near perfect play, and the timing just off.
He barely looked away.
Right as Renegade looks away.
Yeah, consistently just being able to trade.
Blowing down, look at this.
For Sentinels, especially as the shock rifle is just continuously in FaZe's hands. You know it's so difficult to try and trade efficiently when some of these angles, if you peek them, you're just dead. Renegade's so lethal with that shock. Frosty's creating absolute chaos over here by the double stack. Somehow gets a double with a nook and cranny.
Ooh,
there over towards blue stairs.
Good kills, Renegade.
That bell with a nice double kill.
Good kills, bro.
With the shock, absolutely starting to heat up, and this is what we were talking about at the start of the game, Tony. If Renegade can get himself some power-ups, power weapons, FaZe have an opportunity to tie this series up, and that's exactly what Renegade has planned.
What do Renegade and Steph Curry have in common? They're both from Cali, and they both hit shots. It don't matter. Shock rifle now in the hands of Renegade, looking to put some more work with it. You're seeing a 2-man push on the outer side. Sparty and Falcon starting to overwhelm the long haul side. I'm loving the way FaZe are playing. They're able to steal the lead, and they're looking to do more with it. You know what? I think we have the listening queued up. Why don't we hop into the comms of FaZe and find out how
FaZe taking the lead, huh? Nice.
Watch my cross, watch my cross. Yeah, I'm here, John. Watch your left.
I just flew it, see. I'm sitting
fine. Your bomb's fine.
Okay.
Hey, we can push this, we can push this, we can push this.
Repulse,
We're walking here. He's one shot top red, one shot top red.
And top BR, guys hiding.
Top BR.
One shot back spire.
Last guy on me, snake pit.
I did him, I think one maybe.
Already started to miss his shots at the end. 33-28 in favor of FaZe Clan right now, chat.
Top glass. Two top red. Two top red.
On me, Mike. Pipe door, kill it, one shot.
Oh, no.
Weak turbine, he's hitting turbine, close. Heals.
Nice. Nice, Nick. Way to get there, though. Way to get there. Way to get there, though.
Another guy needle boxes, Mikey. Nice.
Oh, Falcade, if you had that, that would have been dirty.
We can kill this guy trippy. Red glass on me. You guys on me.
36er, they gotta slow down, boys.
Watch out, you're lethal. I hear about
Don't rush.
Sneaky. Frosty's in sneaky. There might be
guys, I got a guys one. Looky.
I traded.
Got belly on C-boxes, Mike.
What a stick.
Bottom A on John.
No way Royalty doesn't die there.
Okay, we keep spamming the comms, dude. I hear you, camo.
Glass on me, guys?
Let's weak. Glass
I'm here, I'm jumping up.
No, I hear you. Nice. Camo. Nick, this is yours. Yeah, this is yours, Nick.
Frosty's half wall weak.
Yeah, they need to see what I said. They need to slow it down. They are, my boy.
King Nick able to steal away yet another camouflage, and this can be critical to FaZe possibly tying things up. Lethal now being caught on an island and over the gold side. Luckily, he does have a bit of help, and I love that Nick is taking his time, looking to break down the defensive, but a premature fire comes in. Snakebite and Roar 2 try to take height. Renegade ends up getting
What are you
1v2.
doing,
Frosty
Nick?
finds the camouflage
Oh
player,
my
and
God.
FaZe are not able to execute on that camouflage. In fact, they end up going 3 down west. How did that happen?
They go 3 for 3 though, so FaZe keep that 3-kill lead. They've done such a good job to get that lead, and that's a 4th. Frosty, a little bit of an overextension, drops under the batteries. Renegade makes him pay for it. The pressure on the elevator from Royal 2 is going to try and trade it out, but time after time, FaZe are able to trade these kills, and Renegade backs up, has the timing on the lethal, finds the separation of 6 kills now, 46-40, and FaZe have done such a good job, Tony, of trading ever since they've gotten this 6 kill
they
lead.
have.
They got down to 3, which is
They
where
have.
you start to get nervous. Are they going to choke this lead away? They answer that. They get the kills they need. They keep this within a comfortable lead for themselves, and now if they can slow this game down, they can tie the series up.
I don't know what FOV King Nick plays on, but didn't see Frosty run right past him. In fact, Roll 2 getting some damage as well. Renegade throwing a couple of denial grenades, but the flank will come in.
They need 2 kills, 44-48 right now.
Up the pieces, and just 2 more kills needed for FaZe. We're seeing Lethal and Sentinel start to gather, start to stack numbers. They have to overwhelm them, and that's exactly what you see do. Roll 2 awarded the kill for that one. Sparty hiding his presence, but gets spotted out. Goes right after Roll 2, but down to 1 shot he goes, anticipating the push. Snakebite comes in. 49-46, just 1 more kill needed.
They spot Roll 2 spawning. They know where all of Sentinels are, and this is not an easy position for Sentinels to fight out of.
49-47, holy shit. 48-49,
oh! You have to slow it down. All of a sudden, it's 49-48, and Sentinels are not in a favorable position still. Back blue, multiple players weak. They got pressure on them. Can they get them out? They're off the map, but the kill comes through. The dog does it.
Good shit, Spartan.
The kills matter for the dog, and
that was way too
the
close.
game out. Wait, it's Sentinels.
Wait, what?
No, it had to be FaZe. There's no way. We're gonna have to play this. It had to be FaZe that won that out. Renegade was falling off the map, and I'm pretty sure it was 50-48.
Okay, Spartan the dog, the kills matter. Thank God. I would have been heartbroken for the kid this time around. Oh my. In a Team Slayer game,
that was clutch.
Kill, it matters this time around. Spartan the dog changing the narrative here in game 2, tying the series up. And for fans out there that want this series to go the distance, we are 2 steps closer from that being a reality. FaZe have done it. They have pushed this to that game 3.
It's crazy, man.
RCTF, and this is where I was talking about, Tony, as we look at the stats here from this previous game. Game 3 is going to be that moment where FaZe either really show me they have what it takes to create the upset, or Sentinels really take control once again of this series. But I mean, as these stats come up on the screen, it's Snakebite, it's Frosty having a great game on the side of Sentinels, but everybody on the side of FaZe did their part to get this win.
Yeah, what's crazy to me, I'm gravitating towards the stats, and there's no weak link whatsoever. Like, you see Royal 2 with the 6 and 11, but 15 assists to go along with it. No, I love those kind of stats. Even Lethal, 10 and 13, 8 assists to go along with it across the board. Everyone is playing up to par right now, and it's a reason why we have a tied up series. It's a phenomenal one. It is competitive. Taking a look at the damage as well, but so far this series has not disappointed just yet, and we are guaranteed at a minimum 2 games, and I think we're going to go to game 5.
We'll see. The players get to decide it, but that was a massive response from FaZe. A lot of resiliency on that team. It would have been heartbreaking to some players, like we talked about after game 1, the way that they lost and the fashion that they lost. When you got to think the overkill securing the win. They were wrong, but this time around, the kills, like I said, they matter in game 2.
That would have sucked for Sparty, because he hit.
FaZe are able to do it. They tie this.
He hit that triple kill at the end of the game,
for people that haven't had an opportunity to
and
see this exact
needed 1 second to get back into the hill to win that game. Won, but got the triple kill, and the time just ran out. Like he was right 1 inch away. 1 inch away. And then FaZe
you're talking about Sparty dropping that
beat Sam at the very end.
Stealing
crazy.
Base over towards game number
See, they're
1.
Talking about it right now.
In your eyes, this should be 2-0.
Yeah, it should
the
be
last time you
technically
played
2-0 right now.
CTF against this very Sentinels roster, you 2-0'd them in a win. So as of right now, if I'm FaZe, I'm still feeling confident. I'm still feeling momentum is on my side. You just closed out a huge game number 2. That game 1 was phenomenal. You have the advantage in game number 3, seeing that the last time you matched up, you already won. If I'm FaZe, I'm feeling good.
Yeah, and a massive difference between games 1 and 2. It was the control of camo, it was the control of the shock rifle that really allowed FaZe to find opportunity, find openings. Already, FaZe Clan are able to get that overshield in their hands, but unfortunately, he's eliminated by the Rockets. But since then, it's been all Spartan Dog. He picks up 3 kills off the opening break.
Got like
Not just that, but the Bulldog shotgun, he looks to be aggressive towards the bar.
Map control in favor of FaZe.
Them bots in town, bro. We gotta
and
force
that Bulldog combined with the thrust is gonna be an absolute nuisance. Well, of course you
Grease
give.
Monkey, bro. You didn't even get to run into him. I'm saying we gotta fucking piss that dude off, bro. He got 23,000 followers, bro. Just shit like that, bro. We gotta piss that nigga off, bro.
Back to his base, takes Spartan down. A couple of members from FaZe go down, and that's going to be this flag being returned. That flag run not going to be a successful one for FaZe, so it looked like a promising opportunity. It was squandered by FaZe, and this is one of the big questions coming into game 3 for me, as Bizarre CTF is one of these games where if you're not absolutely coordinated and you don't play it perfect to a T, it is very difficult to get these captures all the way back to your base and punched in. Is that something FaZe are going to struggle with? We'll find out, but something they're not struggling with so far, Tony, is the Slays absolutely dominating the map control story for the first couple of minutes of this game 3.
This is going to be a game one, man.
Clutching out to stop that flag from going forward. The return was well, but FaZe are still controlling the
Honestly,
pace
I would
of the game, and that's
like
what
with the
matters.
teams that are left.
Based on the
2 teams that I would want to win would either be Native Red, which is the former Kansas City Pioneers team, or FaZe. I would want them to win this tournament.
Getting isolated as well. 2 down goes Central. Excuse me. Make it 3. FaZe are now pushing in. Meanwhile, Snakebite and me have the same amount of kills on the map.
Yeah, I would. That's it.
He gets the kill. 3 go down for FaZe, and the last player alive. He's not in a good position. He's actually taken down. It's a clean wipe. So once again, another failed FaZe push here as they try to approach the Sentinels base, and it's good defense from Sentinels so far, but how long can that defense stand true? Can Sentinels get on the offensive side of the map?
Jerry, I'm sure you can. Just keep practicing, keep doing what you love to do, and it will come to you. I promise, Jerry.
Is it going to be Sentinels' defense, or is it going to be an overextension on the side of FaZe that will cost them?
Because if FaZe goes up against Optic, I would like to see FaZe win that.
Especially when it's still tied up at 0 apiece, and now that Frosty having the only power weapon on the map at the moment, and the most important one at that, they should be able to free up this BR side and start to get aggressive here. Roll 2 already holding height. Frosty waiting.
Nobody's even there.
Roll 2 off his screen gets himself a kill. FaZe are starting to stagger a bit, and now Sentinels are starting to push up. The first rocket fire, the second one is a bit of a whiff here, but they're still getting aggressive. They're still pushing up. FaZe are trapped right now.
I want to talk about how well King Nick just played his life. Although he gets taken down eventually, doesn't get a kill. The fact that he was as difficult of a kill as he could, bought some time. But in the meantime, the rest of Sentinels, they have done the unthinkable. They have gotten the slays they need. They got the flag on the move as well. All 4 members of FaZe Clan are now coming off spawn, and it's a shotgun run. Not something we often see as Overshield is coming up. FaZe are going to be able to play for this Overshield. But will it be too late? That flag already through the trenches. This Overshield player in Falcated is coming through the double doors. Roll 2 gives all the information, but the slays are going to be what's important here. All 3 members of Sentinels go down. It's up to Snakebite. He can't make a play, not in a position.
I'll take it, I guess.
A counter cap opportunity for FaZe.
And it just tells you how tough this map is, how punishing it is. We've seen 2 great pulls on both sides, and both of them end in a return right over towards the mid-map. And now 3 down goes Sentinels. FaZe will have yet another chance That flag is already on the move a bit. Lethal doing a great job of concealing his presence right to the right time. Shots going down to Sparty. Finds himself a kill. Renegade relays that flag forward. Renegade ends up going down. Sentinels find the slays they were looking for. And we see yet another return here on Bazaar.
Hell of a play by Lethal there to make sure that flag does not get advanced. He baits Spartan into the perfect position in that tree, able to stop that flag run as well. So this game is tied up still 0-0, nothing giving on the defensive side right now. It's been Sentinels who's probably had the closest opportunity to cap, but that overshield, it was worth so much on the side of FaZe. It's another opportunity now.
This might be capped.
Down for FaZe.
No, this might be a cap here.
You can see that this is
because they don't got OS
to actively have.
Oh,
it's
and
not
look at that.
Typically the most traditional flag run we see on Bazaar, but maybe Sentinels are having success here in scrims as far as the shotgun runs are fact. And if they can prove that to be true, they're getting the slays. Nobody on the side of FaZe is going to be there to stop this one this time around. Snake, it's going to punch his team in the lead here 1-0.
1-0 lead in favor of Sentinels. We talk about the 3 phases on Bazaar. It's getting your slays. That translates to map control. It's pulling the flag, but it's also getting that second round of slays on the overextenders, and Sentinels played it masterfully. So far with the lead, 6 minutes and 7 seconds on the clock, so theoretically there's enough time for FaZe to make something happen, and we've seen how well they've been able to get map control, but now they need to convert it. Rockets and Overshield are up. This is the most important part of the game. They already have the Rockets. Renegade snatches up that Overshield. He has a Bulldog, so all of the power weapons and the resources in the hands of FaZe, there is no excuse to not pull this flag.
They're getting put to use to try and break in, but if they're not able to finish these last couple of kills, they're not going to be able to get a nice flag run. They're going to have to reslay, and unfortunately, all of that power they were able to achieve, it's pretty much removed. The Overshield, it's squandered. The Rockets, they don't create the power curve you would think that FaZe needed to get into the base. Sentinels' defense continues to stand strong, and Tony, as you step back, you look at the slays, what was once a heavily dominated story by FaZe earlier in this game, all of a sudden, Sentinels have the lead in not only the flag caps, but the slay story as well. And you can feel the momentum of this game 3 shifting.
And it's logical because that man, World 2, 14 and 10, 4 assists to go along with it. I've heard you refer to him as the best point and click player in the game. No matter what game it is, Halo, Call of Duty, shoot, give him a little bit of CSGO. It don't matter. The man simply hits shots, but forward down goes Sentinels. FaZe able to grapple into that flag, cutting off that timing just a bit. The flag moving forward, even going to slingshot over towards the shotgun side, but the overextenders are still coming in, and he ends up going down. That flag sitting towards the mid map.
That flag gets taken down, but Renegade's going to be able to advance it now, and with 2 members down, Renegade knows he's got to get a kill before he's able to get it much further. Ends up getting the kill onto Lethal. Not only that, but they get the close ones in the trenches this phase, so this flag is going to be very likely to go in. I don't believe anyone on the side of Sentinels is there to try and stop it. At roll 2 is in the base. He does help Frosty achieve that kill, but there's so much more work to do if they want to stop this one, and it is going to be FaZe in there to punch this one in. It wasn't easy. It wasn't the prettiest. They had to slay several times, but
that
tied this one up.
shoddy kill by Renegade was huge. Nice.
The gameplay so far.
Oh shit! Nice try, Nick.
One for both sides here. Maybe this overshield might be exactly what they needed to cap another one. FaZe do find himself 3 downs. Up to Sentinels to identify those spawners and punish them once again here. Frosty with the overshield. He has to be that forward player. He has to be the one to initiate the fight. Roll 2 and Lethal starting to come in. FaZe are huddled up over towards the base. This is their final stance. When you're backed up against a corner, it's only one direction, and that's forward, and that's what FaZe are looking to do.
Oh shit.
FaZe.
Oh shit.
Forced to play defense here. They go 3 down. Renegade.
I like how Renegade just chilled.
Look at his position just narrowly. Gonna be able to scavenge for the Bulldog to thrust a couple of brute grenades. That's a massive kit to be able to play around here. How does he opt to try and stop this one? He gets
no way. What a fucking stick, bro. Oh my god, what a clutch play by Renegade. Holy smokes, chat. What a beautiful, beautiful play. Now Snakebite trying to do the same thing. He has to kill him. Oh, and they got rock.
That they're gonna punch this one in.
Oh wow, wasted that rocket. He had one more rocket.
Snakebite, he gets the first, but so much more work to do.
And that's why we call Renegade the main slayer, the ultimate hunter, the cerebral assassin. He's able to pick apart your defenses seemingly single-handedly, but his ability to anticipate what you're going to do is amazing. Shot the movement, his ultimate aggressive play style. The reason why that flag cap went in is because of that man on screen. 19 and 9, 7 assists to go along with it. Renegade is the real deal.
Renegade is absolutely the real deal. An MVP in former days on Cloud9, bringing that Slayer power back to this FaZe roster. Everything they needed to be contenders with the Kansas City champions here. 2-1, 2 minutes left, and FaZe, you wonder when that defensive mindset starts to shift in, because on a map like Bazaar, these bases, they become fortresses, and when you start to hold it down, there's not a lot that Sentinels are going to be able to do.
We're also looking to take height. Big kill out of him, but Sentinels once again find himself 3 down. Falcated now, gonna work a little bait and switch action. Smarty goes right into the action, despite being one shot, finds himself the kills they were looking for. Renegade able to pick apart the enemy defenses, but from afar, we still have that 2-1 lead. 1 minute and 19 seconds on the clock. At this point, FaZe, if they really wanted to, they can play the shot clock.
Absolutely, they're going to plan on playing the shot clock. No need to overextend, and
this could have been over already. 3-0
for Sentinels to have limited time on the clock, to be able to be forced to feel a little bit more pressure, to be aggressive. A little bit of an overextension there, and 3 go down for FaZe. It's actually Renegade that's the last player alive. He's bottom shotgun with the shotgun. We saw how much work he was able to do last time around.
Yo, what's up, Hezzy? How are you, brother?
Maybe not.
I'm so tired, Tex. I didn't go to bed until like 3 in the morning and woke up at fucking
Spartan picks up
9.
a massive kill to make this flag run a little bit weaker, but I mean, this is going to be such a difficult position for FaZe to try and stop, and
this might go in overtime
a little bit too much. They may have given up too many lives at the same time, and if they don't win this round of Slay, Sentinels will be able to tie this up, but they're here to compete.
Frosty, beautiful.
That flag makes it towards the door. So far, it doesn't make it further, but the relay does end up coming in. Falcated trying to put a final line of defense. He's not able to do it. He ends up going down. Gets the flag over toward the base, but
oh, he was still able to get it, though. I was going to say, holy smokes. Damn, what a game.
We're going to overtime.
We're going to overtime. 0-0. Get your
Dude, I'm starving.
Popcorn ready. The show, it's just getting started. FaZe doing such a good job there.
Oh, I'm tired too, man.
To weather the momentum, to figure out ways to find success, to not only tie the game up, but to take the lead. Massive mistakes were made at that point with a minute left, though, that gave lives. But this opening break, it favored FaZe last time. This is where they can find a little bit of success. And we've seen what they can do with that little bit of success. Renegade and Spartan picking up kills.
Hezzy, how was work, bro?
Falcated picks up the overshield. That's a big power-up exchange, but in the meantime, it does appear Frosty's made his way away with the Rockets.
When it comes to overtime, we already know how important these opening strats can be. One good round of slays and you can punish your opponents. We do see one end up going down, not able to take down the second one. Falcated follows through, but only 2 members of FaZe are pushed up, and Falcated is getting isolated, trades out his life there just to defend his BR. Renegade trying to come in late with the Bulldog, trying to delay the defenses of Sentinels, allow time for his teammates to come up.
I like this by Renegade. Doesn't overextend with the shotgun. Has the thrust still to play with, but knows that.
Ooh, I didn't know you can do
They're gonna
that.
be hyper focused on where he just was able to have the success, and right now Sentinel's on the ropes. Need to find a way to get some slays, but it's so difficult with the amount of power that Renegade brings, thrust and bulldogging his way through the enemy base before he's taken down. The shotgun run is once again the
This is crazy, chat. What a match this is.
with a double kill. Stops the cap. He's got a lot of pressure to deal with. Still, the brew grenades knock him to no shield. King Nick gets a touch. King Nick's no shield. King Nick
2 down right now, chat. Oh, what a stop. Good stop by Royal. Oh, they're gonna.
Resources here for
Oh, can he get a touch?
run, but FaZe are not giving this one up yet.
They're able to put 2 down, puts 1 to 1 shot. Royal 2 comes in to pick up the pieces. They're still wheeling this flag forward, though.
Yeah.
Renegade actually makes it not only out of the shotgun alley,
Oh
but
my
now over
gosh.
towards his own base. I don't see
There's
any
nobody
overextended
there.
position yet.
There's no one there.
This flag is going in, and it looks like FaZe
my
are gonna
gosh.
go up 2-1 here in the series.
What
happened?
Flag run by all of FaZe, whether it was King Nick keeping it alive, King Nick winning the pivotal battle on the lethal.
Yeah, I like it, Jay.
Just a little bit farther that allowed Spartan to get there, and the rest of FaZe continued to just manifest something out of
I gotta grab my monster. I forgot I had that. That was insane.
Across that shotgun, but I mean, Tony, in all honesty, you got to talk about the meta starting to shift on Bazaar. Just about every flag run run towards that shotgun. I think only one of them was successful through the double doors. A completely different meta than we were seeing at Kansas City throughout this year. And when FaZe, I asked the question, are they going to be able to have that level of success? What it takes to get flag caps on a map like Bazaar CTF, they just change the meta on us, right? They just say, you know what, we're not going to do it the traditional way. We're going to be scrappy. We're going to run it through shotgun. We're going to figure out ways to use these group grenades that are way overpowered in order to have a little bit more success. A little bit of free damage goes a long way. They get the slays they need along the flag runs, and now all of a sudden FaZe have the lead 2-1 in this best of 5.
That was crazy,
some
dude.
Impressive stats, and you're right.
Beautiful.
I mean, FaZe said, forget the palm tree side of the map. We're going to control your BR. We're going to stay alive, and you are going to have to do everything you can just to get us out of your BR. You have to expend so many resources just to get us off of your side of the map. You have no time for offense. That's exactly what FaZe were able to do and did it damn near to perfection. I got to give a shout out to my man Nick, and not just that we both from Jersey, but when that flag was going in, Lethal had a nasty double kill to clear out that courtyard side, the same flag that FaZe were running at the final end. Nick had to slide in and win that individual gunfight against Lethal, and it's tough to do. That's a piv. Palm sweaty, knees weak, mom spaghetti. My man came though, was able to not only get the kill, relay that flag just a little bit forward enough for Renegade to pull that across the shotgun side. Eventually that flag goes home. Sentinels have no overextenders in there. They had to stop that flag in the base. They weren't able to do it, and now FaZe are up 2-1, one game away from making it to the top 3, to making it to the winners bracket finals.
Well, I know game 4 is starting, but let's break it down just a second.
Man, chat, sorry. I'm so tired.
That was free damage.
I needed to get this freaking
You're seeing a lot
this monster in me.
From what was once hyper focused around what we thought was the strongest grenades on the map.
Yo, what's up, DJ?
And they're still strong.
Dude, this last game was insane, chat. Insane.
They do so much damage.
Love to see it, man.
On a map like Bazaar,
man, FaZe is looking good. Centennials are looking really good, but FaZe are looking really, really great right now. Just I wouldn't say great, but yeah, they're playing really great actually. I gotta show them love, man. Love to see it, bro.
Gone into FaZe's favor, and with those kills, you have to think the early time is going to benefit.
I'm good, bro. I'm tired, DJ. I'm really tired, man. I went to bed like 3:30 last night and woke up at like 8. I mean, I have 5 hours of sleep, but still. No, I woke up at like 9, I think. I was just tired, man. So I got me a monster, and we're watching this 25K Halo tournament. These are our Halo pros, bro. It's just so crazy to watch this stuff, bro, because like from somebody that's been playing the game, and you guys can kind of see it too from the names and stuff, but like watching the way they move together as a team, how they trade, how they when a full squad is bunkered down and the other team has to come in and break down that wall, like right there. See, look how they're coming in, get one slay. Can't even see him. Excuse me. It's a beautiful thing to watch. Beautiful thing to watch, chat. Excuse me, guys. Sorry, I didn't mean to burp in you guys' face. Right here.
Pretty much been able to slay with Sentinels throughout this oddball time. It's the rotation from Frosty right now that has really been a game of chess that FaZe don't have the answer for yet.
Wes, I hear Poppy in your background. He's barking.
She's getting loud.
She's ready for Sparty. I mean, I'm gonna assume that she's rooting for Spartan the dog. I would have to assume, and Sparty's on screen. That's a good player to root for. Going right after Lethal. Sentinels now find himself 3 down, and now the same way.
This might be a break. Ooh, good trade.
1-0 lead on the backs of this PD side setup. FaZe.
How are you, DJ? How you doing, brother?
The Bulldog barks. Poppy barks.
Chat, if you guys are new and you're just tuning in, I appreciate you guys stopping by to watch. This is like one of my first times doing this, and I'm thinking I will do this more often on YouTube when it comes out, like just to do this stuff. But if you guys are new and you have not yet, please comment, make a comment, let me know who's here. Introduce yourself. My name's Envision. I play Warzone and Halo. I'm not the best at Halo, but I love it. So this is beautiful rocket. But yeah, drop a comment, maybe consider dropping a like or a follow or a subscribe. I'm sorry.
You would think, but Renegade fries with the heat wave. Back and forth these kills go, but I mean, Tony, step back. Look at his stats. Frosty, the main slayer, the best player probably in the game, can do it all. He's got 64 seconds of time, and that's every bit of a difference in the scoreline right now.
Sentinels with their objective efficiency is not just about getting the kills, it's knowing what to do with it. The Sentinels are outclassing FaZe when it comes to the objective department. Sparty tries to take an off angle, tries to get the flank off, ends up going down, but FaZe able to capitalize on the damage that he creates. We see a 4 down for Sentinels. Frosty trying to make his presence known off his spawn, but ends up going down as well. So FaZe once again having a setup, and it's scrappy, but FaZe can find himself right back into it with another round of slays.
Right now, it's Snakebite versus Falcated in the game of the slays, and Falcated, although he has the advantage, it's the ball time that really matters here, and something that's really impressed me so far in the few series we've been able to see showcase this weekend is Sentinel's efficiency, something that they've been knocked through throughout their careers. Have they turned that story around, and if they do, what kind of a leg does that give them up?
Dang, they're slaying right now.
Oddball has been a crux for this team.
Yeah, seems to be.
In the past, it seems like it's a needed strength to push this series to a game 5. And speaking of strengths, Frosty's.
But the crazy thing is like they could have easily been up 3-0 like already.
Rockets in hands of Frosty.
Wow.
Still putting time on the board.
Great front row.
Get over to his teammate. Just 3 seconds left. Frosty diving in for that ball. So are the nades as well. 2-1 Sentinels taking that round number 1, and I'm questioning because when Sentinels had that setup, they put a monstrous and inconceivable amount of time on the board, and FaZe were able to get that same setup, you know, at least 2, almost 3 times, and we still see a huge difference in the score line.
Yeah, but not a huge difference in the slays is the big thing. Taking a look, quick math tells me it's just about even. I think Sentinels maybe have 1 or 2 kills more than FaZe in round 1, but the ball time's so heavily in their favor. That just tells you how efficient and how well they were playing that first round, and they don't need to heavily outslay you in order to beat you, but someone that is going to heavily outslay is Frosty. Finds a double with 1 rocket, gets an assist with the second, and it's allowed Snakebite to get away with this ball. Lethal staggering the respawners of FaZe is massive right there. They do get close spawns over in red. This is going to be a pretty strong push from a few members over by FaZe, but if they go down, Sentinels are once again jumping up to a massive lead.
Falcated chucking nade after nade, frags into spikes into the kitchen sink, throwing everything at that purple street. We're seeing FaZe start to capitalize those. Couple slays going in favor of them, but Nick ends up getting backsmacked, and just like that, Sentinels might be able to regain FaZe. Trying to get into that A-side setup. They're cut off almost immediately by Lethal, but he bit off a little bit more than he can chew, and Sparty's bite is a lot louder than the bark.
Great positioning by Sparty there. He's behind the wall. His teammate getting shot. He was able to re-peek, and they didn't expect him to be in that ball respawn area, and because of it, he was able to allow FaZe a free rotation over to tower. But since then, 2 members go down on each side. The battle for back tower, it's owned by Lethal right now, but there's a lot of pressure from PD onto Lethal. He's got help in Royal 2, and what better weapon to see in Royal 2's hands than the Stalker, but he gets deleted. The teamwork from FaZe removes that storyline, and with that being the case, FaZe are able to rack up some ball time. It's unfortunate, foe. FaZe are going to have to try and compete for rockets, and when that ball is in PD, you're a man down.
Sparty curve sliding right into the rockets, not able to do anything with it. Royal 2 gets the kill and steals it away from him, and now Royal 2, he ain't playing defense. The man switched quickly into offense, just waiting for the right opportunity. Spartan pushing over towards the arcade side, has a player behind him, quickly turns. Beautiful 180. The nade's gonna finish him off. There's still one rocket.
Sorry, chat was ordering some food.
And ends up in the hands of Lethal, who trades out his life with it. A 24
Let's
to an
go,
11
baby.
in favor of FaZe right now, but both of these teams fighting desperately for that map control here on Streets.
Similar to round one, we're seeing a very similar story go in FaZe's favor this time around. Kills being traded, but the ball being possessed by FaZe this time around is going to benefit them right now. It's a 30-11 score line, but Sentinels need to find a way to get forward down. They have 3. Renegade's going to be the last player alive. He's nowhere near the oddball necessarily, but it is neutralized in the bottom stairs, so they have to flush out Renegade before they're able to secure that oddball and maybe move that to a safer position.
Great shots, man.
Where FaZe are going to end up. And I love this by Sentinels. They have them trapped, but they're being aggressive. Lethal trying to press the spawns, trying to make sure that they continuously keep one player down.
It's just crazy how the time works because Frosty just walked right behind. Oh, he died. I was like, they didn't even look at Frosty.
Is able to pick up the ball, rotate it to PD, and with spawns favoring FaZe
nice
again,
shot.
even though Sentinels are able to just about slay
Here it comes.
with FaZe, that ball being possessed is the only thing that matters throughout this period.
Wow.
Renegade doing a great job of buying enough time with his life, staying alive for as long
Does Sparty have the shoddy?
Sentinels eventually get that ball, but eventually get broken based on the timing that we saw. Now we're seeing Sentinels coming off his spawn, getting their chance to go in for a
Dude.
challenge from Lethal onto Nick, puts him down to one shot, can't quite find the angle he was looking for. Meanwhile, off the screen, Falcon finding a melee and another and another
no! Wow, that was smooth.
Immediately and FaZe.
Wow, I need to practice that.
On the flank, he's gonna have thrust and a rocket to play around.
I need to practice that, chat. Wow,
Falcated able to give to the team.
that was beautiful. That was beautiful, chat.
Start to drop. Falcated takes the middle route. It gets sniffed out, and Sentinels do.
Well, what your baby daughter like watching? So I have 2 daughters, and my youngest likes to watch like Charlie Colorful City. She likes to watch Rainbow Ruby. She likes to watch stuff like that, and then my oldest daughter, Kylie, she likes to watch all that stuff too, but she likes to watch, I don't know if you ever heard of A for Adley. It's on YouTube. She likes to watch that. She likes to watch Ryan on YouTube. She likes to watch certain movies. She likes to watch a lot of stuff. Jerry, what about you? What's your favorite thing to watch, Jerry?
No comment.
World 2.
Crazy how they have this much success with absolutely no communication, but obviously something going wrong there. But back to the action we go, and I mean, Tony, we want to touch on it. I said FaZe needed to break that setup, but they want to move around. They've struggled to break that setup. It looks like it's finally done, but we take a look at the score. It's just a 10-point game at this point.
Side holding on to this setup here. They're looking to take round number 1. They
Wrong pipe.
want to see a game number 5 with rockets coming up. Sparty is well positioned to defend it here with the shotgun. In fact, maybe steal it away right into World 2. You're not the only one that can bar guard 2.
Nice.
I promise you, Sparty can as well. So can the shotgun. Rockets now find the hands of FaZe. And
wow.
knows what to do with
Game round number 3.
Game Sentinels having to make the longest rotation across the map
It's over.
to get the ball out of the hands of Falcated, and I don't think it's gonna happen. We're going to a round 3.
Phenomenally done by FaZe
GG's.
to weather the storm. Even though Sentinels did everything to come back, it was a
Everything animation.
at one point.
Like when you say animation, you like anime or you just like anything like that?
Ticket to this round 3, and FaZe are looking to knock Sentinels into the elimination bracket with a round 3 win here.
Right now it's the battle between the 2 Slayers, Falcated and Frosty. You got Falcated 21 kills, 6 assists to go along with it. Frosty currently 20 and 8. And of course, the Sentinels, they're able to get that ball quickly onto the A side. That objective efficiency is coming through once again, but Renegade is coming in as well. That's going to be a double kill, almost able to get the triple as he puts damage onto 3 different players. Sentinels find himself 3 down of a momentary 1v1.
The one-on-one King Nick versus Snakebite. King Nick gets the better of him. Roll 2. Can't quite get in a position off respawn to try and compete for it. Things are chaotic right now for Sentinels. They need to clutch up. I want to hop into a listening with Sentinels and see if they have what it takes to get us to a game 5.
Good shit. Nice. Renegade's up.
Okay. Ball's moving. Yeah. Can you go right, Brad?
Yeah, I'm waiting for the
Yeah, bottom tower. All right, no getting there.
Ball's moving right.
Ball's moving right.
T1. I'll come with you guys. Two shotty. He's on cuts. Yeah. T1 and then Heaven shooting me. One in back, guys. Going one it.
Man, this is like one of my favorite things to watch is like high level FPS like tournaments. Like even Warzone tournaments are amazing to watch, right? Even the Call of Duty League. But it's just these guys are so good. It's not even funny. And one of my favorite things about Halo is just I think it takes a little more teamwork. At times, and even though it's like considered a multiplayer style game, it just doesn't feel like it, right? Like I just feel like lives are so like, and everyone knows this. If you guys watch Halo, you guys can all agree. Lives are so important, and that was like the hardest thing for me to like learn. Well, here, let's just watch these guys. Let's listen to what these guys are talking.
I'm going for rockets in mid-map. Half of laundry going for rockets.
Yeah, they're gonna get rockets. Someone get in C.
He's laundry jumping.
And then Nate killed me.
Oh my god.
Tired. He's gonna be left. P1 weak.
That's nice.
Yo, Ball's in a really good spot for us.
FaZe is looking really good though.
Really weak shot, you guys.
A 40-1 run going in favor of
Yeah, but what I was saying is like is like how important lives matter in this, and that was like something I had to learn from
Sentinels once again having that
what's it called?
Talk to me a little bit about
Who? Oh yeah. I mean, this is looking good for Sentinels. But
just consistent.
But yeah, I just like it's something I had to learn from coming from Call of Duty to Halo. Is like how important lives are, stuff like that. When you watch any sport you like, yeah, what's up, Scorpio? When you like any sport you like at high level, it's all, dude. It really is though. It's just like chess. Like you're like anything high level like that, you're playing chess.
Sentinels once again. I know I heard. I want to say it was Royal 2 that was calling it out exactly when that. I'm sorry, she was Snakebite. Exactly when that thruster was coming up. You got to give yourself every advantage. The resources are there, and you got to use it. Otherwise, they'll be used against you. Frosty though ends up going down. Sparty finds himself 2 critical kills here right as the rockets are coming up. We have Snakebite and Lethal trying to break out of the PD side. Renegade sitting towards
I appreciate everybody hanging out with me though. Turn me up. You guys are amazing. Oh, nice.
3 go down for Sentinels.
Bro, Scorpio, Sentinels are looking really good.
This round 3, 70-7 now is the score. You got rockets to play around if you're King Nick. You want to make these rockets.
And yeah, that's like, come on, man, what are you doing?
A blunder of a rocket. What we're seeing, King Nick,
there we go.
Can he get the kill on the Frosty to create the opening? The
I'm in trade.
shotgun does good damage as well.
But FaZe, man, FaZe is looking really good. I don't know if you've been watching, if you watched game 1, Scorpio, but it was 140. It was 141 FaZe in Strongholds, and Sentinels had Sentinels had like 241. FaZe starts slaying out. Oh, he missed it. He missed his shots.
Sparty in that fight. Unfortunately, Sparty couldn't figure out the way to take down Frosty, and it's not an easy solution, no matter how much shield the kid has at times. But
this is such a great series, man. And then, but yeah, anyways, and then FaZe comes back, and they start holding it down, triple cap and slaying it out, and they make it 100 unanswered points. It was 243 to 241, and then Centennials get the hill caps. Sparty comes up, gets a nasty triple kill, and needs like an inch to go, and it runs out of time, bro. And they run out of time. And they need a half a second just to get in the hill, and FaZe would have won. And then now FaZe is leading 2-1. So technically, if they would have won that, could have been 3-0. And I enjoy seeing how FaZe is looking lately. FaZe is looking pretty damn good.
And it looks like that Rockets was stolen. It's going to be Royal 2 getting it. And that might spell sayonara for FaZe. They go 3 down. The ball finds the hand. The lethal Renegade snipes them all the way from the subway side. So
back, Scorpio. I'm going to read that comment here in a sec.
And they're not going to risk it, right? They're fine with that ball sitting exactly where it is. It is not in a good position for FaZe to try and compete for. FaZe have got to be the team that makes the move here, and Sentinels know that. They play passively. They set up. Are FaZe able to break this setup is the big question. Renegade gets behind enemy lines, has the thrust bottom tower, gets a nice kill, but you need more than one apparently because he gets taken down. 3 go down for FaZe. The ball gets touched, so it's not respawning anytime soon. And it's down in a more vulnerable position now. Front tower. Sentinels know that they can play time as well as in this game with points. So now the win condition starting to make FaZe.
Guys, if you are watching and you have not yet, please don't forget to hit that like button. It helps the channel. It's a free way for us to grow. And if you are new and you have not become a subscriber, I would greatly appreciate it if you did. We're at 417 subscribers. We're trying to get to we got to get to 500 so we can have the community page. Oh, it's over. It's over.
And it looks like he grabs the ball, but it's not in the right time. Just like in game number 1, the overkill can't quite find.
More than likely, they're gonna win it anyways.
Grab a hold of that ball with just a split second left, and it looks like we're going to a game 5.
It looks like we're going to a game 5. And Sentinels got us there with some phenomenal efficiency here in game 4. Absolutely everybody doing their part as well. It's not often that Frosty has the most ball time on the team, but the King steps up. He makes every bit of the difference in the score line to get his team to that game 5. And fans everywhere, they're joyful, right? If there's any way we can kick off today in our winners bracket semifinals match, it's a game 5 between Sentinels and FaZe. And if we take ourselves back to the Slayer, it was a close one. FaZe got the better of Sentinels on recharge, but that shock rifle was such a pivotal weapon used to create some of the difference. And if we learned anything about Sentinels there in game 4, is that if you give them the power weapons, they're going to have that same level of success. So I could not be more excited to get it underway and see who can prioritize the power weapons, power-ups better, and see who's going to pop off and be the difference maker. But I mean, Tony, as we're looking at the Slays, it's not that big of a difference. But if you look at the ball time, it's a massive world apart, especially in rounds 1 and 3.
Truly is, and it's crazy. I've been watching competitive Halo for a long time, and no matter what name they go by, Sentinel, CLG, Optic, no matter what name they go by, there's one thing that remains constant. And that's that these players step up when it matters most. When the big money's on the line, when they need to the most, they dig deep and they hit a level that many teams simply cannot. FaZe, they had control. They had Sentinels in the palm of their hands. They just had to close their grip. And sadly, they weren't able to do it. And now Sentinels sending us into a game 5. And Wes, why don't you tell me how Sentinels do when it goes to game 5s?
When it goes to game 5s, these guys usually come out.
Is the other matches on it now?
I feel like playing alongside these guys every single time we were in a game 5, we came out.
I gotta check.
Time I've watched these guys, it feels like they clutch up when it matters most. That being said, Aquarius Slayer is a very strong game types for some individuals on FaZe. I'm not quite sure how it falls under their belt for this exact roster, but when I think of Aquarius Slayer, I think of players like Renegade, players like Spartan that get that heat wave, pair it with the thrust, and now all of a sudden you have your hands full with some juggernauts on the side of FaZe. So this is a very winnable game if you're FaZe Clan. You need to get off to a hot start, and we've seen how well the hot starts.
Slayer Aquarius, love to see it, baby. He's gonna slay out.
To the victory at the end of the day.
I hate to say it, Wes, but you're right again. The last time these two teams matched up in Aquarius, it was FaZe that were able to come out with the win, and we're talking just about 3 days ago they were able to do it. However, it was CTF, and it wasn't Slayer. So although they're a phenomenal Aquarius team, we
I want to see if there's like other.
Game number 5. In fact, I would go out and say
Check this bracket real quick.
Teams in Halo's history.
The clutchest team in Halo history.
Oh, they're probably next, right?
So FaZe, they got a mountain to climb. And I said it before, and I'll say it again, Wes.
Yeah, we're gonna have a long day of games, baby.
You have to beat Sentinels online. If
You have to beat them. Technically, they could have beat them.
You have to win this.
Technically, they almost did beat them, right?
This is you sending a message, making a statement that you are here and you are the new God Squad.
I mean, they're looking good, bro.
No matter what happens in this
They're
game,
looking
250
good.
to 242, 50 to 48, 3 to 2, 2 to 1. This is
Yo, turn me up.
Game 5, no
Oh shit! I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. I got distracted looking at for to see if like Optic and them were playing. But yeah, it said you said. I just tuned in right now, but Ash said something in Discord about sins, and Halo is a good example of chess in general. Since no kill is guaranteed, you have to checkmate them to get it because of the long TTK. Turn me up. Facts, bro. Facts.
And it wasn't working. They weren't having success.
You already know, coach. You already know, coach. Hashtag coach. In chat.
Renegade's starting to figure
That's
out
the
ways to
that's the
find
Halo
his
coach,
final form.
man.
Everyone's starting to click on all
Fucking
cylinders.
love to see
and
it.
the fact that you can compete, that you can get to a game 5, that's all you need from these guys, because these guys have what it takes to make the difference when you get to that Slayer. It's a Slayer and by all means, Slayers are typically coin tosses of games when you put two juggernauts of teams on the map. It's about individuals making plays, and who's going to step up this time around? That's a big question for this weekend. That's a big question for this moment. To advance to the winners bracket finals would be something FaZe would love to have under their belt as far as momentum is concerned, but only one team gets to advance. And when you're talking about the likes of Sentinels, you touched on it, the clutchest team in the history of Halo.
Oh, the clutch is it?
Absolutely astronomical. It's insane to me how consistent they've been able to clutch up. When they get to this moment, they rise to the occasion.
M-Dub, I hope you're doing good, brother. Appreciate you being here, man.
Last time I bet against Snakebite in Raw 2 in a game 5, not only did they win, but the Snakebite took to Twitter and added me and said, "Sorry to disappoint you." Frosty came into the comments and said, "How dare you bet against the 2-time?" And man, I vowed that day to never bet against Sentinels again, but this time I find myself rooting for FaZe.
Let's go. I'm rooting for FaZe too, baby.
Like that, the camouflage not get grabbed.
Oh, 5-3, 5-3. I think Sparty goes off right now. Sparty has to, man. Sparty has to make a statement, bro.
Now backing down, immediately playing his cover.
Yeah, it's all right, brother. I know how it goes, bro. I mean, online's not like it's.
Sentinels get locked in like they are.
Being online could do a lot to you, man. You know what I mean? Like, it could either do good or do bad for you. You know what I mean? And you got to find that happy medium, brother. So I don't sweat it, baby. I'm glad you're doing good. You know what I just realized the other day, Scorpio, when I was playing? I can't even think of the map.
As FaZe try to weather the storm.
I can't think of the map right now. That's what happens when you're 420.
Right now, kills going against them. Let's hop on board with a listen in with FaZe and figure out how they can try and release some of the pressure Sentinels now have.
But the map with the shock rifle.
I got a trade.
Yeah,
One shot.
Nice, Mike. Mike. Card jump tight. I'm getting it.
Hey, bro, I respect your sacrifice. But the map with the shock rifle, I noticed the team had, yeah, recharge. There we go. Thank you. The enemy had active camo. And, I noticed he was like control 2 going down to control 1 on steps, and I saw the footprints like going up. I was like, what the fuck? I naded right there and then started hitting him. I know that.
We just keep pushing this.
P2. We left you, John.
Car two.
I'm coming down. Car one, Brad. Watch out, car one. Watch out, car one. Watch out, blue car jump. One shot, blue car jump.
Ty has everything.
Top car gets weak.
Did he get stuck? Oh, I thought he got stuck.
Right there. Car two.
17-19 right now.
I'm walking car one.
He's in car two.
Car two on Dino's weak.
Let's go. Is there a guy here, Mike?
I'm blue closet.
I'm just clearing it.
Blue
We're all
flag.
car side. We're all car side.
Blue flag.
Me too, Mike.
Right here. I'm looking. He's there.
Team Ty.
I needed him. I needed him over
You gotta fight.
Car one.
P2, Royal 2. 2 P2 guys.
I got one.
Nice.
I'm one shot though.
Yo, yellow bridge on me. And top yellow weak, guys.
P2 got jumped.
One shot, Nick. Bottom yellow gym.
Nice. Stay car.
20-20.
We don't have a big
Two yellow util. I got a yellow window.
I done with them. They're fucked up. They're taking
Nice. Oh, great kills from Sentinels.
Somewhere, John or Mike. On me, P2.
Ooh.
Royal 2. Mike.
What? Oh, that was nice from both players. I'll give that this party. Great shot, but what a freaking thruster by Royal 2.
Snake in the window.
P2 on me. P2 heat wave.
From blue. We from blue.
Dude, he's pushing pink.
FaZe has done a great job of keeping it close, but Sentinels doing an even better job of holding on to their lead. Snakebite finally get another kill. All the Sentinels surrounding King Nick right now, looking to squeeze him out, looking to make him feel the pressure. Nick ends up going down. Camouflage is coming up. Sentinels
Scorpio
still have
was in like all the other Halos was like strafing the same thing. Was it always like that?
In the early game, what looked to be a Sentinel's opportunity to blow the game wide open. FaZe just such a good job to minimize
26 or 30. Damn, Sentinels are doing good.
Disadvantage at this point in time. Sentinels have regained map control and are able to apply so much pressure right now. FaZe has got to figure out the same recipe to try and stop that pressure from occurring.
31-26 lead. Still in favor of Sentinels. We're starting to approach the end game, and we see another active
killing spree by
Snakebite. Combining that with the heat wave as he looks to push up to the car side. Nick takes a bit of damage. We're starting to see Sentinels close the gap. Too quickly go down. The third one is gonna fall as well. FaZe are starting to stagger. They're knocked down. They may not be knocked out, but they better be careful.
9 kills is a lot on Aquarius Slayer. This is how you close the door on a series.
Because now they're gonna settle for trades too.
They have FaZe trapped in the corner. All on the pink stairs. The heat wave doing damage. 3 go down. Renegade. He's lost his teammates. He's by himself top the base, and now Royal 2's got a command.
Not looking good at all.
You get taken down. You flip the map, and Sentinels have every bit of control they need to end this.
Dude, they're out slaying them bad.
Royal 2 staying alive. Falcon dropping right into the hands of him. It gets an easy kill. Now moving for the double.
Like the way like you would like go back and forth and shit like that.
Renegade able to stay alive with just 8 more kills needed by Sentinels. Lethal forced to back down. All of FaZe now forced to gather up. Forced to play that bait and switch. Every life matters. They would have to play their perfect Halo if they want to find themselves in the winners finals.
They got to get some map control. That's the big issue right now is they don't have any angles, they don't have any space, and Sentinels aren't giving them any angle they try to take. They're getting back down. No one on Sentinels missing shots. Everybody doing their part. They get the first pick again, and this is where Sentinels smell blood in the water. They look to push again. Renegade relieves a little bit of pressure. King Nick rotates around. He finds himself a kill. All of a sudden, 3 go down. It's an overextension on the side of Sentinels that make it a 10-kill game.
My eye drops in
so
the
much
car.
work to do on the side of FaZe.
And Sentinels afforded the opportunity to make a few mistakes, to
start
go
burning.
down a few times, and once they come back with a vengeance.
Press my
Really
beard.
putting
Lightning real
FaZe
quick.
onto the back foot. We have Lethal breaking ankles with the thrust. Just 3 more kills needed. There's 3 more players in front of them. Frosty and Snakebite able to pick apart.
Over.
Frosty putting damage onto 2. The bait and switches are coming in. Sentinels are setting up the shots. They're gonna volley it
Frosty.
in. FaZe end up going down, and that's why they're the world champions. Welcome to the big leagues.
What a way to end it, Frost. Absolutely.
Yeah, that was a nasty right there.
This kid has in his gameplay. It's showcased in the double kill at the end. It was lethal. Frosty pushing into the base. They get every bit of the damage they need to get the kills to end the series. And what a series it was, Tony. As close of a series as we were going to see all tournament long, you have to think. And although
Great performance on the end, man.
at the end, it's because of the map control.
That was beautiful.
Textbook perfect
Beautiful
play from the
slays.
entire team that allowed them to gain that lead. But FaZe, they're going to be kicking themselves for letting that series go after a 2-1 lead.
Also, they almost
they can compete with the world's best.
they almost had this, man. This is a game we're talking about.
And while we're watching these Elgato replays, why don't we bring back in Jolly? And I know you've been watching real close, Jolly. Come on in.
Look at this last triple kill.
That series.
Overkill.
Oh my, how I feel about that series. Well, I could not take my eyes away from the screen for all 5 games, I'll tell you that much. And the series started so dang close, right? We had 250 to 242 for Strongholds. That Slayer game was 48 to 50. In fact, there was a little bit of confusion even. I think this is everything that we
That
wanted.
was so close. Yo, much love, M-Dub. I appreciate you, homie. Thank you for saying that, man. I'm glad everything's doing good, man. The family's doing great. Appreciate you, man. Much love to you, homie.
Spartan gets the overkill, but can't quite get into a stronghold. You have to.
I think Sparty.
FaZe win game 1. The series is completely written in a different light. But what an
Hey, what's going on? Hi, Callie.
Look at the highlights from Bazaar as well. This was the big question mark for me. FaZe was going to push this series. The
Family's home. I'll be RB.
Shine in some moments in this match in order to get the lead in this series. And all of a sudden, when FaZe had the lead, we started asking questions amongst ourselves. Tony, I know you were thinking FaZe was going to take the series, and rightfully so. They looked strong, but they couldn't punch their ticket to the dance in the winners finals.
I know I'm allowed now.
You are.
I know I get hyped, but how can you not be passionate when watching that? Like how can you? I got goosies right now. I'm shaking with excitement. That was intense. That was 2 teams leaving it all on the line. Damn it, that was Halo esports. That's why we're here. That series was everything that I would ever want in watching a tournament matchup, and that's just the semifinals. Like, are you kidding me? Oh my gosh, make some noise.
For real, that was, I mean, such an incredibly close series. And I have to think one of the things that I really appreciate coming out of FaZe Clan in this series in particular is that we were talking about a lot of these individuals, but it wasn't as though one in particular stood out throughout the entire series, right? When we're talking about Renegades, we're talking, we're talking about Renegades. We're talking about Sentinels. We are saying a lot of Frosty, right? Frosty was absolutely popping off. We were talking about Royal, which is classic. We were talking about Snakebite, that's classic. But when it came to talking about FaZe and where their strengths were, it really depended on each map, on each game mode, and which game we were at in the series there. And so it's very commendable that every single player really seemed to pop off in their own individual way. Even Nick, like you were talking about there, Tony, where maybe his KDA seemingly wasn't fantastic, he was still providing everything necessary to the team to actually make those objectives worthwhile.
Nick, he brings just a different vibe to the team, and oftentimes we pay a lot of attention to the stats and on the wins and loss columns, and for a reason, but sometimes we don't dig into the intangibles, the mental, and what a team can bring. I'm talking outside of the game, and I come out of Snipedown's mouth. This team did not gel in game or out. They were not the right fit when they first brought this FaZe team together. But the moment they brought in Nick, we started to see a turnaround in the results. We started to see, instead of getting 10-2'd by Optic and scrims, now the things are getting closer. It's 7-6. You're still losing, but it's a lot closer. We started to see things come together, beating out the likes of Cloud9s in some of these online tournaments. We're starting to see FaZe maybe not look like the God Squad that we thought they were going to be back in June when we started hearing rumors about this, but looking much better than what they've been putting on the table and looking LAN ready, looking championship ready. And they're now in the conversation of winning some of these HS events where, let's be honest, before, I'm not going to mince words, they were looking abysmal. It was a dumpster fire, but they're looking so much better now.
I love it. I love that you're willing to put those words out there, Tony. You're the person that, doesn't care about mincing things. But, let's take a quick look at the bracket as well, because this was just the first series of the day, right? Sentinels and FaZe Clan, that ended up being a full 5-game series. But up next, as excited as I was about this first match here in the semis, Optic Gaming versus Native Red. That one is also going to be a banger clutch.
Yeah, that's absolutely going to be a banger. Native Red being the former KCP roster, they got Manny back on the team, and ever since they kind of have had that group of 4, they are a threat to just about any of these top 4 teams that we say. Every now and then they create one of these upsets. Is this going to be one of those moments for these guys is a big question coming in. Optic Gaming looking strong as ever. You know, they want to continue their success from the Super. They find themselves the favorite, probably going into Orlando after winning that Super. Sentinels obviously have something to say about that waiting in the winners bracket finals, but Optic are expecting to be there every time. I couldn't be more excited for that series, but I do want to step back from the Sentinel series. So a player that we didn't get to talk about a lot, Jolly and Tony, and honestly, a guy that doesn't get any spotlight at all, any recognition up until this point. His spot was actually considered on the line at Kansas City as Weethel. Weethel had a massive performance in that game 5, 15 assists. He goes neg 1, but I mean, those assists allow so much opportunity for Frost to roll to and Snakebite. This guy's picked it up. And at Kansas City, I don't even think he played great. And when you don't play great and you win tournaments, that shows you how good of a player you are. Because when you do play great, the sky's the limit for the Sentinels roster. They're 2-time world champions for a reason. If Lethal can give them what he gave them that series, this team's going to be such a tough out for everyone in this league.
Yeah, I do have to call out chat, right? Chat constantly. Anytime you guys bring up assists, chat's like, oh, they're saying it like assists matter. Well, you know what?
Assists
they do. They do. Assists literally implies teamwork, right? A team effort being the reason that a kill came through. So those really do add up. And I think, like I said, that is one of the things
Sorry,
that,
chat.
For both of these
Gotta
teams,
get take care of the kids and get some
impressive.
food.
And actually, that kind of goes back to one of the main points that you guys, and maybe it was Shyway that brought it up initially, but you guys have both touched on the consistency, right? And I think that's something that we saw a lot for both of these two teams on an impressive platform here for not a LAN experience, right? It is online. We know that Sentinels tends to struggle a bit more or perform a lot better, at least in the LAN environment. But I do think the consistency was there for both of these teams today, Tony.
It was, and it's even doubled down on you and Wes's points. First of all, if you don't think assists matter, I'm questioning your thought process going into any esports. I will go as far to say is that I think assists and kills are on the same level, because as long as that player goes down, that's numbers advantage.
That's crazy, man.
First person shooter, what do you do when you have advantage? You push aggressive. So I don't care if I get the kill or my teammate does, as long as we get that 2 down, that's what matters. So I saw him win a few gunfights. Nick found out the hard way a couple of times.
Yeah, well, hopefully Lethal is feeling a little bit more secure in his position, but you guys get to take a nice little break. And speaking of breaks, we're going to hop to a break, but when we come back...
So FaZe versus G1, huh?
We are going to be preparing for that Native Red versus Optic game. So don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Countries. Rad wouldn't be possible without the gaming community. Every dollar donated throughout the Grunt Classic will be used to cover therapy for people in
Wait, what the fuck?
Thank you, eUnited.
Just real quick. Man. Crazy, man. What great games, man. Great games today. Next one I think they're playing will be Optic Gaming versus Native Red, which I'm excited to see this one. Because this is the old KCP team. They look scary. Like let's see if we can take a look at their run in the bracket so far. Okay. Is that that's Natus, right? Yeah. Oh, that's Navi. Navi. Yep. Okay, so native red 3-0 is Navi. Okay. Then they go on. And 3-2 G1. Sending G1 to the losers bracket. And that was no, the 3-2'd. Yeah, 3-2'd G1. And then now they're up against Optic Gaming. And then see what G1's loser run goes. Ooh, 3-0 eUnited. And then Fnatic lost the native gaming. That sucks. I feel like Fnatic could beat those guys. Interesting. Interesting, guys. G1's a good team, man. G1's a real good team. SSG got freaking demolished in this tournament, man. They go on. You get 3-1 by a FaZe clan. And then go in a lower bracket and get 3-1 by a native gaming. Interesting.
I wasn't happy with anyone, you know, at the very end. I felt like everybody could score, including myself too, right? But yeah, this guy's a dumbass. There's so many pros that aren't streaming this. There's actually like very few streams and live streams of players. None of the top teams, none of like the top 6 teams, top 6 teams have like anyone streaming it.
I wonder why.
So Optic versus Native Red will be what's up next.
3, 2, 1.
And we are back with more of
Yeah, I want to hear what his.
and as you can see, I have 2 new handsome faces. We are back with plenty of handsome guys today.
Let's see who he chooses if he answers my question.
Yeah, fees are crazy, Toucan, for sure.
We got Active and Shyway joining me here. Active, how did you feel about the last series, and how are you feeling about what's coming up?
Oh my word, the last series was incredible. What an incredible best of 5 series. I really thought FaZe was going to pull it out, but the minute they didn't win that game number 4, I had said to Shyway in the green room that Sentinels was going to take this. They're just an incredibly strong
But
game
to be fair, I'm not even going to
team.
reply to this kid.
So obviously, they kind of showed that
I'm
in that
done
game
with
5, but FaZe looking a lot stronger than in previous months, and it's just great.
I messaged him my sarcasm, and now he'll never get a response ever again.
Quite a bit behind the scenes. Anything you want to share with us?
I think we knew it was going to be a good series when we saw the FaZe come back in
Active's
Strongholds,
eyes,
and the game ending on last second
he
with
will,
an overkill
he
from
will
Spartan.
cut
Like,
through
you
your
already knew what
soul
you were
with his
in for
eyes.
from game one, and it did not disappoint. I think we saw some of the closest matches we've seen all weekend.
You didn't see it.
I hope we see more of FaZe.
I want to see who he has in this matchup.
Maybe they can come back, give us a little this tournament.
No, and people have been a
Sure
little
will.
about that, right? All the Optic
Give the
fans come
fans
in
what
the
they
chat
want.
saying, where is Optic? Where's our green wall? And we do get to see it in the next series. And so we're going to take a quick look at these rosters as well, because coming up, we've got two incredible teams. It's not just Optic that's coming up, of course. We've got Native Red. So we'll start with you, Clutch players, to watch. Who are you keeping an eye on here to pop off?
Active. So for me, I really do
like,
think
which one of us is Clutch?
I really do think that Native Red is a great squad, and to see them kind of get Manny back, maybe it ignites that honeymoon stage once again for them. They're the second longest running roster in Halo, so like to see them kind of continue on with the same four has been great. I just kind of felt like they kind of reached their peak and weren't able to really extend past that. That being said, Optic in scrims won just with Nick on the squad, because Nick was replacing Manny at the time. Optic won 10-0. So I do think with this new roster with Manny back on the squad, I think they're going to be a little bit more comfortable due to Manny's objective efficiency. But we'll see how that plays out.
The new old roster.
The new old roster, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, how do you feel then about this one moving forward, Shyway? This is going to be another great series. I don't know if it's going to be as good as the last one, though.
It could be, but yeah, just it's hard because Optic are so damn dominant online. They seem like far and away the best online team, and I think we'll find that out by the end of this weekend. Whether or not other teams can hang with this matchup. It's tough. Of course, Native previously KCP. They were in a great spot for a while. I want to say, holding on to top 6 majority of this HCS kind of life cycle. They got, maybe tired of staying there, not improving. The roster switched. They didn't quite find the chemistry. They brought back Manny, and some are saying, maybe they got a brand new honeymoon phase, right? Kind of that it's like a relationship when you realize I didn't know how much I loved you till I lost you, right? So with Manny back on the team, they beat G1 in this tournament, which is pretty interesting. G1 has, recently, I want to say, stolen the spotlight the KC, or Native, I guess, has been in. Up until this point, Native trying to earn back that kind of dark horse position. So maybe, having Manny back on the team, having that chemistry back in play can create, a new opportunity for them that wasn't there, a new honeymoon.
All right, well, let's talk about Native. That's enough about Optic. You guys are going to talk about Optic plenty when the games are actually going, right? So we'll go back to you, Active/Clutch. How are you feeling now, I guess, about the competition? You were talking about Manny stepping in.
Yeah, so the last time that this team played against Optic, the scrim results were 8-3. It was a while ago, but like I said, Manny plays that objective efficiency role, and it kind of frees things up. It's mostly him and Soul Snipe that play that objective really, really well. So I think with Nick on the squad, that objective wasn't really being played as efficient as it could be. So now that, again, Manny is back on this squad, I think that they're going to look really solid. Can they beat the likes of Optic, who have gone 12-1 in scrims? It's going to be tough. Honestly, Optic look like the favorites to win Orlando and essentially the favorites to win this tournament as well, based off of the predictions of the casters.
That is very true. Several of us had Optic as our number 1 pick here, and it's not really a surprise, right? You do have the option, of course. I think it's timing out the poll, so you guys can throw your predictions into the chat, of course, and maybe pick up some swag as well while you're at it, because we got these nice new shirts going through. But I do want to get your guys' predictions as well before. Yeah, where is yours actually?
I had the jersey on yesterday. I just didn't want to wear this. I don't know about you guys. I sweat on the broadcast.
I do too.
If I do Friday, Saturday, Sunday in the same jersey, I'm gonna feel it. And I don't have mine yet, unfortunately. I'm in Canada. This is, once again, there are a number of inconveniences with being in Canada. Anyway, hopefully I'll have it soon, and I can rep it. You guys look lovely, honestly.
I love it. It's nice.
Coordination.
Actually, it's embroidered in. It's embroidered, and the thing what I really like is it's a nice fit, because I get smalls, but they tend to be kind of short. This is a nice long fit for these. And then there's the hoodie also that they released. I think Clutch was wearing that one earlier today. I'm not sure if he still was, but it's the same. Just a basic color. I love the tan tee, and then they've got the dark blue for these. So What is that? It's eUnitedshop.gg is where you can get all the merchandise. And since you're, sorry.
No, I just want to also say I got a peek at some of the merch they have in the works as well, and I obviously can't say anything, but they have exciting stuff coming. Man, the merch is incredible for eUnited. Just keep tabs.
Yep. The jerseys themselves, honestly, with like
Yeah.
the wings, just the little bits of patterns that they have, it's the geometry that they've organized. It's really well done, right? They're slick jerseys. But while you're clicking on stuff, right, while you're opening maybe a new browser, you can donate as well. We've been talking about RAD. It's Rise Above the Disorder, trying to get a little bit of support for people who need some mental health aid. So I'm going to pass it over to you guys to discuss the maps and the games coming up. So go ahead, take it away, Active and Shyway.
Shyway, we got a great match ahead of us here. And a lot of people have already kind of put Optic Gaming in that spot to win this series. And honestly, it's looking that way. But if there's one team that can cause an upset, it's going to be Native Red. I mean, this is one of the most aggressive squads
Facts.
in the ACS.
Right. Facts.
And, Optic, most of the time, ready for that. But I wouldn't be surprised if this Native Red roster takes maybe this game number 1.
I think looking back in our HCS history for Infinite, you could argue that Native was one of, if not the fastest teams on the map. And I think that's their only real advantage they have to play off of in this series. If they can kind of overwhelm them with aggression, like you had mentioned, maybe there's an opportunity. My worry is Optic. They are the quickest to adapt out of any team in the league, regardless of play style. They can, find ways to kind of break through. I'm going to be looking to a player like Druck or Soul Snipe to really find those, those overextends to flank, to stay alive a little longer than, intended, and create those big opportunities, allow KCP to play their fast game. Either way, Tim, I'm just excited to get the games going.
I'm very excited. Man, you know what, Shyway, maybe Manny went on to United and just kind of took some things and learned some things as well. You got the mastermind Ryanu on that squad, so we'll see if Manny kind of plays a different style here as well. But right off the bat, we're getting started with Trippy, and that's going to be an initial stick. And again, we got to talk about these power weapons. This power weapon control, so very vital. We saw it in the Sentinels phase series. So that's 3 dead for Optic right off the bat. And like I talked about power weapons, look at Mr. Soul Snipe already has a sniper and taking aim.
All right, here we go.
And here I was just about to talk about the fact that we got Formal finally on screen in our Halo tournament. One of my favorite players to watch, but Soul Snipe stealing that thunder with some beautiful movement and a snipe in hand as well. Looks like Manny comes away with the OS here too. All the artillery they could need to lock Optic down early on. They've got it. And something you'd like to see Native hold.
Damn, what a nade, man.
By the way, the game might have been. Either way, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you see Native Red starting off really, really strong here in this game, but you said it yourself. Optic Gaming is one of those teams that can quickly adapt, and they do want to dime right away. They finally get 2 caps on the board, and the sniper switch hands, as well as the heat wave, into Formal's hands.
Formal with an opportunity to give us an early
play,
but it's shut down by a sneaky little flank and a drug. Lead up a second, turns and burns Lucid apparently, and he's still got a snipe to work with to help the team here. Little moments like this, Tim, I think are the keys to success, though. Finding a player like Druck to get behind enemy lines and hopefully come away with some big plays.
One of the things that Druck has, in my opinion, is going to be that passion, Shyway. He's got massive passion, and so do the rest of Native Red. That being said,
He wasted all the bullets
and see what the passion sounds
in the sniper.
He waved down fucking there. I didn't get it. Fine. Okay, does he wave? OS. Come in, let me try.
Oh.
I died already. Tribute, I'm in. Yeah, he went two cuts. Let's clear OS. Bottom tower remaining, coming you. One shot bottom. There's 2 bottom mid. Last 2 wave. Last 2 bottom mid. And one's on Ovi. Last 2 bottom mid, one's on Ovi. Alright. Let's get our points. I can hear you doing there.
Nice.
Let's do that for a sec. I'm at B. I'm going to see. I'm going to see. I have shield, Trippy guys. I have shield. I got to be down on Ovi. We gave bucks. Still weak. Really weak cement. Win it back B, APG. And they're clearing my nest, I think.
Ah, good play.
Let's hit right.
Damn.
He's weak in the tube, I think. Yeah, I'm just gonna go right with Minnie. Nice. We have a kill. Still two dead.
Looking good, man. I'm excited for Native Red. This is the team I've been waiting to see.
Alright. Jump up, Manny.
Ooh.
I can help. And last guy's top mid, APG. On the stairs.
Almost at a triple cap.
Hold AB. Sniper spawning now.
You would like him to play in the game?
What's top mid APG throwing? Mangler, he pushed it. One turn in, guys. 2 A and me. I'm coming in, I'm coming in. I have him weak.
Nice teamwork. Beautiful teamwork.
One's mid. Smolder. I hear this joke. Back here. What do you say?
Oh my gosh.
Native Red roster, and it's all due to the fact that they've been together for so long. They have that chemistry, and they're able to utilize that, and potentially they're able to utilize that to take this lead as well soon here, Shyway.
I think my favorite thing about the comms is just, keeping in mind how many players they have dead on the map and playing aggressively off of that. Like, what are the numbers, especially the small talk in between when they die, where they spawned, and just
great teamwork, bro. Oh my.
So that they can keep the advantages when they know they have the advantages. Despite it, they've been struggling. At least they were struggling to take the map back. Here's a nice little flip out of Native Red as they got the snipe. And all 3 caps in their favor.
Oh shit, I thought he killed him. I was about to say, oh my god, bro.
See what Optic's doing to kind of themselves, and honestly,
Druk.
In this situation when they just had to deal
with shit on, bro.
Now the lead for Native Red. Let's go into a listening with Optic and see what they're saying to bring this game back.
Watch your nest, Joey. Watch your nest. Yo,
Spawn today.
All right. There's guy here. Drop that pillars. I'm gonna hold
He's in A, 2 minutes. Okay,
I'm going top middle, guys.
Bottom mid as well, dummies.
Mission shots. Ooh, nice teamwork there.
Yeah, rat on me.
So sing Kidor.
Stay weak, soul slam. Another one in there.
He can kill Kidor.
I'm on it. I think he's up.
Yo, RDNC, weak. We can see, guys.
I have nades on it.
Mark my way.
Absolute 2 dummy door, one's one shot, one's bottom middle, Manny.
Bottom mid, one shot, Manny. Dead.
Okay, good work.
Mid tower, guys.
Good work by Optic, but it looks like
I got ring.
Oh, okay, that was beautiful.
I'm holding tower.
You're alone, Matt, you're alone.
Oh.
Yeah, watch it. Victor still, I'm dropping. I can't watch your Victor.
You're good.
We're good over here.
Hold on.
Nest bridge.
Soul slam. Stuck me.
Be pushing.
Nice shot, Lucid.
Pillars. I hear pillars.
River and B killed me. Pillars on me.
Oh, nice job, Manny. Beautiful shots.
Heat wave down there. We still have C.
Make sure we play through for the solo.
We got OB soon, guys.
Oh.
Yo, play A plat right now. A plat.
One of the big things I hear in that listening is the presence
and
of Coach Lunchbox, being able to be in the ear, being that extra voice of communication.
Oh, I can't even tell the difference.
Formal. The man communicates so incredibly fast, and beautiful.
That was nice.
On that stick.
That was nice. Yeah. Oh, and he has snipe.
Calm, cool, and collected, despite the clear pressure that Native have been putting on them early on in this series. Here, Druk looking to do a little more of that dangerous little jiggle peek to go for, though. APG extra shields to hopefully hold him off. There's the melee that goes through. That weapon changes hands, and I like to play it to APG to quickly get out of the fray here. Give himself an opportunity.
Not only does the weapon change hands, but the lead does as well. Optic Gaming taking a lead once again in this game and looking to carry the momentum, but do go down.
Yeah, the Optic Gaming has such cool, and collected comms too.
I did talk about how aggressive Native Red were with the likes of, Druk and Talik, the Slayers on the squad, being able to just play aggressive and throw this Optic roster off on the very first game of the series. But it looks like Optic has kind of read them in that sense, and they're starting to adapt to this play style.
Should be crapped on him.
I mean, it's pretty back and forth for sure, though. Just
a nice.
10-point separation. The kills looking a little different, though, thanks to Trippy making a double. Everyone in double digits on the side of Optic Gaming. Weapons in their hands as well. Formal looking to delete one. Comes out with a trade. Manny in position to at least pick up the scraps here. It's up to Native Red to start to dictate the pace on this one again, because Optic have very clearly slowed it down, taken position, made it more difficult for Native to find answers to break through to B and C.
I think the big factor here is to potentially get Lucid off that tower. He's controlling towers so very well. He's been able to pretty much stay up there all game long. And honestly, the damage he's able to output on players like Manny who are trying to cross just like that is just very, very important. They've got to maybe prioritize getting him off a tower if they want to push this C hole, but they seem to be just content with that A-B setup.
It's all going to come down to the OS in the end. Lucid already. Druck tries his hand, but Formal in position to shut him down. Trippy going to push up on A. Should be an easy OS pickup for Optic here. Manny's still trying to delay things, make it tough, and does get the kill on Trippy. Credit to him. He'll slide out because YOLO.
Because YOLO.
With the resources they have, they can retake the map. And Native, they got to watch out, especially with Formal.
Oh.
Damage.
Maybe they go C then. Yeah, look, they're already at C.
So much damage into both players. You saw him switching targets mid-fight there. That's exactly what you want to do as an overshield player. Be able to provide that value.
Nice kill by
so
Lucid.
your teammates can just clean up the kills, and you see him already with 10 assists. He's been involved in many fights in this first game.
The biggest thing with Formal is just the way he places that reticle pre-fight. So ready to hit the shot, cut off your opponent's opportunities here. Manny getting the shot down here as well. Soul Snipe trying to find one, but he can't. He's met by 2 players. Trippy with the finisher. Talik in position to try to stop the bleeding, but he can't even.
Nice.
Locking down A.
Freaking movement.
Access to slow the points here, but ultimately Native in a tricky position. Somehow Formal finding a backsmack and a snipe.
They're able to get A off of that 1v1. That will potentially convert it to B, but Formal is going to hit a beautiful headshot there. Soul Snipe trying to retake, but Formal having this sniper. Is right. The damage he's able to output. My goodness gracious, get the sniper out of this man's hands.
You got to watch the spawns. Little lesson from Formal right there. Split spawner. Manny had no idea it was coming. And he's still got ammo left to burn. 230 and counting. Talik down for the count. Native running out of opportunities to get to a hill at this point. They're going to have to scamper to do it.
Oh, good. Yeah, 2 good kills. Oh, he needed that. That would have been nice.
Wanted to get a little more than he bargained for. Trippy holds him down.
That was nice by Trippy.
Native Red is such a momentum-based team. Without this first game win, I don't see this series being possible for them to come out on top of.
Oh, nice kill though. They got to get this OS. They have to get this OS.
Coach Lunchbox and the value he brings to this roster. Trippy gonna miss a nade there, but Optic have pretty much gotten every overshield in this game thus far, and it's really caused them to continue this lead. But it looks like Native Red is scrapping their way back.
Yeah, he had OS at that time.
Only choice at this point. Try to claw their way into some of these hills.
Lucid was there to stop him.
In 1v1 fights, big trade for Druck. Soul Snipe in position to pick up as well. Talik with him. They'll push up the B.
I didn't even see Formal die.
Got to be perfect Halo from here on out, though. 9 points left to close this. APG breaking into B. Soul Snipe big close. Still got to get a second here. Repulses him out. He's got Druck with him to get the kill on Trippy. Manny now. He delayed the fight long enough to take APG.
Nice.
They get a double for
One up now.
They can still do this.
They need this. Yeah, they need this. They need to hold this hard.
Not only to get that kill onto APG, but also to get the kill onto Formal, who came off a spawn. APG doing a really good job of milking his life there, but unfortunately he did not milk it enough.
Yeah, 209, 241 right now.
Starting to bring this back, but you have to look it up.
You got it. They have to slay it out. Yeah, they have to slay. They have to slay.
Formal up top, he actually got denied by
oh, two down on Optic.
Is not quite working out. That leaves
oh wow!
With, I think one final chance to break through here. BC lockdown, Soul Snipe repositioning back tower.
Lucid right here. Everybody up now. Heat wave. Oh, that's not good. It's really not good. Oh, nice repulse. Beautiful repulse. Oh, dead. No way! Let's go!
Game number 1.
Beautiful job by Native Red, baby.
KCP, they slow it down at the end. They hold position, hold perimeter. You see them use the resources to their advantage as well. Lucid, he was in a sneaky spot, right? He had the heat wave, tried to shut it down, but how was he denied? He was denied by the use of the repulsor top tower. And the team play at the end, and the confidence out of Druck. Do you see that personality out of Druck? The body shots to close it. And hopefully that doesn't come back to bite him, but what a way to start the series.
I love this Elgato replay here. It just shows us the big turning points in the game, the moments that literally changed this game's outcome. And it was moments like that play from Lucid. You talked about it. He was patient on the tower here. He stayed alive as best as possible. Optic had power up and control for most of that game.
That was a beautiful comeback. That was the game changer. That was beautiful comeback.
But Native somehow
I gotta use the restroom. I'll be RB.
Game number 1, and like I said, I didn't see Native Red winning this series if they lost the game number 1, but that was not the case. This was a huge play by Druck for the double, and he makes Formal eat his words.
My dude Druck with the body shots after the AR kill. If that's not mental destruction, I don't know what is. I think he's trying to check someone, and that's probably the only hope that Native would have, would be to check the opposition, get them in their own heads, and take advantage while they've got the little opportunity to do so. Of course, forward on screen, though, we can see the stats and how they went. Honestly, a little uncharacteristic, I want to say, for Lucid to be negative in this one. Of course, when you lose, typically somebody's got to go neg in it. But Lucid, someone you expect to be the kill earner for the squad, kind of setting the pace, the potential for the team here. For him to not find his footing early on, that might be indicative of the performance here in this first game. Tim, no doubt he'll find his way, I assume, partway through here.
Absolutely, and I just got to point out Druck on the other end of things. 6,300 damage with 16 assists in this game, also going positive as well. I believe he was even 15 and 15, but regardless, 16 assists in a game like this where you're outputting that much damage as well is so incredibly huge. And also the fact that he didn't take that much damage as well, so he was staying alive during that whole time, putting in the damage necessary, and a couple of clutch plays as well. But now we move on to Slayer Recharge, and you talk about checked players. Optic Gaming, unfortunately at KC, Formal, if you watch the documentary, he was checked when Royal 2 hit that incredible shot with a shock rifle while Formal was in Viz with sword. So, maybe they're shooting body because they sense a weakness there. Will that turn the outcome of the game? Most likely not. I think Optic are obviously veterans. They've been through many, many of these situations before. And, maybe Native Red can turn that first game into some momentum here, but Optic are definitely looking to shut that down right away.
Native Red definitely looking like the biggest wild card at the moment. We talked about a brand new honeymoon. They seem to have found that new honey. It's the same old roster, but they've regained something, and it's surprising some of these teams. Of course, it leads us to a 1-0. One of the biggest things I think you mentioned, though, in the previous match was like the presence of the coaches. Somebody like Lunchbox currently coaching Optic, and more than just the coach, I think it was just the morale of the team, how they slowed that game down, how they kept their comms patient and coordinated and played off of each other. It gave them like a dominant kind of lease on the second half of the game. Something fell apart. Obviously, we didn't get to hear the comms in the finale of it, but something must have, kind of collapsed, I think, towards the latter half.
Nice little Slayer. This is going to be exciting.
We expect to see in Slayer coming up.
Yeah, it's just that pace that this Native Red roster brings. I mean, it's just really hard, especially on a Strongholds map like Livefire, where it's just rotational. Their pace is just so incredibly fast, and if you're not ready for, a flank player like Druck or Talik, you're going to get thrown off. And many times you saw Optic Gaming kind of caught off in isolated positions. You heard it in the comms. We were doing a listen-in. I think it was Trippy that said, Matt, you're alone right now, and then he loses a 1v1 to Druck. It's situations like that completely break setups and that allow Native Red to have the numbers advantage, obviously, and turn that into some objective time.
And well, it's working so far for Native Red, and I can't wait to see if the strategy continues, Tim, or if it's just some early energy. Will Optic, adapt and start to conquer later in the series? Wouldn't be surprised if we saw it either. One thing I can promise, though, Tim, is some good Halo on either side here.
Absolutely.
It's already kicked off and surprised us, and I'm wondering if this is a series that goes to a Game 5.
Get banned.
That would be really interesting, and that would surprise me, and I think everybody as well in the chat. I think that, Optic is obviously the stronger team here. This would absolutely be an upset if Native Red were even able to take a second game from Optic, but we'll find out. Like you said, that honeymoon stage real strong, but is it strong enough to deal with the likes of Trippy?
Trippy just opened things up straight through center map. On top of getting 2, he got the damage to weaken Soul Snipe, make it easy for APG to clean up. Leaving Talik is the last alive. I like this play from Talik. Very sneaky. Oh my god.
He doesn't get a stick? Come on.
Would have been a massive play if he pulled it off. The only big advantage apart from the slays is, of course, Formal just sitting here gathering information with the camo.
I really like that play by Formal, though.
Nice.
He does get the kill on the Manny. He has the camo, but positioning himself on the grapple, standing still, waiting for someone to jump up. Someone jumps up to that shock. They're at a disadvantage of at least 2 shots. So he instantly gets that kill, and he's able to kind of break it. But regardless, gets the kill anyway, utilizing that camo. But a very close game here. We're tied up.
Native Red pulling it back immediately. A nice little pinch forming here, too. Manny and Soul Snipe working together to find the collapse on a couple unfortunate players down by stacks. Formal going to prey victim to it as well. That leaves Lucid, APG on the perimeter. Not quite in position to find a trade here either, but in a good spot on the map to hopefully deny the challenge from Native. Holding hands, they were. APG with a denial on Manny. Soul Snipe in position.
6 or 7?
He's got the perfect counter for that, though.
What? Native Red winning again?
There was a triple push on the long haul. APG was isolated, but he wins a fight backing off the 2 other players from Native Red that were
7-7.
Great heads-up play and great individual fight. That's what you like to see.
Optic continue to hold down this line. Full perimeter on the map. APG in position, that same spot, like you said. Use it to shut down Native on the approach. The only issue with Optic's setup is it's not quite the best place to be to fight for camo. You can see Native might actually be holding off, staying, or actually they might not have a choice but to combat the push from Formal. He's starting to get reckless here. He wants to get involved.
There's one reason why they just got both of those kills and the lead as well, and it's the fact that they held both power positions on both sides of the map, on top of glass and also catwalk. Very heads-up play by Optic, especially with that camo coming up. We'll see if they're able to convert that into a bigger lead.
Well, they converted it into a shot. Pick up, and there's the kill you've been waiting for. The moment that Lucid wakes up, you wonder if that's just the beginning of a little momentum swing for Optic. Lucid still got the weapons to work with. If they don't shut him down, this could get out of hand pretty quick.
Oh, he gave him a haircut with that one.
Kind of saying he's one of the best players in the game, and I agree. But he's got different levels, different switches that he can pull at any moment. You can say that maybe he was
nice try.
Trying as hard as he could in that very first game. Starting off this game very, very strong, but again, Native Red, their aggression pays off, and they catch Lucid off guard.
That's a big shutdown you want to see from Native early on if they want to hold on to any sort of
trade
in this series. Of course, still fighting from a deficit down by 4. Not quite able to get the position they want on the map here as well. Soul Snipe, we've seen him in that hall time and time again, right? It's the flank that he tends to go for. APG seems in his position in gold side. He shut it down multiple times, making Soul Snipe and Manny hesitate on the challenge here.
One of the big things that I want to see is Native Red and how they're, taking that momentum from game number 1 and utilizing it.
Yo, Jacob was popping.
Let's go into a listen-in with Native Red and see what the comms sound like.
I'm sorry. Running back. And bonfire. Good top glass. Camo and 10. When you spawn, Max, play for camo, guys. Alright. Yeah, I think we just need to make it. We're gonna play for camo. We're doing a red break that we do. I'm gonna go bottom mid. I'll spawn. Top A, weak, have shields. Right there. Turbine. Weak top A. One's bottom A, one shot. Nice. Needles, we're looking. Top red, needles. I lived. We're good. Nice. I'm pushing bottom A. Nice. Half of one. One here, guy red. Trippy was inside red. He's running red. One shot red. I'm trying to get back to tower. I'm trying to get back. I'm already on tower here. Alright, well. I'm getting camo wide. Long wall. Just reset for a second. Dude, fuck. This guy ballad. I can't really do anything. I'm pushing red. Two triple stack, 2 bottom mid.
I don't know about that move. Nice kill.
Getting pulled out. This guy top red and this guy blue pipes. One spawn data. Above me.
18 to 24, 18 to 25.
During that listening,
nice.
Optic started to get a lead Shyway, but the comms stayed the same on the side of Native Red. And that just goes to show some composure out of this squad. It's great to see. Hopefully they can convert that to potentially come back in this game, because right now they're down by 6.
That's the thing, is Optic can continue to shut them down. We've seen some great, well-coordinated plays out of Native to try to...
Did I call you Jacob again? turn me up. Let's go, baby chat. What's going on, guys? Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. If you are new, please consider hitting that like button like Jake just did, and become a new subscriber. We're at 417 subscribers, trying to work our way to 500. It's our first watch party for Halo on YouTube, but we will continue to do it. I promise you that.
Optic is slaying the opposition. And it's all coming down to this man on your screen right here with a shot.
Oh, stuck him.
Something happened, but he uses a sticky instead. Formal starting to heat up.
If at first you don't succeed,
Lucid just popping off. 10 and 4 for Lucid right now.
He's tagging, that's for sure.
Trippy 5 and 7, APG 7 and 5. Optic 10 and 6. Formal is 10 and 6. Both popping off.
Formal that one shot, looking for more here.
I did it. Yeah, fight companion would be cool. I was thinking about doing it with somebody, with one of my buddies before, but he never really put it forward. It was just easier to do it myself, I guess, because I didn't have to like really look up anything and how to do certain stuff. And I did a couple. And I had a lot of people watching when I did covered Bellator, because no one on YouTube really covers Bellator.
One of the best communicators in the game is Formal. And he's communicating well while also doing some incredible slang. Let's listen to what Optic Gaming sounds like in the communication.
Right now, Tommy, right now, kind of weak. Manny's got like one shot on them.
I did nothing. One shot.
So, I'm watching you still.
I'm here, Brad. I'm here, still here, Brad. I'm still here.
Look at that.
Bottom middle, going mango pick. One shot mango pick. Going mango jump up. Mango jump up. One
Dude, Top Cat killed me. Top Cat. There's like 2 there.
Down by 10 right now. They can make a comeback. They just gotta do it now.
We need to make sure we're using our numbers here.
There's 2 guys tower, guys. There's 2 guys tower.
And Needler. I just saw a guy Needler.
Hilo weak, soul snipe.
They could push down. Push, Brad.
Just getting a little over aggressive. Can't take those trades.
Bottom mid. He's still below us.
I'm looking long.
One shot.
Another one C-pot. Stairs, one shot, guys.
I think he might have went camo corner.
Still there.
Damn.
I spawn go. Top tower, drop.
Keep holding gold, Matt. Watch your own back. We need to push tower here. Let's push tower.
Let's go.
120. They know we're here.
Sharon coming back.
Go to army. Go to
Yo,
army.
yeah, watch your own back.
I'm probably fucked, guys.
You might die, man. Okay.
I'm gonna die.
Two down right now.
We are now approaching a 10-kill lead for Optic Gaming.
They can't trade anymore. Native Red can't trade at all anymore.
Making sure you're a difficult kill, and we saw Lucid do exactly that.
Good shots.
Optic have been doing it beautifully. And Trippy gonna put a little cherry on top of that too, but I just felt like Native have been so tenacious, just trying to claw their way in.
Yeah, they're just getting so they're getting like
how did the man live as long as he did? Despite the effort,
they're getting super aggressive.
Keep trying. They keep getting shut down. I think a big part of it is just due to the control of the shock. We saw it in the hands of Lucid. Formal, now Trippy. When you get in front of this man's reticle, or in front of Lucid's fists, it's just curtains. Doesn't matter where you are.
46-31, Lucid starting to heat up. We talked about him having a slow start in game number 1. We also talked about Optic.
Dude, it's crazy. Imagine being able to be that good, bro, at any game you want to play, really. You can literally be as good as you want. Any freaking game that you play, you choose. If I like playing this game, I'm just going to become a pro and national champion. Or not even national, world champion. Whatever game I want to play, it does not matter. He's probably, little do we know, he's probably Twisted Metal champion of 1998.
And again, it comes down to that very fast play style.
Just kidding.
Right, but if you're not timing, clutch
the true BR, the true BR, the true battle royale
in esports, and I would even say sports in general. And unfortunately, when the timing is off and you're all kind of pushing on a bad timing, it just turns out like this one. Turns out like this Slayer did. Optic being on top of everything.
Really on top of everything, I think, was the key there, and just having the skill to execute with it too. I mean, Formal to snap back, still hit the kill. The placement on the reticle here, Trippy finds this one, right? Just beautiful shots. So come on, that's all the highlights. It's a shot in a different hand of Optic throughout the whole game. So clearly you can see what the difference maker was in that game. Control of the sandbox, but the execution with it. Casey, or Native, I am struggling to Native, their timing in certain instances was great. We saw them coordinate that play for the camo pickup midway through the game. It was well timed. Talik with the push, the pickup with Soul Snipe. They got out alive. What they didn't have was just a win on their individual fights that followed. Maybe due to the sand.
It's always moving.
Oh my goodness! As well.
I think you said it right there. I think the sandbox plays a big part of it. In those Elgato replays we just saw, like you said, the shock changing hands multiple times, but everybody on Optic able to execute with that shock rifle. And making sure to time that is Lunchbox, their coach. They were on top of everything in that game, and, if Native Red want any chance, you cannot give the best team in the world something more to give them more of an edge than they already have. You've got to take those away so you can even up the odds just a bit. But next, we're going on capture the flag on Bazaar. Shyway, what do you think about this map for these two squads?
I think Native has to win it. Like, just based off of what we witnessed, nearly a stake on Recharge Slayer. Native, they need to avoid Slayer at all times.
I mean it.
They do not want this to go down to a game 5, I don't think. I think they need to take advantage of their speed on the map, the speed on the map, the objective capability they have to...
Dude, Jake, I might just become a multiplayer streamer, bro.
Straight up slays Optic right
I don't think I'm done with Warzone. I'm just gonna play multiplayer only.
How open it is in the very middle is a player like Formal. Lunchbox called him the moving turret. That is literally what he is. He puts shots into everything. We saw it when he had that overshield in that play in Strongholds live fire. He just shoots everything, and if he's in a position, if he's in a power position to do something like that, it's going to be scary for Native Red.
See, Tim, what I'm wondering, is that just like a Matt thing? Because I've heard the same thing said about Royal 2. He's just a turret on the map, right? His name is also Matt, so I'm just waiting. If you're Matt, I think you might be destined to be a slow and, turret. Aim first. Soul Sniping Truck, massive impact players in game 1. Had that same opportunity here in game 3. Truck tried to find it with a shot. It didn't quite work out. Leave Soul Snipe to pick.
Did you get the beta, Jake, or no?
Or at least hope for one. You see Optic playing off.
What is that? S&D? I want to do S&D too.
In situations they normally would.
And that's the big thing, right? Getting that shotgun, being in a position to help your teammates so you can secure that power weapon, one of the strongest weapons on this map. Almost to the like of the spikes or the shocks. But again, look at Formal. The moving turret, 3 down. They're going to pull this flag, but they've got to be careful those locker spawns, and it looks like one makes it through. That's Manny.
Big kill for Manny. He's got an opportunity to slow this down.
Oh.
But look at the shutdown from Lucid. In position with covering fire. If anything, the flag was a bait for Manny and is a trap for his death. That flag is 100% going in. Optic Gaming, a well-coordinated pull around his slays. Early on, they already got a pick.
That was a great job by Optic as well. They get 3 down. Of course, there is one staggerer that ends up spawning early on that locker side, but the rest spawn on the flag, so they're just able to get it scot-free. And once again, look who has the power-ups in hand. It's going to be Formal of Optic.
Gonna get right up in your face with it too. Talik, Druck, dead. Manny in position to hopefully slow things down before with the extra shields. Good luck. Marksman Metal, clean up in the bar. APG with the kill on Soul Snipe. They already got shots on the new spawners, your back base. You can feel the pressure Native is under right now. They gotta find a way to stabilize it.
Stabilization is going to come from getting off those thruster spawns and
actually
maybe even getting this next OS, but you've got to delay for a long time. OS, I believe, and Rockets are coming up next together. And APG, once again, going to get a huge kill. That's going to be 3 dead, but they get the trades onto Optic, so Optic are not really in a position to pull this flag, but they're going to do it anyway.
No. He has a grapple. Wait, we go back to Lucid? Does he go for it? Oh, okay. Lucid has his
grapple pull.
His trade. He did it. He must have done it.
Yeah, he did it.
He has a trademark grapple run through top, I guess top or bottom mid, depending on how you want to look at it. The man is so clean with it, and that flag is in the opposite treehouse because of it. They're giving up rockets for this pull. You see Talik has it, but Native Red are too late to get back to the base and stop the cap.
I think they were maybe in a position where they knew they weren't going to get that cap. Like you said, that grapple play onto market is so incredibly fast, but to go down for Optic, and now it looks like Native Red going to try and get, like, this is what I'm talking about. APG staying alive inside of BR, making sure that they didn't know where he was. He's able to stop this push in time for his teammates to spawn, and now 2 dead for Native Red. And I don't think this flag is going to make it, but it potentially will be a counter cap here for Optic.
Looking good, man.
Tim, I hate to say it, Native are in shambles. Things are falling apart. This is looking too clean, too coordinated from Optic. They're dying left and right. Flag out bottom center. APG in position to rally with it. OS about to pop up, and no doubt Optic in position to maybe collect that too. They got their numbers bottom. Mid, Druck does get the trade. Talik line of defense. Native do still have their numbers in the base to hopefully slow this one down. They got to get kills to secure it. Manny, Talik, they fight back. That's a return, maybe a chance, finally, for Native.
They got OS too.
2 times. through that alleyway, through the shotgun side, and
Look, Talik was still up there. Nice.
Didn't really work.
Their shoddy side.
Soul Snipe's gonna have the
Angler?
first OS of the game for Native Red. Optic have had 2, so if they can convert on this OS, this could potentially.
Good. That was good for Drew.
Bizarre. And 1 cap is not enough. With 7 minutes and 25 seconds remaining, they've got to step this up.
1 cap is a process and a half as well, and we'll see that, right? You got to stop the split spawners. Lucid getting in position to shut that flag down before it gets to a safe zone.
Oh, did he touch it?
Metallic shut down by nades.
He didn't.
Coming in to pick up the pieces. He's just not fast enough. Doesn't have enough shields to deal with the onslaught that is Optic on the defense.
You said it there.
Yeah.
The timing and the spawn.
It was the first match was different though, bro. The first map, Native Red is a underdog team, so pretty much just a little history of Native Red. There was a team called Kansas City Pioneers, KCP for short, and they ended their Halo team. Like they said they didn't want to compete in Halo. Like they ended their Halo team. And pretty much these 4 pros who are like, that's what they do for a living, get paid and stuff, didn't have a team because of it. And then like everything goes quiet. So a lot of changes were happening around the HCS, which is the pro league for the esports Halo Championship Series. Like with teams like SSG, the team that I like, dropped their entire squad. They were looking to pick up a new team or new players. You had a bunch of other teams like dropping people, like switching, like, oh, who should they play or who should they pick up? And everyone's saying, oh, pick up KCP, but nothing was happening. Native, the Native GG is Native Red's Native Red's an umbrella of Native GG, right? Well, they what's it called? They have a Halo team already, Native Black. That was their team. They created a whole new team called Native Red under the same umbrella and signed the entire Kansas City Pioneers team. And KCP actually, I think they won one of the tournaments, bigger tournaments recently, or did really well. So like things were high up on them, and here they are. And in this tournament, they've beat every team that they had to get to this point. Optic's like the best team in Halo, and they take game 1 against Optic. Like whooped Optic's booty. I'm gonna say whooped their booty, but towards the end they did. Then Optic slays them out in Slayer, and now they're getting their butts whooped and capture the flag. They're just playing Slayer now at this point.
They're impossible to kill. Like they just Spider-Man their way out of a fight and perfectly timed replacement with another player to clean them up. You have to play it slow in those situations and respect it. Trippy.
Dang, Trippy's popping off, bro.
That's 3 dead. They're looking for a flag.
Shot his own teammate.
This Bulldog is so incredibly strong. Look at Lucid as well. 14, 10, and 11 having an incredible game. All members of Optic are pretty close to that double-digit assist mark. Like you said, they've been helping each other, and again, those 1v1s, you don't want to give those 1v1s to Optic. This flag is 75% of the way there, and it looks like it's going in.
Just about. Still got some links to travel. Lucid trying to take it safe. Oh, I love that. He cuts the line of sight and slides, makes it impossible. Is this if, I assume it's everything the man does.
Optic's just working right now, dude.
Line of sight, defense coming in from Optic as they look to avoid any chance for Native to get something going here.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Native, and this also, if they lose this game, means a 2-1 lead for Optic Gaming and momentum on in their favor as well. Druk finally has the shotgun in hand, though. If he can play this well, and unfortunately he does it because he gets Talik with a nade, they can potentially use his shotgun to do some work, but again, Trippy's gonna kill him. Now Trippy, once he gets his shields back, will have control of that shotty, and that will play a massive impact and potentially open up the map for another flagpole.
Native so aggressive, so fast. They're everywhere on the map. It's not coming together. Not when it matters. Not for advantages, that's for sure. 2 dead once again here. Entirety of Optic slaying out Lucid with a free pickup on Rockets. He's got time, honestly, to consider his options here. We'll see what Native does in the push. Running out of time to find anything at this point, Tim. Just under 3 minutes.
Under 3 minutes, and they're stuck at their base. They finally get 2 slays here to open up the map just a bit. But again, you've got 1 rocket to deal with from Lucid. He's going to whiff it, though. It's going to be 2 dead once again for Optic. Trippy's no shield. They got to convert on this kill right away. But again, look at that. The low percentage kill out of Trippy. This is what stops Native Red from being aggressive like they want to be. It's kills like that from Trippy and everyone else on this Optic roster that stop those pushes and those potential flag pulls.
And you only expect it to continue, but Druck, he will keep on trying here. Going to find his way into the base. Early shots on a formal. There's a nice pickup. Multiple dead here, too. Native with a big opportunity. Trippy last up to deny it. Man, he got a whiff of him, though. They'll chase him down. Druck with the flag out, looking to double up to get the kill here. Trippy, so elusive. He is wrapped through Treehouse. Come out the window. Found the damage onto Druck. Like, how did he live to survive 2 players chasing him down? That is potentially just axed this run as Druck just barely gets it through the door. He is currently just trying to stay alive with the pressure from Optic.
He's just delayed there. You know, that damage was so important because that means for 5 seconds he's out of the fight. They get the overextensions on the base as well. And now Optic is in prime position to stop this flag from going in.
Got some work to do to take it through center. If anything, Optic is delaying any chance they'd have here. Less than a minute 30 to work with, and APG still finding Pivs. Who dares to challenge him? Manny up next to the plate. He's got a thrust in the back pocket. You'll know he'll look to use it.
With a minute and 13 seconds, and that flag, of course, resetting. This is looking like it's not going to be a thing, unfortunately. But regardless, played really well in this game. And Native, you know, unfortunately, this map is very difficult. And I feel like I said before, Optic has just gotten better. At Bazaar, I feel like Bazaar, we talked about it before, you've got to slay multiple times. You've got to have that timing. Optic seemed to be pretty strong on this map opposed to how they were before. But maybe, you know, in the sense of the next game type, maybe Native are stronger on that game type. Maybe it's more of a fast-paced game type. I don't see Bazaar being a fast-paced game type. I see it being more structured, and so in that, you know, favoring Optic.
And I think that's what we're seeing with Native is they're trying to play it fast. Maybe too fast for their own good, you know, kind of just headbutting, and it's just not quite going through. And Optic seem to have a read on the situation here. They coordinate well off each other. When it does come to executing quickly, they know how to do it. Like that, we didn't get to see it, but the Lucid flag run that he pulled off earlier, one of the quickest, most efficient ways to get that flag across when you got the timing to do so. When it comes down to coordination in this one, I mean, Optic, they just lock it down. And Tim, I hate to say it, you know, shooting bodies in Halo, as powerful as it can be on the mental for your opponents, it's a risky endeavor to take, isn't it? Right? Because you put that same mental pressure on yourself. If you shoot the body of Formal to close game 1, Druck, understand that you're putting yourself in that same kind of position to continue to make big plays.
Yeah, it's all like a confidence thing. You know, you're shooting that body to potentially give yourself some confidence, but if it's not lasting confidence, it's going to come back to bite you and look like it did right there for Druck, like you said.
But pros are well aware of that double-edged sword, though, and it needs to happen, right? Like that, it's not that he shouldn't have done that. It's good that he does that because that's the only hope that I think, you know, a team like Native would have to really upset this team is get in their heads. It's important. That's all part of the, you know, the competitive meta. You just run the risk at the same time. That's the beauty of it all.
Beauty of it all, baby.
Unfortunately, Druck having a little bit of a rough time here, 11 and 21. But regardless, like I said, that map plays very, very differently, and I don't think it really benefits this roster, this aggressive roster, as well as some other game types. So we'll see. You know, when we take a look at that series layout later on, we'll see if this potential next game type is a chance for maybe them to get that game number 2 win. But right now, Optic are in a position to end this series right here, and as we can see it right there, it's going to be Oddball Streets. Another pressure telling he's going to waste game type, and Optic very solid on this map.
I do think Native have a good shot here, though, Tim. This is a map that lends to their playstyle way better. Smaller map, one that their aggressive play, they can kind of weave in and out to get in and out of fights and also collapse on spawns in a way that not many teams can replicate. I think the speed of play out of Native in a map like this gives them a shot at making a comeback. Now, Slayer Aquarius will be a different story. If we get there, we got to see some well-coordinated answers here out of Native. I think it's still possible for them.
One of the big things that I got to point out is capture the flag on Bazaar, right? They were kind of trading in power-ups there. They're able to trade in power-ups and power weapons. You know, there's times where Native Red had control. They weren't really able to convert off of those, but Streets is a map all about that. There's so much on the map to control. There's so much on the map to time. and you know, all the faith in, of course, Lunchbox and of course the coach of Native Red as well, to be able to make sure that the teams are set up and on top of those timers and on top of those power weapons, in order to give them that edge here. Like you said, I think this map definitely favors Native Red in terms of their playstyle, just because of how, you know, small it is. It's one of the smallest maps that we have in the HCS right now, so we'll see if that can convert them into a win.
Close quarters also means the shotgun is very powerful. Trippy showing us why. Looks like Soul Snipe slipped away with the rocket, though. Good. Holy meat. Doesn't quite get anything with the first one. At the very least, he locked down the ball here. Clean up APG. There's a nice start for him. Teammate, that's Talik to work off of, to hopefully get the best of this early team fight and set up opportunity for Native if they do it.
That was an incredible thrust right there by Soul Snipe. You talked about positioning before, able to thrust himself to the right to get that cover from the stairs and not go down in this situation. Unfortunately, Optic was really quick to react, and that ball
just saw the replay DC. I clipped him.
Not get any time off of this, but it comes down to a couple kills here, and that one from Manny's
bad.
Looks like Native Red do have a numbers advantage for a second, but Optic once again getting the trades.
Finding their way.
No, I was gonna say another Slayer.
Some fights left to be had though to secure a.
You watching the fights tonight, Jake? That's what I was just peeking up real quick. Up there, saw a nasty knockout.
Back into C, right up into Luce's face. There's the first for the cleanup. Pollock down for the count. Manny, oh, I love the attempt. Doing damage, trying to stay up. Not quite enough, and you can see them starting to try to pick up on the slack as quickly as they can, make the rotation, and get the kills to back C so they have.
Quick is struggling right now. There we go. Outside.
Beautiful nade by Soul Snipe to take out APG there. APG was going to
Can't see her.
his life as long as possible with all of his team spawning on that B side. Could have potentially been devastating for Native Red, but now they're in a position where they've got to rotate this ball out. But look how fast Optic is on the rotation. They get the slays, and now they have control of Tram once again, and as well as the power weapons.
Optic unified on this one. They've lost 2. Going to have to keep the suppressing fire up if they want a chance to get the rockets here, though.
So weak, dude. You didn't get going right there.
Use that as an opportunity to clean him
Oh,
up.
and that still has rockets.
Got the ball, and Soul Snipe, he's doing what he does best, looking for spawners.
That's 2 rockets now for Native Red. I spoke about that at the beginning of this game. Soul Snipe able
Oh,
to
what kind of spawn was that for?
Potentially a nice flank, but Formal stays alive. That was a good life. You have every right to ooh there, because if Formal was able to live in that situation, I really do think that he could have potentially been one of the factors to break this setup. But it looks like Native Red are starting to get some ball time on the board. They're at 25 seconds, and they've got a little bit of a hold here. But look at that triple push, and once again, Lucid in a position to get a huge kill.
Sneaky out of Lucid. And that's
7 and 3 by Lucid, 8 and 3.
Survival is a skill jump. Expect to hear me say ooh. Of course, he died only shortly after, and that's just the beauty of the risk reward. Lucid, though, with good positioning and a rotation, he finds his way to the ball and some artillery to work with if he needs it.
Oh, everything he needs. He's got the Bulldog and the Stalker. I would expect him maybe to drop one of those off to his teammate here.
Druka's struggling.
I'll do the slaying, says Lucid.
He drops that heat like the announcers or casters are saying. He shoots Optic for Momat's body, and then
levels to his gameplay. His worst is some people's best in this league, and it's just great to see him finally stepping it up just a bit here.
triple kill. Good stuff.
Soul Snipe popping off in this one. Take a quick peek at the board. 12, 2, and 3. Far and away the
No way. Slow save. Okay.
Red playing around it. Honestly, send the ball over to a teammate. He's on a tear.
Get good sleep, Chad. I recommend not sleeping. Like, get your sleep.
Trying to delay the situation and hope for rockets here, and Druck looking for victims.
Hey, you talked about Soul Snipe dropping that ball, but coming from Soul Snipe himself, he's one of the few pure
dead
players in the league, so doing it all when he needs to. One of the things he's been working on, when I talked to him previously, he's working on playing his life a lot more, which obviously is working out.
Wasted snap. Wasted, no.
He's been working on playing with rockets a little bit more, too. He's had every single rocket this game, I think the 3 in a row. Didn't quite find any picks with that one, though. Trying to stay up.
Yeah, that would have been huge.
How to survive? Just jumping on the bench. Any delay that you can do in that situation is huge, though. You give Optic an opportunity to collect off of the damage, collect off of the distraction. Despite it, it does look like Native continue to hold the ball, keep things tricky.
You know how important nades are in Halo there. Took him 3 nades to kill Lucid in that situation, so that's less resources, of course, for Native Red to use. Because playing your life is so very important here. 13 and 4. Make that 14 and 4 on a soul snipe. Absolutely popping off, putting in tons of damage. 3 dead again for Optic, and some more ball time here for Native Red.
I felt it coming into this one. Native, this map, this game type just lends well. Their play style. Optic have to work extra hard to break through, and Formal, you know, he was looking for it. Not quite going to get the second kill. Manny's still on top of the ball. Trippy and Optic working together to pick up the slack.
Dude, soul snipe popping off. Manny's popping off too.
APG here in position to collapse and keep the numbers advantage on their side. You can see they're rotating the ball while it happens. Oh,
APG struggling.
My goodness, that stick was so huge. You saw APG right there. He's trying to take control of that B rail side. Such a strong position for Native Red to be. But he ends up getting a kill. They end up trading.
The slays are very close right now.
Situation now, but guess who's got the shotgun in hand? It's gonna be Lucid, and him putting this to work is gonna be devastating for the lead you just took so long to build.
Huge momentum opportunity for Optic. They've got the resources. They've locked down ball. Rockets now popping up as well. APG in a great spot over.
APG grabbing him.
Trippy with an angle to support him. That's a guaranteed rocket. The first one over to Optic, and maybe the start of something big for the team. Tim, a little worried about Native if they play this well.
Yeah, we've got to talk about that, right? Look how close this game is. We're within 20 seconds now, and Optic haven't really had many power weapons to work with in terms of these rockets and Stalker. He has to use one, which is really good by Talik, because now, you know, the rockets are not in play anymore. APG does get a double, 3 dead for Native, but a great trade once again. It's going to prevent any of this push from
trade. Beautiful trade.
Finally leaving the hands of Lucid.
Was looking scary for APG for a second, but he made up for it, I think, by cleaning up too, doing as much damage as he could before he died, managing to
good trade because he was down right there. They needed that trade big time.
46 on the clock. Native Red with a quick little rotation thanks to Soul Snipe to get the
oh, good kill.
Massive kill on the APG.
Druck's starting to warm it up.
Life to collect the ball and keep things scrappy here. They could play to close it out. They could try to keep that seaside setup. They could maybe play to time, but I think winning the round with the ball would be the play here, Tim.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think they want to take the risk from Optic, you know, making a push here if they just play the time. But regardless, Druck will drop the ball. And, you know, something I'm really noticing, Alex, is that Druck had a really slow for game number 2. Yeah. But I mean, in this next game, he's just playing incredible. 12 and 13. He's had some massive plays, most ball time on his squad as well. Great job by Druck, but unfortunately, Soul Snipe is in a position where he could have played that ball, and he doesn't.
Native, they play well off the cover, right? Play well off the geometry on the map, and Bizarre just doesn't have a lot of it in center map. If you're running fast, you're playing aggressive.
Want me to watch?
You don't have an exit strategy, you're in trouble. But on a map like this, Native, they can reign supreme. 4 seconds on that timer, now paused. Optic, they pick it up. They try to keep this in play. Double dilemma for them. They got to get their slays, maybe get the rockets here as well. And if they don't do it, then Native, they can play this slow. They can pick up rockets and counter with them.
Nice kill.
We've got to talk about that nade. That almost cost them that round right there. Unfortunately, Druck, as I'm talking about him making big plays, does get the nade.
Yo, what's up, JR?
It could have cost them the round, but they play aggressive enough to catch Optic off guard. And now we're going into a round number 2 where Native is leading 1-0.
Welcome back, baby.
Set the momentum in round 1 off the opening strat. So once again, here we are with a map flip this time, looking to win it. Trippy with the first kill. Beautiful.
Super tired, chat.
We started out APG with the third. Is it going to be a full team wipe? Not quite. Talik will even the odds a little bit, but Optic, they come out on top with the rockets and the ball off the opening.
Yeah, and that was a big kill right there because that allows Optic to get that Bulldog in hands on the purple side. But look at the PD spawn. 2 of Native Red spawn and PD. Formal big kills out of him right now. He knows Druck is there as well and gets the trade out of him. Beautiful job by Formal. If he can get this third, it'll be huge. But a clutch kill by Soul Snipe. Gonna stop that from happening. And now it looks like Native Red have control of the purple side of the map.
They're gonna have to get away from Trippy.
Oh my gosh.
They get a double just to answer Lucid here. APG with them. They can take back A side and get a setup started. Something we didn't see in round 1. This high ground control so important for angles, for keeping Native at bay. But look at the 2 split. They got to push up on this 2 cafe. 2 coming in with a pinch. Well,
it's going good, bro. The last series was really good, bro, between FaZe and Centennials. It was very entertaining, and then this game's been right. Native Red is versus Optic, and Native Red is a new old team. So like I was telling Jake earlier, they were the KCP, Kansas City Pioneers, and Kansas City Pioneers ended their Halo team, so they stopped competing. And then Native Red is under the umbrella of Native GG, and Native GG already had a Halo team, and it was called Native or whatever. Now it's Native Black is the name, and they just created this team, Native Gaming, Native Red. And Native Red, this is their first time. They haven't had a team, and they haven't had any teams. This 4 people haven't had a team since they got dropped from the Kansas City Pioneers, and this is their first tournament back as a team together under a whole new team. So that's why it's an old new team, and they are versing Optic, which they've won every match so far in the tournament, like every game or every match they had. And Optic's the best Halo team, considered one of the best. So they took game 1 against Optic Gaming and trying to take game 2 right now. So it will be 2-2. Push it to oh shit. I'm so tired, man. Push it to game 5.
Lucid's going for it all, though. Why not keep Native far away from the ball? Formal was actually maybe looking to rotate off of it. Gonna have to change his mind.
That's a great thing you bring up right there. And you know what? Druck was completely prepared for that. And because of that, they get 2 dead. And now look at the speed of Native Red. This is how they need to play when you got someone like Trippy and Lucid who get the favorable spawns. It makes it very difficult to convert any ball time. And that Bulldog, I'm going to keep talking about it because it's such a huge factor. Optic have pretty much had the Bulldog for this entire series. In every game type that has a Bulldog, Optic have had that. Native Red have to make sure that that's a priority. They have to make sure that they're playing their life with that Bulldog because it can be a devastating blow.
Right now, Optic's up 2-1.
Notice Optic are doing what they try.
And in this round, they're up 65-43.
From B side and rotate the ball to C to get away from Native and make it impossible for them to get their hands on it. And this time it's working. Rocket's about to pop up, though, well, I say it.
Nice nade.
Native's in position to get it. Lucid's already center map for that. Formal just denying people left and right as it happens. Lucid already a pickup with the Rockets. Colic now, they're down numbers. They got no choice but to back off, and Formal wants a piece of it.
Yeah, Formal very, very confident there. The Rockets do fall once again.
Yeah, I'm tired, man. I'm just sleepy. I'm slumped from
Again, another rocket in the hands of Optic when they're up 79 to 43.
From what's it called?
It's not good. Look to tie this game up of Oddball right now. They're down 1 round at the moment, but Trippy, with this rotation, could potentially close this game out, or close this round out, I'm sorry.
Seconds ticking away. One final push here for Native to make it happen. They need to win their slays to do this, and so far, not so good. Massive shutdown. Formal APG denying the opposition here. Native, they've got no hope to break through this one. That's a tie on the rounds and potentially the final round of the series right here, Tim.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate because Native Red won the very first round, of course, and now momentum is on the side of Optic. Optic have adapted. Like you mentioned at the very beginning of this series, they've adapted really well. In that round number 2, they were able to isolate players from Native Red and prevent them from, being on the flank and being on those pushes. And also, they've adapted to getting those power weapons in that second round.
Lucid, Formal working well together with the high ground, though. They played it very slow off the opening strat, and that's the beauty of spawning on that high side of the map is you don't have to get hyper-aggressive. You can read the approach of Native, shut them down, and find that little opening to collect ball, get the
get
setup
like,
going.
how's it
somehow
in good fashion to win after
it all went down.
I feel great. I'm just fucking with you, Joe.
Yeah, you were just talking to me in English. I'm like, what's going on here?
I'm just fucking with you, Joe.
Ooh. And the Bulldog on the floor as well. And look who's going to pick it up once again. They got the Rockets, but Native Red weren't able to get that Bulldog, and they weren't able to get out and rotate as well because Optic did such a great job on the pinch. Optic now matching the aggression of Native Red, and that's exactly what they didn't need to do against a roster like this.
APG just survive in here. Back alley doesn't quite come out with his life, though. Talik on top of that one. Still has a Sentinel beam back pocket. Ball in the hands of Native. Lucid just getting info. Definitely doesn't want to just throw himself out and have an average death here. They got to play this so carefully to break the setup. and then create one of their own, deny the opportunity for Native to bring their numbers back.
Let's go, baby. Man, this series has been good too, man. Very enjoyable. Native Red is holding their own, man. These next series of tournaments are going to be so exciting to watch.
But all the while, Optic looking to get the first lead of the series here. Native Red
I honestly low-key wish that the old KCP team got signed by SSG.
Optic always have an answer.
Soulsnipe just poking and prodding. I mean, take a look at his score line, by the way. 33 kills. He keeps finding slays and then just getting out, you know, kind of like a weasel. He's just so difficult to kill. Lucy finally gets him. There's the boxer medal for it. Shots into Manny as well. Snaps onto Talik. He's doing damage to everybody. Is it enough to shut Native down from stopping the advances here of Optic? They got the A-side spawns. What they don't have is Talik here being a nuisance.
Finally, Native Red get another rocket in their hands, and with Optic Gaming spawning on that PD side, it looks like they're kind of slow. No, they're not.
Nope, they got. Yep,
so
no.
Looks like we might replay this last round, but
it's like a little too
I'll let you know once we find out. Yeah, so just a little too slow right there. Gotta speed it up just a bit, but regardless, a great round number 3 from both squads, and you know we started to see that power weapon control go in the form of Optic at that point, but then you know towards the last couple seconds of that game, we started to see Native Red taking control, and those rockets, like I talked about, are very, very important. So we'll see if this.
I've seen a couple of Optic tournaments, and they seem to let the opposite team get a light upper hand and see how they play and move and start taking over mid game, and they did. Yeah, they like study their opponents, and then boom, done.
I'm sure there's no way
dead.
Unless we do a full reset.
Good riddance.
It might be possible. It will be different points. Okay, but we're going to find
point
out
differential
is what I've heard. Yeah, there will be a point differential. We don't know exactly what it'll be. We'll find out. We'll let you guys know. Unfortunate, of course. I'm going to take the glass half full approach, Tim, and say that is the first disconnect we've seen all tournament. It's been damn
You're
smooth.
right.
It's been incredible. So hopefully we don't see it again. What a series this has been as well. Quite a surprise. I mean, FaZe and Sentinels went the distance. This has the same potential, it seems.
Yeah, I agree. I thought we were going to see kind of a lopsided match. Of course, Optic have the chance to close out here, and they're going to get a chance now to kind of go over things. And we know when they talk as a team, things happen. But you know, same thing on the other end of things as well. I feel like Native Red are looking really strong. Look at Soulsnipe. He talked about himself being, you know, that objective player, you know, the player that's, you know, is just pure objective. But we're seeing a different Soulsnipe right now. 8,400 damage out of him. I believe he had 30 seconds of ball time as well. So just an incredible performance that I kind of want to point out. But then you look on the other end of things, and Trippy. He's been having an incredible tournament thus far.
Definitely a bit of a head-to-head, I think, with Soulsnipe and Trippy. I think Trippy had just about the same number of slays coming out of that little pause for us as well. So, you know, just making big plays when they count, creating openings for the team to get those setups and lock things down. You expect to see Soulsnipe keep that up. I wonder whether or not Native can carry this energy for much longer, though, Tim. I'm worried about, let's say they do take this, which unreal. You know, Game 5 in this series, not what we expected. When it comes down to Slayer, we've witnessed a Slayer in this series. The only very lopsided game, nearly a stake, was in Slayer, and that was handed by Optic. So it's just hard not to lean that direction if we get there.
Right. Very good point. Yeah, their Slayer, you know, definitely in the favor of Optic. Optic, a very, very solid Slayer team. And like you said, I think I want to point out one of the big things you said, and that was the endurance of this roster. Do they have enough to keep putting energy in? Like, you know, endurance is a big factor. When you're playing the very best Halo you can possible, you know, you can only do that for so long. And you know, maybe, you know, we know this Optic roster has been through the ringer. They are endurance. They are the definition of endurance on a team. But is it the same for Native Red? You know, are they going to be able to keep pushing forward and giving their best effort?
Right, and I think when you say endurance, it's not just like, it's not like these boys don't already play hours on end every day, right? Like they've got endurance to game. That's not the problem. It's flow state, right? Him being able to achieve and stay in flow state at the top of your game, I must only assume is a monumentous task. It must be so difficult. And to have your flow state broken mid-series like that can be a massive challenge. I think this is a true test of whether a team can kind of get back into that swing and recreate that.
Gonna be a good one.
Play that momentum that they had gained to get this far. You know, I think it's up to Native to try to find that. Optic, no doubt, they've been here many times. It's something they maintained in the scrims at the very least.
Watch, bothering me.
Tourneys, I can't wait to see this carry. Further.
Man, this is a great series, man, and
So it looks like a round replay in game 4 due to lag out is going to be the ruling that's on the bottom left of the screen there. So it looks like we will replay this round number 3.
so they don't even do a point differential.
Because it kind of sets both teams have one round. Now we kind of restart here, and I want to point out,
Well,
Alex, that we saw
Casey, Native Red,
strong starts in this oddball game.
Native Red had freaking the time on this.
In the latter half of the round, so we'll see if that changes here.
So Lucid got disconnected. So they reset the lobby, or like everyone has to back out at that point, and they replay. So Native Red had the what's it called? Native Red had the what's it called? I can't even think. They had more points pretty much, or more seconds on the clock than Optic did in that last round, and they were trying to send it to game 5.
Cheeky kills and then curb sliding out of the fight, getting out, staying alive, and creating opportunities for Native.
Like you talked about, the flow state, it takes a lot of energy to play that high level of a game against that high level of a team in Optic. It just does. And if you've been in the competitive scene, you know just that. But here we go. This is the round deciding game, the round deciding round right here.
Oh, not looking good.
1-1 due to a lag out. We have a little bit of a restart.
Oh shoot. No, it wasn't a 2-point difference. It was like a 20-second difference. 10-second, at least 15. If I remember correctly. Check right here. Oh, was it a 2-point difference? Let's see.
Win that power weapon control once again. 3 dead just a second ago for Native Red. And Optic looking to take control. They're starting.
I think it might have been a
very strong,
10
and this
second.
is a stark contrast from what we've seen in the previous rounds.
And the faith had a formal right there to not even contribute to the rest of that fight. Know his teammates had a lock on that. Lucid, I mean, when you got Lucid on your team and a shotgun in his hands, I understand why Formal went for ball.
Lucid's like, drop what weapon? The switch was so very quick there.
Yep.
Incredible job.
Yeah, it was a 10-second difference.
Practice here, that drop weapon being GA'd. Trippy, once again with power weapon control, and it feels like I'm a broken record when I say this because every single time we switch to his POV, he's got the power weapons and he's putting damage into everyone on Native Red.
This is the frightening reality of streets, is if you let a team get ahead like this and get the weapons and the info on spawns. I mean, look at them.
And then Optic Gaming just slaying them like crazy this game.
No hope for Native.
Sucks.
Numbers to get the rockets, so it's just the compiling effect at this point. APG's going to grab rocks. Formal's not missing a beat. They are being collapsed on in a massive way here, Tim. We talked about mental destruction and breaking at a flow state. I think all of that has happened.
I agree, all of that has happened, and I did hear that we did lose audio on the stream, so I'll be your audio. Rockets, rockets, boom, boom. But regardless, that's basically all we're hearing on this Optic roster. Look at the score right now, 78-0. They are just demolishing the competition. Finally, Native Red find a break, but is it enough? This ball is getting rotated.
I mean, the thing is, you might not have to worry, chat. This might not last long, this whole situation at this point. Native with their first hands on the ball, so, you know, maybe I've spoken too soon. Maybe they can flip things around, but one thing is undeniable, and it's the momentum that Optic have gained off that single ball hold. 84 points, confidence in their side. Soul Snipe, it's his task to try to fight his way out of it.
It sucks for them, man.
Seconds left for Optic, and they're counting those seconds down. The push from Drock is going to be unfortunate because he's alone, and because of that, because he's staggered, he has no choice. He gets taken out. Optic are going to close out
Wow.
the series right here. 3.
That's some bullshit.
But what a fight we just witnessed. Native Red looking.
I'll show they go back and play it again.
Reset. And again, we talk about it again and again and again. Endurance. Being in that situation, you talked about flow state. I'm going to bring it up again because I love it. I love talking about flow state.
That's so dumb, dude.
When that happens, when a lag out happens, that flow state is broken. What makes a veteran, what makes one of the best players in the game, what makes the best players in the game is making sure that you get back into it again when the time comes. And that's exactly what Optic did. They looked even better than they looked in any other round coming into
whole
that
series.
reset.
They
Right.
looked insane coming back into that. That was just unbelievably dominant. And it's not a true goose, but I think, Manny unfortunately didn't have a kill that round. We had, I think, one kill maybe for Druck. Like, it was just absolute domination, no matter how you look at it. And that's got to.
I could be the next. What is the chance that I could be the next person?
2 seconds later.
I'm from Atlanta. Monday. Okay, we leave Tuesday.
Time and time again, they found this wall that they can't seem to climb over. This time it's a green wall, I guess, Tim. But they're so close to greatness, and it just seems like a heartbreaking defeat every time. Hopefully they regain and stay in this.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah, and you said it best right there. I always talked about that when they were KCP back in the day. I always talked about there being a peak that they've reached, and to break through that, some fundamental things have to change, and I'm sure they've been working on stuff. I definitely know that all 4 of these players are grinders, and they're definitely doing VOD review, and they're definitely working on different things, but there's something that's kind of holding them back from being that top 4 team. Consistently they were placing in the top 8, I believe, top 6, but to break through that is going to be difficult because
It should show at the end right here.
So many just maybe bad habits have to change as well. But Optic once again showing that there's Tony says it best, there's levels to this, and Optic has turned up the notch in that last game to show what they're capable of, and they're just an incredibly strong team. But now Native Red have to fight a very angry Cloud9 in the lower bracket. So I mean, Cloud9 going into lower bracket because they got 3-0'd by FaZe, but since then have been fighting to continue. So Native Red are going to go ahead and face them, but regardless, just a great series. And I think Native Red, like I said, was a good fight against one of the best teams in the world.
What a series that was, Tim. Some real potential, I think, for Native to bounce back. Like you said, they are not done yet. They're going to go up against Cloud9. Just taking a peek at the bracket as well to see where we're at, because I've been, curious about the Boo Boo Revenge Tour still. Also, speaking of which, Boo Boo and G1 have to play FaZe at some point as well. It might currently be ongoing, so that's a hell of a matchup too.
Boo Boo.
No matter where you look, and look at that, he gave us a little invite. Boo Boo knows I'm talking about him. We've got so much talent here, Tim, and I think the beauty of it all is there's a lot of great Halo coming up. We got Orlando, there's Worlds coming up.
Oh,
despite the hurdles Native is trying to overcome.
Oh, you're right, JR. You're right.
Exactly that, or to fall down once again.
When it was like in between when right when
about that series, it was very, very fun. They put up a great fight, I think.
It was great, actually. There was a lot of confidence exuding from Native Red at the beginning of that series, right? We even saw the body shots onto Formal that popped up pretty early, and they were able to at least take that one game in the series and push. I wouldn't quite say the opposition to their wits' end, but they absolutely were at least kind of putting the pedal to the metal for that team. And that leads into actually my question, and I'll ask you, Active, on this one. What exactly happened in game 1?
Yeah, it was 26-31 right when Optic lagged out.
What Native Red does is they play a very aggressive Halo. They're the most aggressive team in the HCS. And what it comes down to is no matter how many series you play them in, they tend to change different things, and they catch a lot of teams off guard. These teams are playing like slower teams or, teams that are more setup driven. And when you play against a Native Red, you're kind of thrown off like, whoa, like this is a very fast-paced team. Of course, they had a very strong game type in Strongholds where rotation is king. So I think that's kind of what threw Optic off. But again, at the end, it always comes down to adapting to those situations, and Optic did just that.
That's crazy.
Absolutely. And that kind of leads into my next question I'll ask Shyway. Since Optic has moved forward, right, they're locked into at least the winter finals, which is going to be the last series that we get to see here today on broadcast, which is going to be very exciting. What does Sentinels need to do going into Optic to find some success in that matchup? Because right now, Optic is kind of seeming impenetrable.
I think if anybody can beat Optic,
it's crazy.
Sentinels, though, that's the interesting kind of, there's a dynamic to that series that you don't see anywhere else. I think there's some storylines you can get into as well. You've got, the talent that is Lucid and Frosty.
And I'm not like spilling stuff or something like that. This is what Boo Boo tweeted. Not the exact words, but it was something like, best team option I ever had. I was supposed to be on, but because of like, you know, the behind the scenes,
Sentinels has this unique ability to kind of check
he's out.
Optic. I mean, Formal has admitted to it in an interview as well. But Optic at the same time, they're so consistent. They're so
happened with Renegade going to Sentinels? I mean, that's a good question.
You know,
So,
to find that opportunity. The most recent
you know,
tournament,
only the people
was,
directly involved know exactly what happened.
No.
I definitely, you know,
they're really good.
One thing you can look at is
playing their game, giving Royal 2 the
here's an
shot and having
article
the man
actually
pop
that
off. I know he's all the way,
Dexerto
you know, deep in
did
Canada,
on
but,
this
despite it,
situation.
He's very talented. He can make things happen.
And it
and
talks
Frosty,
about
you know, the
a
whole team
buyout
as
of
well, especially
in
when Lethal was
excess
playing
of
his game. They worked just about
$400,000
on
that Sentinels
Yeah, that's going to be an exciting
just
match
isn't
to
gonna
watch.
pay.
We do get to see that towards the end of the day, but of course we got some lower bracket rounds to go
so
through.
you
I
have
want to touch
that.
back on Native though, just because obviously you guys were talking about the switch, the KCP now over to Native Red. How do you, and I guess, you know, this is a question that I can ask both of you, but I'll start with Active here. How do you feel, you know, that team is going to adapt? Do you think that they are going to continue to improve here? Do you think that this is a better setting for them, you know, in the overall, I guess?
Yeah, I think Native Red, like I said before, I really do think that they've kind of hit a peak, and something has to fundamentally change. But when they go and play against Cloud9, this Cloud9 roster, I don't think is as strong as it was with Renegade on the squad. And I think that Bound is a better LAN player. So
$400,000.
So maybe we'll see
top
something
is
different
really
in
good if you're
Orlando.
on like
but I
a
think
top
this is a
4
match that,
team.
you know, I think Native
One
Red
of those
can
players,
really
you're
give
getting great salary.
Cloud9 their, you know,
It's very
trouble here.
the
And,
range
we'll see
is
a
very
good
large
series in this lower
and it
bracket.
drastically
But
drops
again,
for sure.
Cloud9, when they have to, they kind of flip a switch just like Optic do, and that's where it gets kind of scary because I think Cloud9's potential is very high, but I think they haven't really shown that thus far.
They're saying that they were gonna buy Renegade for, they wanted 400K for Renegade. That's crazy.
They're so insanely talented that if things go wrong, they can lean back on that and they kind of just make it
top
happen.
4 salary
Regardless.
opportunity. No,
they go through
no,
despite
not over 200K.
Seeming like they're not having a good
I
time.
mean, if you
in
take
doing
these
it, right?
players'
C9,
content
when you listen
creation,
to the comms
salaries,
and, you know,
prize
you see
money,
on Twitter as
things
well,
like
they
sponsorship
definitely
deals,
have
then
you know,
they're
got
over
some trials and
200K.
tribulations, I think,
Yeah,
with this game, and
big time.
it's a
Big
struggle
time.
to stay
Salary
on top and
alone,
to stay,
generally
you know,
not.
keep
And I don't want to
motivated.
go into like
At the moment,
anyone's
they do seem
particular
like
salaries and
they're,
things like that.
I think an opportunity for some of these other teams.
And
to,
there's so
like,
much
there's
more
a-
into
I
it,
don't know,
skin
Weaver's the
sales,
right,
other things like
mindset.
that.
But they almost lost to Ascent yesterday, right?
But it's
C9
pretty healthy. It's not Call of
they're
Duty healthy, but
capable
it's
of being
pretty
upset.
healthy.
And I think Native needs to try to take advantage of that.
It's
while they
pretty
can.
much
The worry is you
overinflated,
never know
actually.
with C9 because they're so insanely talented that they can just pull it out of their hat.
Feel it. That's crazy.
You know, Native did.
This guy right here is
right, one map.
let's read it. Halo 4v4 and FFA national champion. Halo coach, caster, analyst, and #1 esports exit. He used to be the, or he still is the SSG coach. But he used to be played as a pro as well.
Viewership and player base are two huge factors in what into what like how healthy the game and ecosystem for the game is. As there's more sponsors, more tournament organizers, more viewers, all that, all of that kind of like trickles down to the players. Infinite coming in with the partner teams and all of the other situations, and everyone trying to like get into the program. Hyperinflated salaries before the game even came out.
Second in the online super,
And it's almost like it can be kind of because somebody's only worth what someone else is willing to pay, right? So like
for Orlando, or maybe
if somebody's willing to give you 2,000, if like a bunch of people are willing to give you 2K a month as a player, there might be someone willing to give you 3K. If there's like 6 people willing to give you 5K a month, some of them might be willing to give you 6 or 7, or it just goes on from there. And once you start winning, and
faces back up here, so don't go anywhere.
like all of the other shared revenue sections, like skin sales. And
He
stuff.
said, "Who is willing to give me 4K a month as a player?"
I don't think the state of the game with the viewership and the player base supports in the long term where everything is. You can see that with how many orgs pulled out of the game when they found out they weren't in the partnership program, because it is in no way worth them paying that much money for the return that they get out of the game.
I think a player of Halo.
Yes,
What's up, honey?
to 25% to like you can get very like predatory contracts where it's like 30, 50. I'm pretty sure there was like some mobile shit that was like 70, 80% being taken away from the players. So I would say your standard is between 10 and 20. Those contracts probably no, I'd say more often than not contracts are several years with like options to renew kind of thing. We lost to FaZe and Native Black. We lost right here, 3-1 to Native Black. Native Black beat Fnatic 3-2, lost to G1. G1 beat eUnited. United beat Forbidden Fruit. Aaron's team, this is TSS, is Ace's team, beat Navi. And then they lost to Ascend. Rebellion had a really good series with Complexity. Complexity lost to C9.
Dude, Jay, I'd be happy with 500 a month, bro. I'd be happy with 500.
USA Network. In order to get those events created into a live television production event. Like that content, like gamers and Twitch especially, people want content now. They want the instant content, the instant interaction, things that regular television programming can't do. Exactly. The bar has been raised, and when you're packaging all of these year-long kind of seasons, and it's coming out 6 months to a year later, while it's still enjoyable for the diehards, it's so outdated already.
But has since evolved into an international nonprofit helping over 40,000 people across 135 countries. Rad wouldn't be possible without the gaming community. Every dollar donated throughout the Grunt Classic will be used to cover therapy for people in need. Thank you, eUnited, and everyone in the Halo community for supporting our mission and making therapy possible for everyone.
Do you classify Halo as a live service game? Yes.
I was in a $10,000 rebirth tournament with Legion and DJ Moss, and we were using nail guns, and we got some pretty funny reactions.
That for me. Bro, he has a nail gun and a DP, bro.
Yeah, let's go back, Go back.
I got him.
Teabagging you, bro. You're fucking better. I'm actually losing full, bro. This shit is stupid. Well, these kids playing like this aren't winning either, bro.
Let's go!
This aren't winning either, bro. I'm actually losing better, bro. You're fucking better.
I got him.
Teabagging you, bro. You're fucking better. I'm actually losing full, bro. This shit is stupid. Well, these kids playing like this aren't winning either, bro.
Let's go! I was in a 10,000.
Yeah. Sorry, chat. I just can't have the what's it called up.
Things looked a little different there, but yes, they were very confident, and that's a confidence you like to see against the best teams in the league. Native know they can hang. It's just about whether or not they can clutch up when it counts in this tournament and beyond in lane.
Well, we finally now have a bit of a mix-up because we are in a different portion of the bracket again. We are now looking at the elimination quarters here for the lower side, so we're going to be starting out with Oddball on Live Fire, moving over to Catalyst, which is fantastic for Slayer here. And then we will at least be getting 2 Strongholds on Streets. Of course, we can see King of the Hill for Recharge and Slayer for Aquarius there. Tony, walk me through what we can expect to see on some of these maps and who might have the upper hand.
I do want to see a lot of emotion.
G1 Boo Boo Doo, I think his name used to be on FaZe Clan. Yeah.
Was dropped off of this FaZe roster due to org complications, and having to find a home, and obviously was a highly sought after free agent. He teamed with multiple teams, or at least tried out and scrimed with multiple teams, and ended up on this G1 roster for a reason. So you're talking about Boo Boo Doo going up against his former team. You're talking about emotions on the line right there. Oddball live fire. I think it works well for G1, and for them to try to beat out FaZe, I think the key to this would be getting that momentum. They're one of the best catalyst teams that we have. So these first 2 games work really well for G1. They're going to have to win at least one of them if they want to come out on top and pull off the upset against
And I know something that Shyway, you and Active were talking about previously was
Boo Boo Doo Boo talks about how he liked G1 because they can actually play objective, and they're pretty good. They've been pretty good.
I don't think it can, right? It's unacceptable at this level of play. They just have to make it happen, right? They need to come in with that full energy, with that full focus, and I know that these players are capable of it. Even just coming back to the whole storyline, because I know we're going to hammer this over and over, Tony, but just the Boo Boo revenge tour, you know, just the fact that he was discredited on his team. He had to play more in an objective-focused play style versus his, you know, very heavy Slay-focused teammates back on FaZe, and it put him in this position where he was constantly receiving flack from the audience, from Twitch, watching him, and it took the right team and the right chemistry. I think a big thing Boo Boo brought up in his interview is the fact that his teammates, they play objective, they do the dirty work, they let Boo Boo do his thing, play his game, and all of a sudden he's just rose to stardom, I think, in a way you love to see. And Tony, I know you mentioned Catalyst, the skewer is on that map, and apparently this man, he just don't mess with it.
Well, we'll have to see how it plays out. You guys, it looks like we've got to fly through the map already, so I'm going to pass it over. Shyway, Tony, take it away.
Thank you, Jolly. We got a hell of a series on our hands. Tony, it's good to be back on the mic with you.
Yeah, long-time duo, and we're about to see some long-time duos as well, or at least some newer duos. You know, you got Renegade and Falcon and now running together. That's always exciting. Sparty and Nick coming back together, and then always keep your focus on when they traverse the map together, those bait and switches, it's going to be absolutely incredible. We see G1 already putting that objective efficiency to work. Early ball time comes in as they work their way towards the power-up.
You see him just trying to get slays and rotate the ball at a bottom mid, get it to the safety of Squale in the meantime here too. And what a survival at a Boo Boo to do that. He had the cover fire of a teammate. Now he creates the flank on the Nick. OS up to draw the attention. You're Sparty looking for Boo Boo. He backs off, tries to find the next.
Oh, Sparty gets him.
Sparty gonna find the late melee for it. Damage done for G1 though. I think they made it out with the OS.
You guys want? You think I can wait till you see some of these pro snipers, bro?
Dangerous he can be with it, lining up the shots. Finds himself, the OS player fires off a bit of a warning shot just to tell Squale what's coming to him soon. Squale then changes his attention over towards the nest side, putting in that early damage, and that's S7 will come out of the hands of Renegade, and ultimately, most likely in the hands of G1 as Squale forces the play ball, almost tries to catch
is that just normal colors? Like, I like the way his
Best thing Falcated and FaZe could have done though is just they had a numbers disadvantage, get the ball off the map, make G1 work for it. Boo Boo Doo Boo, love this positioning. Picks up snipe, goes for a flank position while the team tries to pull ball to tower. Looks like he's lost his teammates in the process. So Boo Boo's still putting in damage where he can. Still has a snipe, I believe.
Gonna be a good matchup though, chat. We got FaZe versus G1 in the losers bracket.
Boo Boo Doo Boo ripping out the double kill, not quite done yet. Swish having to back down, play his life here. And what's really funny to me is that Swish and Sparty are roommates. He's been living out in Texas for a little bit now, you know, hanging out the G1 facility. But after you win this matchup, like, do you trash talk at the dinner table? Like, you know, he's out here eating your peas and corn. And
wait, what?
Man, you can't beat me. And you got $25,000 on the line. This is all you could afford right now. I'm eating my filet mignon.
That's good. I have no idea how that dynamic works. That sounds very complicated.
Who was it?
I imagine
Pre?
I don't know how me and you would manage.
Pre-Devo, I think he said.
Constantly being at odds. Bickering with each other. Either way, Renegade, he's not worried about any of that. He's playing his game.
They're playing in the rooms across from each other, probably.
Over towards the mid, but 3 down. Go FaZe. Falcated drops the ball and then puts switches down to 1 shot. So excellent defense coming out of Falcated to buy enough time for FaZe to come off the spawn. Now both of these teams trying to get the map control, trying to get that ball in hands. Sparty now getting flanked by Swish himself. Excellent shots in, able to take down Renegade. Half the members go down. A triple kill coming out of nowhere for Nick. 3 down for both of the rosters.
shut down everybody but Swish. Swish with just the same type of answer. He's got 7 kills to his name to work with. Teammate spawns up with him. Other 2 on the opposite side of the map. They're winning their fights, though. What they don't have is the snipe. Sparty's got it in hand. That ball already collected by G1. They'll look to rotate it. Sparty.
Ooh.
You know this man. You step in front of his reticle, you're in trouble.
This is one of the players you do not want. That sniper rifle in the hands of Sparty can definitely make some plays, especially when running with his duo and Nick. Nick having the heat wave.
Oh, what happened, Nate? Nick goes down right as he was like praising them.
Now you're seeing Overshield coming up. You're seeing ball in the hands of G1 having a bit of an advantage here, but they have to now dedicate their resource to both getting ball time and trying to get the OS.
Was that a little
Oh, the freaking.
Toss the ball to Boo Boo, make him hold the aggro there, and then hit the snipe. That's wild if he did. But either way, G1 doing great work just prioritizing ball throughout this, finding little rotations.
OS, Sparty on OS right now.
Momentary setups, what they might not get is
Oh, almost like he almost had that.
Tag a body. Not quite going to come out with a kill, though. And it's up to him to play defense as FaZe look to rotate, find the attack.
Oh, damn. Sparty has OS. Nice. Uh-oh. Oh. Good trade. Boo Boo Doobu. Boo Boo Doobu goes down. Hey, I just want to say, everybody here, you guys are amazing. I hope you guys are having a great Saturday. Thank you for stopping by. It truly means a lot. Seems to be you guys are all Halo fans.
With all the resources, most important player on the map right here. And here's where we get to, hopefully, I was going to say where we get to see why, Tony. We didn't get to see much. He's going down for the count, and G1 with a setup.
Now FaZe going 3 down. You're talking about 8 seconds off of respawn, another 10 to 15 seconds just to get some kind of map control. That doesn't even guarantee you the kills to get the ball out of G1's hands. G1 should be able to widen that lead, but off a screen, Falcated finds himself a huge kill. Nick finds himself an entry point, also finds a nade out of Boo Boo Doobu. Another 3 down for FaZe. And look, I talked about that scoreboard getting
He won up 55 to 33. Boo Boo Doobu's popping off 14-7.
Nick had the slightest.
Oh, he's the highest slayer.
That's the brutal reality. I think with Infinite, you got to be so frame perfect with your approach here, with your collapse.
Dude, Renegade's been doing dirty work. All like they're. I don't know if you're watching their game versus Centennials, but dude, he was popping off, man.
G1 playing this beautifully together.
Thanks for stopping by, Chad. Appreciate you, man. So I'm surprised. I mean, if we're saying though that Oddball is FaZe's worst gameplay, like their game style, but they gave Centennial some work. They almost could have had 3-0 if they would have won that first map. Sparty just needed a half a second to get into the first circle, but damn, they're gonna take this first round.
A 73 to 33 lead right now. G1 might just shut this round down with the OS.
Yeah, I think they will.
Curious as to how they play it, though. They managed to keep the ball back in A. I was wondering if they maybe use the OS to try to barrel through to a tower side setup. Didn't happen. 2 dead, though. Boo Boo still with ball. Renegade comes in with the challenge. Ends up trading. OS on the body of Swish.
No.
Going to look to use it. Sparty, he's last.
Nice nade. Ooh, dang, Spurs go.
Not much he can do.
Yeah, they're gonna take one. Nobody around them. Round 1 goes to G1. But that just goes to show you how good Native Red is too, because they 3-2'd. Yeah, I think they 3-2 G1.
Players that put in the work. They grind. They do what they gotta do. The film review shows, and G1 are looking like the favorites here on Oddball Live Fire, 1 round away from stealing game number 1. The question now becomes, how will FaZe respond?
With aggression, apparently, and denial from G1. Defensive, slow play off the opening from tower shuts down both Nick and Sparty on the flank. And now Devin with the heat wave.
I have a feeling an underdog team, bro. You got some good teams out there.
Apparently, Tony, look at this man survive.
Watch the new SSG team just come in and just win.
still having the sniper rifle in hands and that tower side control. 2 players trying to advance forward off a screen. Nick ends up getting a double kill, make it a triple kill. There's only one more player left, and he's gonna go after him as well. 4 down for Gamers.
I mean, there's been some decent changes around there. The new Fnatic team. You have that new Native Red, which is the the KCP old new team. That's what they say. I mean, obviously Optic's fave, right? But
finds another pick. Bubu enters 20 kills.
We'll see how FaZe can compete against G1 because they looked really good against Centennials. Really good. Really good.
Stealing that lead with back-to-back kills going in favor of G1. They even find a third. This is not looking good for Nick Falcon. The final line of defense is Swish doing a great job of scaring him away. Seaside control firmly in the hands of G1. Overshield coming up.
I mean, you got those top teams though. Like Cloud9's freaking super good, right? You got Cloud9. You got freaking.
He's just getting shut down on every opportunity here.
What happened to audio?
Tries to play his life. Not much he can do by his lonesome there. G1 coordinating.
You got this new FaZe roster. Optic. Centennial's great. Yeah, I mean, oh my god, it's just so good to watch, man. Just such a thing to watch.
Still getting kills with the heat wave. I mean, if this is not a pop-off at a G1, what is?
I mean, what about Ace's new team, bro? They're playing decent today. Or yesterday.
22 of his own. Swish has 20 assists as well to go along with it. That coordination and the slays heavily in favor of G1. And even though FaZe might be able to steal the lead off of this, you can tell that G1 are still controlling the tempo, controlling the pace of the game.
Probably. I mean, that's who's playing. That's who's going to be playing next to see the winners finals, I believe.
We'll have to see FaZe with the ball. They did get the advantage on Slays. Snipe about to pop. Devin in position to pick it up. You can tell G1 are playing patient here. Might be waiting to aggress. They do have numbers. Devin thinking about getting involved. Oh, he'll slide it. It was too calm on the map, Tony. It was too quiet.
It's really unfortunate. FaZe were, you know, just obviously taking the lead. They were doing a great job of holding down the A side. We saw some momentum going. Most likely we'll see some kind of reset here. Maybe check the replays, find out exactly what it is. You know, Alex, I'm gonna blame.
The same thing happened last game. KCP was up on Optic, or not KCP. Native Red was up on Optic. It was 31 to 28 or 32 to.
You know it. You've been doing this for too long.
It was like 32 to 28. And he
I can head out if you're done with me.
The shirt's kind of nice. I want to look at it. I'll let you stay for the shirt. It's real nice.
I'll just cover my face with it. You can just cast with the shirt. Fine.
G1 going up against FaZe, and we talked about the implications here. I mean, I obviously know Bubu was formerly on that FaZe roster, and they found lots of success with them. But obviously, FaZe let them go a little bit of a different direction, and Bubu finding a new home. And it's really exciting to watch these two go at it right before Orlando, where they may meet again. And there's $25,000 on the line right here, right now. Loser goes home a lot earlier than expected.
I don't think he got kicked. I think he left FaZe. He left FaZe because he didn't like the team chemistry. I think him and Sparty had some issues. And then he went and got picked up to play with eUnited, so now he's on eUnited.
I think, for lack of a better phrase here, Tony. One thing we know for sure, though, just coming out of that unfortunate disconnect, one round was done and dusted for sure. G1, they came out on top of the first half of that game. It's about whether or not they can close it out in the second half here. We witnessed something very similar in the last series, Tony, and what did we see when we came back in the game? We saw just a completely lopsided swing from Optic. The worry here is, let's say we get back in the lobby and FaZe are playing nice. They get a nice opening strat. They create a snowball. Can we see something similar? You just got to make sure that you don't let that, hamper. We brought up flow state. Don't let it, break the flow state, basically.
I mean, at this level of gameplay, you have to be able to expect the unexpected. And at the end of the day, like my mother always said, control the controllables. And so you got to come into the game. Wise. You got to do what you got to do. Simple as that. No excuses. And one thing we saw from FaZe, although they didn't look as coordinated as Gamers First in that round number 2, we saw.
Yeah, that's what they're saying, Chad. They're like, he wants to. He wants to beat him bad.
One of their advances were stopped short. So we saw FaZe start to gain a bit of momentum in that round number 2. And to be honest with you, I wouldn't have been surprised if we saw round 3 in that game 1 oddball.
I hope so.
They were starting to, I think, get a grip with the game plan on G1. G1 with so many.
I hope so, man. I enjoy it because a little history. I'm a Warzone. I primarily stream Warzone, and I started playing and streaming like around COVID. But before that, like I used to, as a kid, I played Halo 1, Halo 2, and a game called SOCOM US Navy SEALs. And I stopped gaming for like 10 years, so I skipped all the other Halos. And this was the first Halo that I got to play since Halo 2. And I love it. I love it. I love this game. For the reason I enjoy it is because I was shit when I started playing it. I tried it when it first came out, and then I didn't have anybody to play it with, so I stopped. Kept grinding Warzone, and then with like 2 weeks left of season 1 Halo, like before season 2, like 2 weeks left of season 1, I started playing it again. Then season 2 came out, and I really started playing it, and I met some other Halo content creators, some other Halo friends now, and I started learning the game. I started getting a little bit better, and like the competitive side of like esports is so entertaining to me. Like I love to watch it. I love to see the skill that it takes from like these pros, like to if they're if one team's bunkering down, they're playing angles, they're playing a part like a side of the map or holding a certain area down, and it's grinding down to the wire. I enjoy being able to see how the other team coordinates an attack to break those teams down and then take control of like that. Like it's amazing. I enjoy it, so I hope it can, man. I think the competitive scene could really save it. I just don't know. Like, there's a lot of negative around it, and I think the more negative around it, the less chance it has of surviving long time. And I have some friends that I met, and they play Halo a lot, like a lot more than I did. And they said they believe that Halo is gonna die when this new Call of Duty comes out. Dude, those are the good old days, Chad. Those are the good old days, man. Do you currently play or no? As far as like the changes at Infinite, or 343, I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm newer to the game, so like I haven't been able to see like all the transitions from like, you know, Halo Reach, you know, Master Chief Collection, you know, any of those Halos, Halo 5. I haven't been able to see like the changes between all of those. So for me personally, like I enjoy playing the game, so I don't have like a say to say what really the devs and 343 is doing wrong, because like this is my first Halo since Halo 2, and I enjoy playing it. So that's, you know what I mean? It's just like that's just me though. Yeah, that's just me. I hope it continues to get better, and I hope the changes. I like the game. I think the game's a good game. I just maybe because I suck and I enjoy getting better, but that maybe because less people are playing it. Right on, man. Yeah, that's what's up, bro. We'll have to maybe get some games in sometime, bro. Like if you look at my channel, you'll be able to see like you'll be able to see like some of the, so I do like 3 Halo shorts, and then I do 3 Warzone shorts, and then 3 Halo shorts. Like that's how like my videos go. Like you'll be able to see like some of my recent clips. Like I posted a flow state killing spree. What's it called? A day ago. Like you can check out some of my gameplay. Like I have a lot to learn, but I have my moments. I had a killing frenzy and ranked doubles because this team was using a sword, so I picked it up and freaking just destroyed him with it. Good stuff. Oh, dude, desyncs a huge problem, bro. Huge problem. What do I think of it? I think Modern Warfare 2 looks badass, bro. Like, it looks really good. I'm excited to play it. As far as like the Warzone goes, I feel like I'm excited for that too, but it's a completely different game than what the current state of Warzone is. It's like super different. And I think that it's going to be a big jump. And I'm excited because once you learn anything, you're going to be cracked at it, right? You can be cracked at it technically. It's just a matter of like putting the time and stuff to look like into it. So I'm excited. For content creators, it's a new opportunity like to grow, right? Every new game, there's going to be a new set of people, streamers coming up. So I primarily stream on Facebook. That's where I stream, but like I'm thinking I'm gonna do more stuff, Halo stuff on YouTube, because there's nobody really who content creates on YouTube for Halo, I think. But I also stream a little bit of Halo on Twitch, I believe. So it just depends. I do the same thing though. I post Halo reels on Facebook and they do pretty good.
I've been really excited to see Renegade get back into form here on this FaZe Clan roster.
Dude's fierce, for sure, Tony. You always expect to see big plays from him. I think Foul is one of those players that are a little bit more of, like we like to say, he's slept on. He's not as appreciated.
Well, this guy has a good amount of people on Halo right now.
When it comes to slaying power, we see him dominate lobbies just like Renegade. We see a little bit more fluctuation, though, as well, right? Foul has had, I want to say, some weaker games to offset that, too. So you'd like to see that kind of bounce back into action. I think when he did, especially with the series with Sentinels, we saw FaZe start to take games, bring that one to a game 5. So, regardless of where you look, I think on this FaZe roster, the potential is insane, Tony. We just got to see him play. We just got to jump in the game, and we will, as soon as it's ready.
The fact that you brought up both Boo Boo and Falcon, that was the duo. Out of the whole roster, they were.
That's so funny. Hopefully Giselle doesn't ruin. She's facts, bro. I've been hearing some drama around that stuff, bro. Hopefully not, right? I mean, we'll see what happens with Brady, because when you're not when you got stuff going on at home, it's sometimes it's hard to concentrate. But yeah, I'm a Bucks fan, bro. I became a Bucks fan because my grandparents, they were Raiders fans, and we used to have Super Bowl parties. And then I have like my friends when I was in, I think it was like the 3rd or 4th grade. I can't remember. I think it was like around 3rd or 4th grade. I had friends that were Raiders fans, and I had no idea who the Bucks were. Like, no idea. And they were like, "Oh, the Raiders are gonna win the Super Bowl. The Raiders are gonna win the Super Bowl." I was like, no, they're not. No, they're not. Like, you want to make a bet? I was like, yeah. So then I was automatically now rooting for the Bucks, right? No idea even up to the day like that's who they were playing. I just know I'm going to the Super Bowl party at my grandparents' house. And we're gonna watch Super Bowl, and that was the first game that I watched like from start to finish, rooting for a team to win. While my whole family was rooting for the Raiders, I was rooting for the Bucks, and the Bucks kicked ass. I've been a fan ever since. Been a huge fan ever since.
You can put it on your spanker, put it on any weapon. It's pretty damn beautiful just for being here. On top of that, you can donate at the same time.
I do. I think especially because if he, I believe if he wins one more, he's done. Like, it's 100% a fact.
Who need therapy, get therapy. Honestly, an incredible cause. We had mentioned earlier there was a trend in the chat to donate 117. It doesn't have to be 107. You can donate $117 if you want, or $1.17. Either way, we love you. Regardless, if you come support, we're here for the good Halo. But even when the Halo's not on screen, there's plenty to keep you guys entertained.
We're taking a look at the bracket right now, and you're seeing obviously we're in the bottom half right now, waiting for the conclusion of G1 and FaZe Clan. And on the upper half of the semifinals, you have Cloud9 and Native Red going up against each other. And I mean, Cloud9, a lot of question marks around them, like where are they right now in the competitive landscape? And that's one of the reasons why I was so excited to watch this tournament, because they have where you talk about the back-to-back LAN champions from Raleigh and Anaheim, since Renegade leaving that roster, now on FaZe, now Bound coming in, this team has a wide range. Like, we can see them winning Orlando. We can also see them dropping a top 6. So I'm excited to see where they're at right now. And, you know, they're going up against Native Red, who historically have played them very well. And maybe this is Native Red's time to get the best of them. Who knows? If Native Red win that one, it would be extreme. It'd be crazy to see.
They would be on one hell of a revenge kick. If so, they would have to, of course, take the winner of FaZe in G1. We have yet to see how that one goes. But like you said, Tony, Cloud9 seem like they're the most vulnerable. I just feel like we don't know anything till we see them on LAN. I think these boys need to play. Everybody needs to play some LAN Halo at this point, get the true experience.
Hated him forever. Manning was my guy, but Brady whooped him every time. But now he older, and I want to see him make history. Yeah, I would like to see him make history. He technically already did with us, right? The first season. But yeah, it would be nice to see him send it off with another win, especially being a Bucks fan. I would just be curious, like, who for sure will take over for us after. And they must be really discussing what the hell they want to do with this, right?
You have Optic, the Sentinels, you know, you obviously have FaZe, and I want to round it out with Cloud9, but look how good eUnited's been. Obviously, in this tournament, falling a bit short, but I think eUnited have been...
Like, look I mean, the new Fnatic roster be I mean, you even got young Complexity. Young Complexity, I mean, even though they lost, I don't know how far they went. How far did they go? Oh, they got 3-1 by... I'll be right back. I need to check my daughter. Hold on, guys.
It's not just a cliche. It's real. You could realistically put about 10 teams in the top 4 and make a good argument for them.
I can hear Clutch right now, Tony, when you say that. I hear Clutch getting upset when you say that. But just anyway, you're right. It is unpredictable as hell. It's a great time to be a Halo esports fan. I know, you know, despite everything with this game, the esports side of it is damn exciting, Tony. Anything can happen, and anything might happen in the remainder of this tournament. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting sorted with this match. As soon as it's ready, we will jump in. We're going to take a very short break before we do that. We got more Halo action coming up shortly.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, they did. I mean, the thing that sucks for them is they legit got 3-0'd the first game on, right? And then after they got 3-0'd, they go to beat Forbidden Fruit, which is, I think, is a new team. I mean, you got Envor, Hysteria, Rami. That's exciting. I mean, I wonder if he was filling in for somebody. Then they 3-1. They 3-1 Forbidden Fruit, and then G1 3-0 eUnited after that. That's crazy. You have, let's look at Cloud9's run. So they lost. Who did they lose to? They 3-0'd a Native Gaming Black. Got 3-0'd by the FaZe clan. Then they go in 3-1 Complexity. So Complexity was out the second round. Because they 3-2 Rebellion. Complexity is a sneaky team too. You think so? They are. I mean, they play good, especially with Boo Boo Doo Boo now being on their team. I think Complexity, like all the other teams, they've been doing pretty well too, man. I'm surprised they lost like that. Ascend was doing pretty good because Ascend 3-0 to eUnited as well. Then they lost 3-2 to Ascend. This Native Red, which is the old KCP roster versus Cloud9, is going to be a good one to watch. What'd you say, Beth? Yeah. You're welcome, honey. Was she good? Was she okay? Man, what do you think about SSG picking up that Latin American team? The Latin American champions, chat. What do you guys think?
right, we're back, ladies and gentlemen, with our eUnited Grunt Classic 25K tournament. Apparently our match is ready to go, Tony. I don't know about you. I want to see some Halo action ASAP. So let's get back into it. Of course, it's G1. It's FaZe. The match was already underway. G1 with a round lead. Or round 2, slightly different scoreline for this, Tony.
Yeah, as much as I love hearing you talk, and as much as I love talking, we want to see their guns do the talk. We want to see G1 and FaZe do the talking, and it's going to be exciting to watch. Again, this is your elimination bracket. We're talking about winner advances forward, having an opportunity to go into the grand finals to fight for that 10.
See, Ace's team almost beat G1. I think there was a thing, even like, I think his name was Elamite was talking about it. Here we go, chat.
And we're going to see who's the real deal. You said it, Tony. It's do or die. It's now or never. Let's find out who can pull away. Renegade, of course. Why not start with him? Swap over to Foul. See what he's up to. Big pickup on the Squall. Make it a double and FaZe with some early points here. I believe we're working with the 4-point advantage. Tony, should be up to 96 for them to take a round. And, of course, the OS is going to make that a little easier.
He really hands a Renegade. Able to come out with the double kill and distracts enough for Falcon.
Yeah, Native Red lost to Optic Gaming. They took game 1 against Optic Gaming. Then they go down 2-1. And then in the last game, it was Oddball Streets. And they took round 1, lost round 2, and then was up by like 9 points with holding the ball with Rockets. Optic was sitting in PD, and they were pushing Rockets to PD, and freaking Lucid lagged out, so they restarted the game. And after they restarted the game, freaking Optic Gaming, oh my god, no way.
And they're absolutely putting in
holy shit, what a snipe. But yeah, and then Lucid locked out, and then Optic Gaming they restarted. Optic Gaming wins like 90 to or 100 to 10.
Snapping on targets, looking like he's locked in. Unfortunately for Swish, he died.
Yeah, no, he's cracked with this movement. I would like to see him compete. Be nice.
Get knocked down, give Boo Boo a chance.
Yeah, dude, that was dirty, bro. Oh, they lagged out again.
Bit of a struggle here, but it looks like even though a 60-0 run coming in, it looks like we're gonna take a quick pause. And I heard you guys missed this in chat. They were saying we want more Shyway and Tony on screen. They said they want more of us. I swear. They said your shirt's immaculate. They said my hair's an absolute mess. They said bring us more Alex and Tony. That's what they said.
We're just too lovable, Tony. What can we say? More entertainment. No, you didn't come for Halo, of course. Either way, Tony, we're going to get that sorted. We're going to get more Halo on screen as soon as possible. I assume you just wipe that, restart that round. Despite, dude, did you see Foul off the start of that? Like, you can't teach the plays this man was putting together to kick it off. He has to search back into his soul and reignite that flame and do it again. I believe he can.
I definitely did again. I mean, that was a 60-0.
Dude, that was nasty.
That was not just them.
Oh my god.
That was a great start. That was a dominant start. That was a destruction.
Oh yeah, chat. By the way, if you guys have not yet, please consider becoming a subscriber today. It is free to do, and it helps us get one step closer to 500, so we can have the community tab here on YouTube.
Don't forget about your boy Falcon and really putting it to work.
And a big shutdown on the G1 because of it. I think that's.
I love this shotgun snipe, bro. Here, let's check this out.
They staggered, and that Boo Boo can't come out and play his game. Towards the end of that, Boo Boo was the one to finally shut down Foul, pick up snipe, and who knows what would have rolled from there.
This is me.
FaZe, sorry, needs 36. I think we just got an update. FaZe needs 36 to win a round. So because they need 36. I'm not even going to explain it at this point.
They need 96. They had a 4-point advantage. They would put 60 points on the board. So at that point, I'm not a mathematician, but at least 36 left.
That was for some previous teabagging he did to me. Boom.
Either way, let's get back in the game, though. Like you said, 36 points to close out. That's round 1, and then FaZe need a full 100.
I thought I edited this and cut it. I posted the wrong one, so it takes a second, but it ends pretty nice.
And we also should still have G1 up by 1 round. So if G1 even put
It's like boom. One hit at 360 snipe.
We're talking about them taking it where FaZe would have to win this round and a second one to my knowledge. We've kind of been around the block a few times, but it looks like we're dropping in hopefully for the last time here on Live Fire. And just to remind you guys, in case you happen to be new or happen to forgot, Live Fire plays through that OS. It plays through that sniper rifle. Don't forget about that heat wave. This is one of the most punishing maps.
Have to, bro. So, FaZe Clan just needs 36 to win.
And those resources exactly what you need to use to get the edge on your opponent.
Yeah, I still haven't got that one yet. That one's tough.
Well, back we are, like you said, Tony, hopefully for the last time.
Well, now it's
LA gonna ensure he puts a couple down to start this one out as well. What a flip on momentum here to kick off the replay.
I really want to hit the streets one where Red Room is, up to Commando where Trash is at.
G1 to set the pace here, assuming Boo pops off.
No scope with the S7, able to switch out to the BR, gets that quick kill. Falcated, keeping his eyes on the prize, gets away with the overshield, and now sparring all the way on the opposite side of the map with the ball. So he recognizes that, and a quick rotation is what's necessary. You got to be one step ahead of your opponents. Falcated, overshield, sniper rifle. You better watch out, G1.
You love to see it. Man's already got 3 kills, still carrying that flow state, that momentum he had from the previous reset. Boo now spawned up back.
And he has the sniper.
Keep himself scarce there, but Renegade finds him. That'll let Foul reposition. Spawners up A side. Might be looking to flank through bottom.
Nice, Almeria.
This. Just get away from Foul's reticle. Currently, he's snapping, hitting shots. Oh, no.
G1 flopping like flies right now. This is not looking good. Falcated. Now gonna trade out that sniper for the
FaZe Clan 1.
6-point mark has been reached. So at this
round 1.
We're gonna allow them to finish this out. Nobody's gonna move. We're gonna go into that round number 3, and we will be tied up. G1 and FaZe both have 1 on the board. The next round will take the win in game 1.
And FaZe have caught some wind here. Wind. They've got momentum at this point.
This one was
right?
pretty
We've
nice.
seen the plays at a foul. He's not missing. Had he had more time, who knows what he could have put together. FaZe, if they can carry that into the final round of game 1, maybe we've got a chance for this team. Either way, Tony, it's been a hell of a brawl to start. You expect things to stay close throughout this. What would you hope to see from G1 to combat this at this point? FaZe seem to have some momentum under their belts.
Well, the reason why they ultimately did it this way is because
This guy had good shots, dude. He just didn't set repulse. Boom.
Just want to play off of their favorable spawn. Make sure they have early access towards that sniper rifle. Make sure they're able to slay out and then change their focus over towards the overshield. There's a reason why they had it specifically switched out to where one team took Cobra and another team took Eagle, so that when the round ended, if we did go to a game 3, it flips right back.
Thanks, bud.
G1 want to play their advantages, want to keep that tower side control, and then do everything they can to dominate the resources. Because so far, whether it was round 1 or round 2, no matter who gets that heat wave, overshield, and sniper rifle, usually ends up taking the round.
Oh, he got me off the hill.
Like you said, it's so important that you do get
when we get spawns like that, or teammates in
spawn,
the hill, and we spawn away from them, and there's like a big empty gap to our behind.
You can turn that into control weapons, like you said. Actually, snowball is quite a bit more. Boo had a great opportunity with G1 early on.
I was playing ranked doubles in Halo.
I believe by Foul.
Look at this. Ranked doubles in Halo with a friend when this. I was playing ranked doubles in Halo with a friend when this happened.
Are you going to score? The guns do the talking here, Tony.
No, not all the time. You hear what he asked me? Listen. I was playing ranked doubles in Halo with a friend when this happened.
Are you good with skewer?
No, not all the time, but I can hit my shots.
Get to the skewer. If you want it, you can take it.
Just gotta stick together. Right here. Still laugh my ass off.
You're good with skewer, right?
Yeah, I'm alright, I guess.
Already here with flag?
I was right after. Another one.
Another one across?
Dead.
Oh.
Does this freaking killing it, bro? Why is it when you... Where's I think it's this one.
They're going to delete him. What they didn't anticipate was
Let's go. Let's go.
what a cleanup though, G1. With some patience on.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. I thought I'd show a little something. Yep, G1's up 21-4 right now. Wait. Are they? No. FaZe is up. Yeah, FaZe is up.
Squale putting down some damage, forced to get out of dodge, allows Swish to come in for the cleanup. Sparty takes flight, goes airborne to get that kill, and while all this happens, it looks like G1 are gonna take the lead.
And Devin, there you go. Play ball off the map, keep it away from FaZe. FaZe gonna try to use their numbers to get back to
I know, bro. It's crazy. The most I got was
Swish. Either way,
overkill.
UOS spawning up shortly. Nick's survival here, paramount.
And then killing Frenzy. That was it.
Just to remind you guys, right now we are tied up at 1 apiece. This next round is going to determine the winner of game number.
Hopefully nobody lags out this one.
Has been for momentum here in the series to get back in the driver's seat. We're seeing G1 quickly getting a hold of that overshow, getting the ball as well. Looking to capitalize on these newfound numbers. A player ratting out over towards that sewer pipe and top mid. It looks like Falcon pops off just to put a couple of shots. Has to turn left, turn right. There's a FaZe member all over the place. Finally, Dev finds himself a kill, but is only able to get one with it.
FaZe trying so hard to just keep the ball away from G1 as they pick up damage here. Devin just distracted by multiple angles. Couldn't quite bring this to a setup. FaZe actually clawing their way into this. Ball still sits bottom mid despite it. The boom block there with the shield. Sparty with a cleanup onto Devin. And as things continue, if FaZe can use their numbers, they might be able to retake ball.
Down to one shot he goes, but still able to stay alive. Switch gears over towards Squale. Dude was trying to work a 1-2, but the trade ends up going down. That's going to leave Squale by himself, still confident enough to grab a hold of that ball because G1 are controlling the C side of the map. Meanwhile, FaZe are spawning over towards the A.
Devin, you love to see it. Snaps with the first shot. Despite it, his whole team dead. They have to stay alive tower side. Hopefully keep connecting.
I know. I try to do it every once in a while. Like, I try to do it and I can get it every once in a while. I just haven't mastered it yet.
Set up here, foul. Look at that sneaky position at a foul. Does Devin know he's here? Foul has a heat wave in hand. You can see it. Gonna repulse him away. Boo Boo in position as well behind the OS.
He must have spawned.
For Devin.
G1 were able to take the lead here, but it's only by 1. FaZe are still very much in it, and with Nick getting himself a critical kill there.
Dude, I haven't seen Sparty pop. Like, I need to see Sparty pop off.
Because Nick is absolutely popping off. Devinator left by himself with the sniper, and it's still G1 to have a bit of control until Sparty comes out with the skill gap, the needler, the hardest gun to use in the game.
Fear the pink mist, and for good reason, Tony. That kill was insanely fast. Because of it, Sparty now has the snipe. Ball in the hands of Boo Boo, though, near B side. Easy play if they need to. It's up to FaZe to get aggressive. Renegade, you can see with the OS. And Sparty getting things started.
There we go, Sparty, baby. Now, this is it right here. Pop it off.
FaZe with the numbers advantage. They got to get back to ball and do
Renegade's 5 and 8 this round. He needs to.
Just needs to be a safe rotation.
G1 getting fully wiped. FaZe need to capitalize.
Nice.
The spawning Boo Boo Doo ends up putting him down quickly, so numbers advantage early going in favor of FaZe here. Squally tries to break out of the trap, but Sparty has them lined up. One quickly goes down. Switch gonna go in for the challenge. Devinator somehow rips a double kill, so necessary. That's gonna force Falcon to play this ball soon and try to put some kind of damage in. Devinator into the fight. Falcated finally ends up going down there, but
66-62 right now. Favor of FaZe.
Just bobbing and weaving back A, making himself difficult, but Renegade not having any of it. Double for him.
1 up right now, 8 up.
Point advantage here as he holds
Squally 11 and 7, huh? Sparty 10 and 8, Nick 10 and 9, Renegade 9 and 9.
With Boo Boo looking to chow.
Yeah.
G1 are staggered if they lose their numbers on this push. This
Boo Doo coming through the other way. Nice kill.
Got to be perfect.
Boo Doo was on big door though. I don't know if anybody's seen that. Oh, he pushed back right there. Oh shit. Oh no. 65-86 right now. This might be tough. They have to push together. Nice pick. Oh, 1-1.
Look at Devin's position there.
Oh shit. Nice. Oh, there's two at green.
Down with the sight line. The ball is rotated out to B. A little double dilemma here for FaZe. They do want the OS.
79-86.
Out of their hands. This could be a round right here. Tony. It's going to be an aggressive play from FaZe.
Oh, trade. Here it comes. 87-86. Nice.
But you still got to get this OS. You got to trade it. Swish not able to connect onto the sniper shot. Squall and Swish onto the black screen. 2 more.
Oh, Renegade with the pick. Oh shit! Look at all those trades. FaZe take game 1. Turn me up.
The longest game of Oddball live fire we've seen.
Damn.
And correction,
what a
there
game.
is 1 ball in Oddball. My sincere apologies, but yes, you're right. FaZe with the dog pile on top of the ball to close it out, lock things down, and come out with game 1 in Tony. What a marathon that was for a game 1.
It was tough. And again, just to remind you guys at home, we did see 1 round win for G1. We saw 1 round win for FaZe, so it was 1 round to take it all. And FaZe were able to come out on top. And the last time we did see them match up, G1 were able to get the best of FaZe, but FaZe are looking different. FaZe keep getting better and better. They look closer and closer to the squad we thought they were going to be when they first put this trio together.
They're looking good today.
I mean, we've heard Clutch say at times,
They won the JJ event, and now over here they've been looking good, bro.
The man, when he pops off, FaZe looks different as a team, and I think the start of this game, the start of these rounds, Foul showing so much energy. It gave FaZe quite the opportunity to kick things off. Then you see Spartan, you see Renegade.
It's always, every time I watch the pros play, it makes me want to hop in and play, and I just get crapped on.
They're a difficult beast to take control of.
Well, the good thing for Gamers First, I did say Oddball definitely plays in their favor.
Yeah.
But so does Slayer Catalyst. That's going to be game number 2.
Oh, that's going to be a good one.
Squall dropping a big 13 kills. Only dying 8 times, 5 assists to go along.
Yeah, I want to see this Catalyst player.
Sparty and Renegade putting up the lucky 13s as well. Sparty with the 8 assists. And it was a hard-fought battle. But it was FaZe to come out on top in that game 1.
Just a quick peek at who was popping off. And Sparty, look at the damage. 4,152. Man, just locking things down.
Oh, I'm tired, chat.
At one point as well, Tony, the fastest kill I think we saw all game was that attack straight through A with the Needler. One of the most powerful weapons when you're not expecting it. And something I expect to see a lot more of, just to control the sandbox. I think Catalyst, the weapon slept on too often, Tony, is the carbine. The Pulse carbine on this map is absolutely disgusting. You find somebody without cover, kind of off guard. If that tracks, your shields are ripped. They're gone completely.
Yeah, long-range specialist, and it's so good at shredding shields. So obviously when a player's able to get away with that overshoot, I think you're instantly should be prioritizing that plasma pistol and that pulse carbine to try to neutralize it as fast as possible. Catalyst Slayers are game number 2, and I said it before, if G1 want to find the win here in the series, they would have to take either game 1 or game 2. Luckily, my man Eli, the ninja coach of Gamers First, said that Boo Boo Doo is the best skewer player in the game. And they're going to need him to pop off with that weapon if they're going to slow down FaZe.
I mean, every time I watch Boo Boo and the skewer and the grapple, he proves it. Tony, the overkills we've seen on Twitter, the grapple plays where he goes up above the map. You don't know where the heck he is. He drops down, lands the haymaker. I expect to see it. I hope to see it here. If G1 want any chance in this series, they got to pop off. Maybe it's on the back of Boo Boo.
And you saw Boo Boo Doo immediately eyeballing that grapple, but Renegade Oddball and the overshield gets away with it, barely gets away with his life, is shredded by multiple members. Boo Boo Doo Boo drops to the low ground to take him down, and now Boo Boo Doo Boo going right under the map to stay alive here. That's a long one right there, and right back up into the fight. Sparty and Nick just waiting for us. Enjoy your time down there.
The beauty of a play like, oh my God, I guess the beauty of that is Spartan is just straight up doesn't miss, just snaps one, snaps two, but Boo Boo being under the map draws a lot of attention. They know he's coming back at some point. They got to think about it, and G1 can take advantage of that timing to hopefully find a cross, find a Slay's advantage. But FaZe, they're adapting at the moment here, Tony. 7-4.
Boo Boo on screen, not only the IGL, but the Slayer.
Old maps from the vault. I'm excited for the supposed new maps that they have coming next season. That's gonna be exciting.
Neither one of these teams are going for it. Renegade
6 and 8 right now. FaZe is still up.
Nick wants to try to get into the fight. Has no idea that he's there. Nick cross maps onto Devonator, but I think Boo Boo Doo Boo should be able to get on top. And Sparty now is just trying to get away with the skewer.
Let's rotate with Foul, play off him. Hopefully find a pick. Cross map picks with the skewer, difficult to do, but very deadly if you dare to challenge it. Sparty, if anybody can hit a shot with it, it's him. Just needs that info. Foul gonna try to bob in and out of the fight.
Oh, good stuff.
For Sparty.
Oh, good trade.
3 down, go G1 FaZe.
Okay, this could be the game Sparty pops off, man. 7 and 2. I've been waiting to see it. I don't think he's popped off too much. I mean, he's still a, I can't say too much about it. Popped off to what's standard.
Shotgun that player off the map, not gonna be able to do so. Boo Boo Doo Boo down to one shot, collects a new angle here. Looks like Renegade gets away with the overshield once again, but
Or it gets burned.
Shredded immediately.
G1 just a little too slippery here. Foul late. Repulse. Keeps the spike nade off him. Stays alive. Closes the gap there too. Foul.
Oh, I thought somebody got fucking back.
With a double. Make it 18.
What the hell?
Numbers advantage. Spawners up blue side. Foul now down for the count, but he has the info on the spawners, and it's up to FaZe to find a collapse here.
G1 don't want to get stuck in the space. They got to find a way to break out. Switch going to be the one to create the opportunity. The early damage goes in. It looks like Sparty goes down because of it. Off screen, Squall able to take down Nick, and G1 do a great job of spawning up together, not getting trapped, breaking out, and now they're starting to thrive here. Kill after kill. Boo Boo Doo Boo ends up going down. Renegade follows up with it as well.
FaZe clan.
Able to take down Sparty, and G1 doing everything they can to try to close the gap on this lead.
New skewer up, as we say it, Tony. Definitely going to be the focal point of the action here. Boo Boo slides into the fray. Looking to get involved, but Sparty picks him off. Swish in position to collect some damage. And still a nail biter as we get through this, Tony. Just about at the halfway point. That skewer was collected. Not sure who has it.
23-19 lead still in favor of FaZe right now, but not much to work with. Nick gonna phase through his teammates and try to stay alive. Down to one shot. Looks like Devonator knows exactly where he's at, so he's not gonna be able to get out of this without a fight. Boo Boo Doo Boo brings him down to one shot, has one grenade to work with, lands it perfectly where Nick was going. Looks like Squall is gonna be awarded the kill off of that one, and G1 doing a great job of keeping things close and starting to gain a bit of map control with it.
Just trying to avoid the crossfire of FaZe as well. You see how quickly Boo Boo gets out of the fight. Nick doing the same thing. Slide out strong side just to stay alive and avoid being caught in an unwinnable situation. That part of the map, just a terrible nade trap. And you gotta be so hyper aware of when to make that escape, especially with the online tournaments these days.
Such good stuff to watch, man.
An OS with the team.
Beautiful.
Entirety of FaZe looking to defend.
Arcady kind of struggling 3 and 6. Nick 4 and 6.
Trying to get behind enemy lines. Boo Boo Doo Boo trying to distract with this overshield.
4 and 3, 26 in favor of FaZe, but dude, you see that? Golly, oh my gosh, man, I love to freaking see it. Do you see how the freak they like the teamwork on like the trades, like they come out of nowhere? I'm like, how do you guys stay like together? You know what I mean? Like not necessarily together, but like you see how Falcated just like popped up there and switched on that dude. He was like shooting at Nick, trying to get thruster or whatever that he was trying to grab. Maybe grapple. No, it was thruster, and then freaking Falcated just jumped up out of nowhere. All right, let's listen.
Yeah,
This is FaZe Clan.
On me, on grapple. On grapple spawn.
Right there, right there.
Yeah, one shot. One shot swish.
I'm looking.
I swim with the pink. You might die. I'm living. We ran. We're weak though.
You guys are pink.
Spike.
Pink shots.
Evan's one.
I got him. Nice shit, Ty.
Other two are pink, but they're weak as fuck. They're getting the help now.
I dude. I got crossed. One shot.
Oh, okay.
I'm here, Ty.
I'm kind of stuck.
Holding
On their spikes. Their spikes.
Yo, big OB guys putting.
Hear that?
Nice.
Our combo trying to kill Tyler.
Our combo running at me.
Our combo, Devin, one shot. I died from cross.
Our combo, guys.
He's weak.
Yeah, he killed me. He played for me.
One shot. Our combo.
Oh, nice shot. 36, 34.
Yeah, we hear that.
I could go a card, I guess.
Yeah, we're walking out card.
Oh shit.
Out car, small one shot.
I got the one. There's a guy on us as well.
I'm looking at.
Oh, 38, 37. Nice.
On me, squall.
97.
Right here.
I shot him. I backed him up. He's shouting.
Look at John.
I'm looking at you, John. I'm looking at you.
Evan weak on their man.
You're good, John.
There's spikes.
Two on their spikes, Nick.
Heaven.
I like how he's rotating each other. 39, 38. 39, 39. Damn it.
The
Yeah.
energy, the passion so far as we're tied up at 39 apiece going into the end game here of this Slayer Squale.
Nice.
Trying to get the flank offensive.
Gotta get behind that cover.
So
Nice.
far, FaZe having the 1-kill lead, but that's not much to work with. Swish gonna answer right back here, and Falcated doing everything he can to slow down Definator and G1 for
40. Dude, let's see him come down to the wire, bro.
Such a scary
Holy shit.
toe right there. The bait and switch is the only thing that's going to keep them alive as they do kind of poke and
Yeah, the sword is G8 in all the tournaments.
This is quite the nail biters.
The sword and supposedly weapon drop.
Play dead. The rotation coming
But
in.
Aperture doesn't follow that, or some people don't follow
it.
it.
Position to escape this, make it 42.
4240 right now, FaZe.
Advantage phase. They are not going to let up on the aggro, and they need to find trades on G1, or else this is going to get out of hand.
The 3-2 push too much. 3-man out of FaZe is overwhelming once again. Even the spawning players are starting to get pressure on them from Renegade biting off a bit more than he could shoot, so he's going to be forced to back down. Boo Boo Doo still going to aggress forward. Still gonna grind forward, and Nick across the map ends up going down to one-shot G1, doing a great job.
It's getting heated up, man.
The pressure that FaZe have created, but FaZe still have advantages over the overshield.
Oh my, this positioning. Oh, it's just not even fair. Comes out
Renegade.
With a double. Looking for more
Triple.
Clean up and a triple kill
48-41 for FaZe.
For Sparty. There's no way that's not a GG for game 2.
Yep. GG, guess the spawn raw.
Take on that one, G1. They needed the overshield. They needed to slow them down. They weren't able to do so. Sparty now just grabbing across the map, looking like Peter Parker. Nade starting to go into
I didn't have any grapples.
intel, any kind of early
Nice
damage.
pick. One more. Over.
Together. The nades are starting to fly. They're gonna connect. FaZe are going up.
There he goes. Sparty needed to pop off, and that's the game he goes. 17 and 11. That's the best place he's had all tournament.
Take towards the end of it. I mean, some people, you know, I see the chat. They're saying like cringe play. Tony, he's sitting in the bottom of the map. It's a tournament in the end of the day, and it's freaking Renegade. If anything, you could say big brain play to know the opportunity to pull something like that
Facts.
and to come out, pull out
25K. What the hell you mean cringe play?
Win, and these boys on FaZe are doing exactly that.
Plenty of plays across the board here on our Elgato replays, and it was tight.
They were reading them, and now FaZe won.
Talking about FaZe, you gotta ice
You look at that.
deep. You gotta be able to close it out against the likes of Spartan. 17 kills, Renegade 15 as well. The two main slayers of the group doing everything they can to take down G1 on one of their better maps.
Is this it, Tony? Do you believe? Do you believe in the 3-0 reverse sweep potential, or are G1 out of steam? Because this is elimination bracket. G1, they lose one more game, they're out of this tournament.
I believe in G1. I just think. I think the problem is that those first two game type and map combinations, those were yours. Like you're an amazing oddball team. You're a great Catalyst team. The last time we saw them on Catalyst Slayer, they were beating out Cloud9 in Game 5 in that $125,000 North American Super. So now you're telling me you're gonna beat FaZe on Stronghold Streets? If you can't beat them on 2 of your better map and game mode combinations, you know, why would I think that you can beat them on one of FaZe's best? You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, and that's honestly the wild story of G1 is they shocked the Halo world, I think, in a way that we haven't seen in quite some time, defeating Cloud9 and Sentinels in the same tournament, almost like a debut tournament for them. Of course, they had some scrims and some smaller things.
What map do I like
but
best?
to come up with that momentum in the NA Super, it set the bar and our expectations pretty damn high. Things have changed at this point, Tony. You've got a FaZe looking completely different. You got an eUnited that
I would say
not this tournament, but we're looking pretty damn good leading up to it. I think there's a lot of top caliber competition, and
I would say either Li-Fi or Catalyst.
Hold on to,
but Recharge is up there.
Victory they had early on in their life.
Recharge is up there. And I also like Aquarius. I like how, I don't know, that's a good question. Catalyst is pretty fun.
FaZe were able to beat out G1 250 to 227 on this
I had what's it called?
It's gonna be tough.
It's
gonna be an uphill
Killing Frenzy 2 times on
so you gotta dig deep. You gotta just take it one step at a time.
I think Catalyst. I'll look and see if my second one's on Catalyst.
This is your opportunity.
What about you, bro? What map do you like best? Yeah, I love it. I love Aquarius because how small and action packed it is, but I got a lot to learn as far as yo, I don't know who subscribed to the channel, but thank you guys.
The anticipation stick shuts him down, and he lands a second kill of his own.
Stalker rifle in the hands of Renegade. G1 once again find himself 3 down, and with that FaZe having the first double cap of the game and the first point going in.
Oh, appreciate that, man. Welcome to the Envision Turn Me Nation. Or Mustache Mafia. I used to have a curly mustache, but I shaved it off and I to regrow it out, and you can kind of already see it curls a little bit. But then my beard's regrown back in. We'll see what happens.
FaZe, they broke the seal on this one. They're awake. They're dominating. They just the ball is rolling. Tony, it's worrisome for G1. They got to stabilize things and do it quick. Full map of control. Boo by himself. Foul deletes him. At the very least, Swish will pick up the pieces, but G1 got a lot more work to do than just that.
G1 quickly working onto the Bravo side, and starts with 1. Now you have to slay out. You have to win these individual battles, and trades are not what you're looking for. 2 down. Go Gamers first. The third one falls. Falcon gets spot over towards the high ground. Will be taken down. So a good kill by Squall, but will it be enough? You still have to break out a PD. You still have to take away Alpha and defend Bravo at the same time, and FaZe are still 4 up.
4 players scrambling at the moment from the POV of Nick. He does
what,
damage
princess?
To everyone, doesn't get a kill.
Come here.
Hopefully gives G1 an opportunity.
Little princess.
As well. Wow, the nade at a Renegade. Any opportunity you might have thought you had going up those stairs, Renegade just shut it down.
Renegade ends up losing the Stalker rifle and shotgun. Boo Boo Doo Boo still having the rockets, and that's a double. That's a triple. Boo Boo Doo Boo breaking down the defenses of FaZe as they go 3 down, even aware of Falcated coming out, but Falcated rips him with the commando. That's going to slow them down just a bit. And look at the score line. All of this is happening. G1 just put them 3 down, and it doesn't stop them from being shut out so far. It's a 125-0 run.
I think that little opening for Boo Boo should be enough to hopefully collect time, assuming they're not assaulted by Sparty on C. My God. He just comes in, crashes the party, split spawners.
Yeah, I had it. I had it, brother.
Making another double, you give him a shotty. Like, what if they?
I'll show you after this. What the? Dude, what's going on right now?
Someone needs to tell them the game started. I don't know if G1 stands for Gamers First or can't win one game. I don't know what's going on here.
Oh, that's cold-blooded, bro.
You don't look like you're even playing the same game as FaZe. This is not the G1 that we've grown to love right now. But right now, I'm loving what FaZe are putting out. Finally, G1 getting some kind of momentum. 3 down, go.
He fucking blasted them right there. Or can't win one game. He's what a jerk.
Commando kill as we've seen all series at a Squall Lake. Looks to turn it to 2.
Oh my
a lot more of this.
Who is that?
The only battle momentum we've seen from G1. Finally, they have points on the board, but when it comes to straight up 1v1 fights, it's pretty clear who's been winning them.
Yeah, I had one like this. I think I want to train it where I can get all of it to go this, so then the whole thing loops.
170-17 run. FaZe Clan absolutely dominating here on the streets. It's been tough to watch.
Well, this is what happened. So Optic game or Centennials went up like 242 to 141, and FaZe kind of almost came back and won.
Gets himself a kill, but FaZe are still able to put them 3 down. FaZe are still able to take away that alpha side, and this is tough. It really is, Shyway.
Tough is an understatement. It's a totally different game. It's looking like a different lobby all of a sudden. Thankfully, Boo Boo has been all over the Rockets all game long. It's given them little openings to get things started, but look at, they're both one-shot crafty. Renegade gonna toss spike nades into it, and Sparty with the cleanup. 2 caps locked down, numbers advantage. The awareness out of Sparty too. It's got to be a comms mention there to clap on to Swish. What can he do? You know, that he comes out with a disruptor is just
Bro, I'm telling you, bro, FaZe is today they've been looking so good. Besides the first half of Stronghold Streets, this was literally the same mode. No, not Stronghold Streets. It was Strongholds Live Fire. Because like I said, Optic Gaming went up like 100 unanswered points, and then went up to like 140, like 100 and something to like 20, and then 242 to 141. FaZe was down 141. They started freaking shredding, destroying Centennials. Just started doing all this stuff, and Sparty comes out, throws a nade, gets a double kill, shoots another guy, gets a triple, and needs a half a second left
it's a little too early
to get in the circle, so they could have won because it was 241 250 or 243 250. So a half a second more, they would have 3-0'd Centennials, bro. They would have took game 1 of that. They would have 3-0'd Centennials. They've been looking really freaking good. Wow.
FaZe advance forward, guaranteed top 4 in the tournament, and the way they're looking, they're going beyond that. They're going for the grand finals.
Some moments of brilliance here, of course, thanks to Boo Boo coming in and cleaning up shop in C, but it just wasn't enough when you look at plays at a foul at Sparty midway through the game as well. The back-to-back double kills he got to stop the only opportunity.
Yeah, dude, they almost 3-0'd Centennials. They've been looking really good.
This team, when it comes to raw slaying ability, Tony, when things are working, when they're in sync with each other, they seem unstoppable.
Yeah, and it stinks because you saw G1's journey to get up to this point, and even the way they were able to play most of the series. You know, that game number 1 could have been theirs. They took round number 1. And obviously a couple crashes and here and there, and you know, might have kicked away at the momentum. True. You go into game 2.
It is, bro.
And you're right there.
Whoever's gonna win, bro, it's gonna go insane.
It's the same story of FaZe,
biggest cash prize it's been in years.
Playing well, and FaZe just playing
amazing,
better.
man.
When you get to that game number 3, they almost look gassed. They almost look like they've been playing like 55 minutes of NBA basketball, and at that point they're like, we're done, man. Sub us out. It was tough.
Out of breath. It's what is it? I think I was gonna do like a reference to Halo 4 or something. You can't infinitely sprint in every Halo game. They ran it Halo Reach, where you're huffing and puffing, and then you run out of the bar. Just runs out. You can't move as quickly.
I probably would, yeah. I probably would. Hell yeah.
G1 FaZe, they are not.
I think next week is Orlando, right?
Conversation for top 3 and beyond. I'm curious to hear what Jolly has to say as well. Jolly, quite a series we just had.
Yeah, a few hiccups, right, along the way, but you guys dealt with them fantastically. Hey, gamers need to take knee breaks as well, all right? But, I hate to go into that, but I'll ask you for this one, Shyway. How do you think the mental was affected here? Clearly not so much for FaZe Clan, but when we're talking about how G1 responded, how does that affect how you play throughout the remainder of the series?
Game 1 had to have been rough, for sure. I don't think there's any excuse as to why they wouldn't bounce back game 2 and game 3, though. These boys, their mentals are strong as hell. Like, no doubt they're locked in. I don't know what quite went wrong in Strongholds. Maybe it was just there was so much momentum and confidence out of FaZe that they could just not be shut down. They definitely had. They were on top of things. G1, I still expect them to bounce back, but like we had mentioned, that first round must have taken some of the wind out of them we don't know what the conversations were, between the resets and how those went. But either
Where's she
way,
at?
Tony, I think you said it beautifully. You got to expect the unexpected when it comes to being a champion.
That you need to do in order to succeed, you doing those daily scrims, doing your
Facts.
doing everything you
But all right, chat. GG's. Much love, guys. I gotta head out. Have a lot of fun. Dude, Chad, just want to say, dude, thank you so much for coming by, hanging out with me today, bro. Subscribing to the channel. If you want to see like more consistent content, I post more stuff on YouTube, but like I stream every day on Facebook. If you go into like my about section on my YouTube or go to my YouTube channel, you'll find my Facebook link, man. I don't know if you have Facebook, and if you don't, bro, no worries. We will see you back on YouTube here soon. Much love, bro. I gotta take off, and we'll see you guys later. Bye bye. Go check out the tournament. The rest of the tournament is on twitch.tv/eUnited. All right, eUnited on Twitch. Go check them out to watch the final tournament. It's in the pinned comment as well if you guys just want to click that link as well. Go check them out. Much love, guys. Have a good one. Take care, Chad. Much love.